What a dude, chat. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah, it is.
Nice. What do you like about Trump?
Everything.
The most
Tariffs, border control.
the most
Tariffs,
controversial man that walks the earth. You like everything
Ish.
about him?
Tariffs, border control, abortion policies,
What do you like
gun
about
rights.
tariffs?
They're good.
How are they good?
What do you mean, how are they good? We have
Yeah,
the
they're like,
lowest tax.
I'm sorry, what?
Lowest tax rate on them?
Lowest tax rate ever?
Yeah.
What? Do you know that 95% of Americans paid higher taxes last year?
Well, that's what happens when we get, like more imported goods from other countries. It's normal, bro.
Didn't that slow that down? Isn't that the use of a tariff? Didn't it slow down
Mm-hmm.
the economy?
Uh,
The purpose of a tariff is to disincentivize people from importing, right?
yeah. Did you just go live?
Yeah.
Alright, because you usually have like 500 viewers, so I was just curious, but you were saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying, first of all, the tariffs were illegal, most of them, right? Besides the 10% blanket tariffs that are still left.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, Trump had to lie about them constantly, about who pays the tariffs just to get you guys on board.
Even if like someone was able to make me hate Donald Trump, because I'm not gonna sit here and act like he's a perfect president. No one's been a perfect president. I still wouldn't have voted for Kamala, to be honest with you.
Why not? Why not?
I got glitched out. Hello?
There you go. Why not?
Hello? I glitched. I clicked off dudes to get to where she was at, and it was all, oh, we want a female president in office. No, we don't. Leave it to the men.
So she was the most qualified presidential candidate we've almost ever had. And I don't think that you can S anyone's D to get elected into positions like constantly.
You can
That'd
get
be a lot of
higher
D's,
up
right?
positions.
But that also wouldn't get you like 4 million votes to be like the AG or a senator. It's not a thing.
Do you know that when she was like 20 or 30, she slept with Willie Brown, who was like 60 something,
You know,
just to get a higher position at a job?
how
It's
did
embarrassing.
a
It's pathetic. I don't
retired
want that.
mayor give her a position at a job?
He could literally go and advocate and say, "Oh, this is a great candidate. This is who we want." That's what
Okay,
they do.
she
That's what
still
she
is
did.
she has a Juris Doctorate. She's a lawyer. Do you know that?
She was a terrible attorney general.
How so?
Terrible.
She didn't break the law enough for you?
Terrible attorney general. Did nothing.
What does that even mean? She did something like monumental, like landmark legislation that gave people like an out who were first-time offenders to get their records expunged if they were to
Let me
report to
ask you a
court
question.
and go to work.
Let me ask you a question. Is
Yeah.
being MAGA bad, or is it no, not MAGA? Is being a Republican bad?
Yeah.
So you don't agree with anything on the Republican side?
They don't really offer anything besides social wedge issues like this, like the things you're listing.
And I would appreciate if we had better border control.
I don't think you really care or have any nuanced information on the border. I think anybody willing to listen to Trump misdiagnose the border and lie about the border constantly is the last person I would ask to help us with the border.
I mean, if we keep letting these immigrants in, it's just going to be 9/11 all over again. Like people
There's no evidence
in
of
Iran, they want us. People in Iran want us dead, bro. They literally chant, "We want America dead." So why
Even
the fuck would we leave our borders open?
The CIA, first of all, they're not open. I don't know how they convinced all of these people that the border was open. There's no evidence or data that shows the border was wide open. The border was more secure during Biden.
That's
There
what
was just more
Democrats
people
are
coming.
trying to do. That's what
What were,
Democrats are trying
can
to
you
do.
tell me a Democrat politician that's trying to open the border? Because if
Biden
I
did.
look at
Biden did.
Biden had more people deterred at the border and at a higher rate, even with a higher volume.
Do Democrats not want to open the border?
No, nobody wants to open the border. What is wrong with you?
Then why are you guys so against ICE?
ICE is about mass deportations, not opening the border.
Yeah, we need to mass deport and we need to not open the border.
Mass deportations are horrible for the economy. And if you're for mass deportation, you would just vote Democrat. We do more deportations every time without using Nazi rhetoric.
Nazi rhetoric?
Yes. Do you agree that Democrat like Obama, Biden both have done more deportations than Trump?
I actually kind of sided with Obama's deportation because he would go after criminals.
Yeah,
But liberals don't want to deport. They don't want to deport anyone.
that's not true. We're totally fine with deporting criminals. Like you constantly have to straw man and be disingenuous about Democrats' policies. Nobody wants a open border. That's fucking silly. Biden caught 700 terrorists trying to come into the country. If the border was wide open, he would have caught 0, right?
Yeah.
Would you be willing to consider that there's a little bit of propaganda out there about the border that people are buying into?
To an extent. Propaganda is always going to be a thing.
But there's a certain propaganda that aligns with like far right rhetoric and like fascist rhetoric. And I think that we should denounce that every time. And I don't know, the party that's kind of denouncing Antifa is starting to scare the shit out of me.
I don't want Democrats to fuck up our country, man. Please.
Every time Democrats are in office, we do far better, like 20 times better than Republicans.
Then why did the American people smoke Kamala Harris and vote for Donald Trump?
Kamala Harris ran for 100 days and she lost by 1.7%. Trump ran for 4 years straight, and he was a former president.
Yeah.
Nobody got smoked, by the way. No. You'd rather have somebody who's a criminal doing open corruption in your face than, I don't know, have somebody do something more pragmatic at the border than fucking stopping even tourists from coming. He's reduced the amount of refugees coming from 170K to 6K. All 99.999% of the people he's brought over since being in office are white. What the fuck is up with that? What's up with him doing white supremacist ads to hire people into ICE? The fuck is up with that?
So they do a better job at deporting?
The white supremacists do?
White supremacist. You know what a white supremacist is?
Yeah, somebody who believes in a supreme race, the white people.
Is that a bad thing?
Yes, it's extremely Are you saying white supremacy is not bad?
I mean, it's bad, but like, obviously,
do you listen to yourself? Literally, in 50 years, in 30 years, and 20 years, we're gonna look back, and people like you, even with mildly racist rhetoric, you're not gonna be looked at kindly, dude. It's not gonna be good, man. What's wrong with y'all?
White supremacy was good. I didn't say white supremacy was good.
What's wrong with it? What?
It's just believing that white is the best race, right?
That's a horrible belief. On what bounds do you have? What rights makes you think white people are better than anyone?
I never said that. You're kind of framing.
Okay, that's what a white supremacist reads. Do you? Okay, can you give me a reason why it's good?
It's not good. I never said it was.
What are you doing? You're kind of goose stepping around this conversation, man. But Democrats absolutely just crush Republicans in making jobs and GDP growth and per capita growth. Every single metric. By the way, the world is on fire because of Trump's excursions in Iran and Cuba and Venezuela and Greenland.
He's literally offering them money.
Thank you, Daniel.
To squash the beef.
To squash that'd be $300 billion.
It was million, not billion.
It's not million.
300 million.
It's not 300 million.
Look
It's
it up.
not.
It's 300 million.
I've been reading about this for the last 2.5 days religiously. I'm sorry this is happening to you. 300 million doesn't do anything. It pays for nothing that they, considering the damage we've done. How would 300 million pay for reparations of destroying their whole navy?
Good question. Do you think it's like a bad thing that like we're offering them money to like end the war and become an ally?
I think it's hypocritical that most people's criticisms of the JCPOA is that we gave them $1.5 billion in frozen assets and called it funding terrorism. And we're going to give $300 billion now and pray that they keep the Strait of Hormuz open and pray that they accept terms similar to the JCPOA that they tore up.
All right, that's a lot of money, but gotta do what you gotta do.
Gotta do what you gotta do to
would
fix
rather,
what you
I would
fucked up.
rather give. Okay, you can't blame the destruction of a country on a singular person.
Yes, you can. Did Congress vote
A
for
person
this?
could have had something to do with it, but that doesn't.
Did Congress vote for
The
this?
government has just as much control as Donald J. Trump has.
I don't think so. I think that people in Congress and in the Senate, or the House and the Senate, were basically pushed to vote to not stop our war efforts in Iran. I think that everybody who disagrees with Trump is instantly primaried, like Thomas Massey or Adam Kinzinger or Liz Cheney. I think it's a cult. I think it's a literal cult, or it's just extreme corruption. Extreme corruption.
I think the government is the evil ones, and you guys just like think that everything is. You guys blame everything on one person.
Dude, Trump is doing this thing called unitary executive theory. It's in Project 2025. It's basically a playbook to strip the government of checks and balances so that Trump can basically control things with executive order, like he's been doing, like the tariffs, like just about everything else he's done, even against the orders of the Supreme Court, sending people to a labor terrorist prison, like a death prison, to sending people to third countries. Rwanda, Uganda, Libya. We sent some random lady to Libya the other day, man. What the fuck? You know what's happening in Libya right now?
Can you just like give me your big three? Because I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of raised as a Trump supporter, and like that's kind of how I grew up. I'm very right-leaning, pro-life, Christian. So can you just like, what are the big three reasons, if you can sum them up, to why I shouldn't support him as a president? Like the big three main things.
I think him casting doubt on our democratic processes, him saying that elections have been stolen with no evidence. He has every right to challenge elections. He has every right to have disagreements. But like the day after the election that he lost, he started saying immediately the election's been stolen, fraud that we've never seen on a level we've never seen before. Try to get Bill Barr to sign a basically a letter that said that they found election fraud when they hadn't. The entire DOJ started stepping down. Bill Barr, by the way, his dad brought Charlie Kirk through college. This is all very incestuous. And the other thing is the Epstein files. Trump, no matter what you can say about Biden not doing something, him having a law forcing him to release the Epstein files and then not. And then we have all sorts of insider information coming out saying that he died on this hill, that Marjorie Taylor Greene came out and said that they brought her into the Situation Room and basically whipped her into submission, trying to say, do not sign this petition for the Epstein files. That is protecting the largest pedophile ring in United States history. Thousands of children. Those are two big things. The election denial,
okay,
big
thing. I do have a question for you then. I don't know if you've heard about this, but I don't remember what year it was, but basically Donald Trump, it was a while back. He found out that Epstein was like preying on young girls at his Mar-a-Lago, and then he kicked them out.
This is not true.
Yes, it is. It's
He
literal
he sat
proof.
down in an interview and said the reason he and Epstein were no longer friends and that he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago is because Epstein was stealing employees. That was his most recent remark.
Yes, he was stealing young girls that were
No, no, no.
actresses
No, no, no.
for
I'm
his
talking
island. Yes.
stealing employees. I think I would have worded it differently, but we're talking about like it could have been an omelet guy, right? It could have been just the dude that makes breakfast. It doesn't mean it was a girl. He didn't say that. You're like you're carrying the ball here a little far. This is not
There are
how.
so many sources that show that he kicked him out because he found out that he was preying on young girls and actresses at his Mar-a-Lago. That's
Why is he
literally.
protecting him now? Why is he primarying Thomas Massey for trying to get him to release Epstein files?
Also, I just want to go on the boat to say this. Being in the Epstein files doesn't immediately mean that you're a pedophile. Do you know how many parties were thrown on that island that celebrities like Adam Sandler went to
I get
without
it.
knowing? Like,
Yeah, they should all be fucking investigated, and not a single person has been arrested, right? Not a single person.
because they don't have enough substantial
You're
evidence
kidding
to
me,
arrest
right?
anyone.
There's 3 million documents out right now. People's names and faces were redacted. People who were criminal. There's a picture that's completely redacted, and the description of it is 5 men standing around like what looks like a 6-year-old girl with their fingers bloody as if they just did something disgusting to her. Really?
That is disgusting. That is disgusting. Yeah.
Yeah, those people's faces have been seen by Pam Bondi, by the FBI director Kash Patel. They've been seen by Todd Blanche. They've been seen by Trump.
Do you think? Do you think if Kamala was elected, hundreds of people would have been arrested by now, and the
Yes.
Epstein files would be gone?
Yes. Yeah, she's nowhere near the Epstein file, so yeah, probably, most likely. Did you know that England itself is trying to reach out to the government for unredacted versions of these files so that they could prosecute people like Prince Andrew? And the government is not responding to them at all. They are doing their very best to protect people.
I guess, but I had read. I mean, if that's true, then I guess you're right. I had read that he kicked him out, which honestly made a lot of sense to me, and I don't really understand because if he was like in these files and doing these disgusting things, why would he have kicked him out? But I thought it was because he was preying on young girls, or at least that's what I've read along
I think
many
that's
sources.
a very generous assumption for you to make. I don't think there's anything solidifying that. In fact, we do have a person that was pulled out of Mar-a-Lago who was a victim of Epstein, but I don't think this has anything to do with Trump kicking Epstein out. In fact, we have more evidence that this could have been about real estate that Trump undercut or went in and got before Epstein was able to buy it. We have all sorts of evidence that Epstein is Mossad, somebody who's directly related with Israel, who is Trump's best friend, Netanyahu. Netanyahu's been visited Trump a million times, even when he's not president. He's been in Mar-a-Lago. They're besties, man. Jared Kushner. We have a picture of Netanyahu sleeping on Jared Kushner's childhood bed. Jared Kushner is Trump's son-in-law. We have Trump selling pardons, selling them.
Yeah.
This is the most corrupt thing I can think of as president. If you can break the law and just buy your way out of prison, you can do anything as a rich person. That is not an America I want to live in.
I was also going to ask your opinion. Do you like Elon Musk?
No.
Like, are you like against the fact that he's the first trillionaire? I was going to ask you this. I forgot to though when I got up here.
Yeah, Elon Musk's wealth is mostly attributed to government contracts. So Starlink, he had a huge FAA contract that's made him millions, billions. Same thing with SpaceX. He gets like $8 million a day in subsidies. He doesn't want to pay any taxes for that. I think anybody who has $1 trillion and watches people starve and die, or who cut aid to people in Africa and will cause 14 million people to die in the next 4 years, I think he's a disgusting person. I think he sucks. And he's backing the far right party of Germany. He's a proud white supremacist.
Elon Musk is like one of my favorite people. So I think he worked hard for his money and he does a good thing.
If you read about Elon Musk's history with his businesses, you'll realize that he's mostly a fraud. He's mostly fraud. He
Like,
PayPal. He
you guys would
claims to
say
have.
that. You guys,
He
every billionaire is hated
No, he's not. I love
because
Mark
they work.
Cuban. Mark Cuban's great. I think Mark
Mhm.
Cuban wouldn't do half the shit that Elon Musk has done. And by the way, his parents own an emerald mine back in South Africa. His parents are tied to apartheid. He's basically had multiple deals where he has forced the founding documents of the companies he's purchased to revise their founding documents to make him the founder when he is not. PayPal, Tesla. He did not found those companies. He's a fraud.
What's your proof that he didn't found?
You can Google that on your own time. I mean, I could pull up a quick page for you, I guess, but this is common knowledge. Did Elon Musk have PayPal list him as founder after it was founded? Elon Musk was not added as founder of PayPal after it was created. Confusion stems from the company's complex history. The origin Musk founded an online financial company called X.com. PayPal merged with X.com, separate company. The name changed. Newly merged company was briefly called X.com. The board decided to change the name to PayPal because X. Is this on Reddit? Because X merged with Confinity to create what is known as PayPal. Musk is recognized historically as co-founder and merged entity, not because he was retroactively added, but because his original company had a 50-50 building block for the final product. It's close to what I thought. But this is absolutely the case for Tesla, though. Did Elon Musk change founding documents of Tesla to be listed as founder? Elon Musk did not alter original corporating documents. The list of founder Tesla was originally corporated by Martin Eberhard and Mark Tarpenning. Musk joined as a lead investor in 2004, but later took over as CEO. So he did not found Tesla. But during a meeting, Elon Musk, while some of these people were out of town, he basically ousted them.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
For attempting to rewrite history. Yeah. The ballroom dispute in 2007 ousted Eberhard from CEO position. Eberhard filed the defamation and libel lawsuit against Musk 2009 for attempting to rewrite history. Two sides settled out of court, resulting in an agreement that officially recognized 5 people as Tesla's co-founders: Eberhard, Tarpenting, Elon Musk, and Ian Wright. Elon Musk is the last person I want having $1 trillion. And I think
Why?
it's
Because
not a
he
real.
won't give it to the whole world?
No, because what he's doing is trying to influence politics around the world as much as he can. And every anti-liberal position you can take, he's gone around and pushed for the violence that we're seeing in Ireland. He's pushed for the Great Replacement theory in the UK. He's out there doing his best to fuck up politics, and he's enriched himself with the president. I think he entered in Trump's presidency with $200 billion. Now he's $1 trillion. And he's gotten all of these government contracts from Trump.
It's fucking. He worked hard for it. It's like
There's
an
no doubt
aura
he worked
farm.
hard, but nobody works $1 trillion hard. There's people that work
Dude,
every day just
if you
as
made
hard
your
as
money,
Musk.
listen, if you made, like, I'm gonna put this example. If you were in a neighborhood and you won the lottery and won $10 million and it was a very broke neighborhood, and then you had all this shit, but everyone else around you hated you and was jealous of you, would you want to support them even though they fucking hated you and said that you didn't deserve it? No.
If that neighborhood gave me all of the money to make that business successful, I would absolutely do that. Yeah.
Nobody did that for Elon.
Okay, government contracts, are you forgetting that part?
Okay, if it's so easy to get it, then why aren't you a billionaire?
Because I'm not friends with the Epstein class.
That's not how he got up there. Why are people so jealous of him? I don't understand.
Dude, he also has open emails. We can see he was trying to join Epstein's parties. How is that not a deal breaker for you?
Because he didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Are
so
you
many people?
Really?
Do you know how many people? Okay. So with your logic, Adam Sandler is a rapist and a terrible person that sexually
No,
abused him, right?
he should be investigated. If Adam Sandler was asking if there was going to be women at this party, uh, and couldn't get the hint that yes, he's being invited to go have sex with possibly young women, yeah, I think Adam Sandler should be buried.
Okay, if somebody said, okay, there's going to be underage women and he took it, then okay, that's weird. But if somebody said there's simply going to be a party and you're going to get fucked up, so many celebrities went to that party. Do you know that, I can't remember what it was, but Epstein, he like had access to like all the yearbooks from like 2006, 2010. So if you were in high school at that point and were in that same yearbook that he had access to, you could technically be in the Epstein files, and then people are gonna run at you. Oh my God, you're a rapist. No, that's not how that works.
No,
Being in
they
the
should
Epstein
all be
files is not.
investigated. I'm not saying they were
No, you
simply
no.
just at a party. I'm saying that Elon Musk heard through the grapevine, the richest man in the world, heard what kind of crazy parties he threw. Do you think that word got around that they were just throwing a bunch of parties with regular women? You think that's how people hear about your parties as Epstein?
Like your own chat is agreeing with me right now. Like you're wrong.
No, they're
Like you're
not.
not.
Are you over 18?
Yes. I
Dude,
just graduated. I'm 18.
I think that's very problematic. If you do any sort of digging on Elon Musk's political affairs, even after the last 4 years, there's no way you could actually like him. And yes, I think that somebody has $1 trillion on the backs of Americans when Americans don't have any stake in his companies. I think should pay some fucking taxes.
That's valid as that. But what? Why is he anybody anything?
I'm sorry.
He doesn't owe anybody anything.
Yes, he does. He gets $8 million a day from us. He owes us a lot.
Not from us, from his stocks and investments.
No, from the government subsidies he gets because he's besties with Trump.
He doesn't suck off of our taxes. That's not how that works.
Yes, that is exactly how that works. Yes, it is.
Do you know what stocks and investments are?
Yeah, and I'm saying that subsidies are separate from that. Subsidies that pay Starlink to.
Like I don't understand like this Elon Musk hate, but like with the liberals and all that, I don't get it. He is one of the
He's a
most
literal.
successful.
He's done a Nazi salute, dude. What
He's
are you talking
rich.
about?
He's aura.
He's
No, he
aura.
didn't.
The Nazi salute, is that what it sold it to you?
When the fuck did he do a Nazi salute?
At the inauguration of Trump. And then he backed the very far right, the ADF in Germany, who he fucking Skyped in to a giant conference for these people. The furthest right party in Germany. You can imagine what their fucking politics are. He fucking Skyped in and was like, hey, you guys should not be embarrassed of your history. Like, alluding to you know what.
I'm just sick of like the slander
The poor
of
richest man in
somebody
the
that
world.
worked hard,
Oh,
and I feel like
no.
that's what liberals do.
Dude,
Liberals
he's
want
done enough to hurt his
he-
own name. It's not us.
Yes, it is. You guys are jealous. You guys are jealous. You guys want everything to yourself. You think things should be handed to you. Work for it.
No,
Get it yourself.
Elon Musk has made this amount of wealth through government contracts. Is SpaceX profitable?
Yes.
No, it's not, dude.
SpaceX isn't profitable.
How does SpaceX randomly have money to shoot missiles into space? What's their profit coming from?
The government?
Where does the government get money?
It's the government. What do you mean how they get money?
From us, right? Yeah.
No, you're
Yeah.
wrong. No, you're wrong. Those taxes go to healthcare, and there's this thing called tax returns. that you're wrong.
Bub, you're not being honest here. You're not being honest with yourself.
So you're telling me that our tax money goes to rockets?
Yes. 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 Yes.
Okay, but those taxes also go to food stamps and healthcare.
Yeah, and y'all gut those
And
every time you're in office. You're gutting them so that Elon Musk can get more money. That's what y'all do. Every year Trump's been in
because he
office,
deserves it.
he does for doing what?
He is the most successful man we've ever witnessed. He is
Thanks
the
to
first
us.
trillionaire.
Thanks to
You
us.
guys, dude, he's the first trillionaire. Like, he made
Thanks to
history a few
us.
days ago.
Yeah, I know.
You
Thanks
guys
to
should be
government
admiring
subsidies.
him. And
Thanks to
like,
government contracts.
I find it ironic how you guys only hate the billionaires. Isn't it funny?
Yeah, someone who's a billionaire while people starve and die and shit their fucking brains out into a fucking hole in the mud every day. I wouldn't let it happen. Would you? Would you fucking hang out with $1 trillion while people starve to death and of thirst and of AIDS after you cut
You guys act like
USAID?
that dude, you guys are so dumb. That $1 trillion is in investments in stocks. He doesn't have $1 trillion in his bank account.
I know that.
What
I
are you
know
guys
that.
not understanding?
I
You
know
guys are
that.
so dense.
I know that.
He realistically might.
He
That's his
can.
net worth.
I know that.
What?
Dude, defending billionaires must be tough, man. I know that they. Can you imagine?
Because I don't like jealous people, man. I don't.
It's not
like,
jealous. It's not
He doesn't
jealousy.
owe
I think
us
it's
anything.
unethical. I think what he does is unethical, and what he did.
Okay, I'll be honest with
to
you.
Doge was unethical.
Okay, I'll be honest with you. It is the right thing to do. It is probably the right thing to do, to donate that money to charity and obviously share some of it. But at the same time, he doesn't owe us anything.
Yes, he does. He owes us a lot for funding.
He doesn't
all of his companies. All the subsidies Tesla gets.
He doesn't log in and take our taxes. That is the government that sends it to him. The government sends him that tax money. The government
he has no choice. He has no choice but to just take our money, and he hates it. Give me a break.
No, the government. The government takes his money, dude.
The government gives him money because Republicans decided that he needs government contracts.
Yes, he does.
Because he just so happened to spend $250 million on Trump's campaigns, and he didn't want anything in return. He just wanted less government, aka the government, to give him billions of dollars in subsidies. Billions.
And what is wrong with that?
You don't see the corruption there? Buying your way into government contracts?
We have to have taxes. We have to have taxes.
I'm glad you're the only conservative that would say that. I agree.
Okay,
you guys have put us into so much debt. More debt.
Okay, so when you can't afford to supply the 3-year-old that's dying of cancer, if you can't afford to supply that because we don't have taxes, don't go running around begging for taxes. We need taxes.
I am all for taxes. I am all for balancing the budget. The only party in the United States that is for balancing a budget and for raising people's taxes is the left. The right has exceedingly done deficit spending with tax breaks. We are $39 trillion in debt, and our GDP is 37. We are literally insolvent now because we give Elon Musk and Trump's friends so much money. He's the one who wants free money, not me.
I think it all comes down to you don't like Elon Musk and you think that he bought his way to where he's at.
He did.
I think it all comes down to that. That's what
I think that's a cope.
I think he's an amazing man. I think he's hardworking. I think he's doing a great job with SpaceX. I think he's a great CEO. I think he's amazing.
All right. Well, I mean, I can't stop you for simping for trillionaires, which is a new one for me, but
No, I fucking love Elon Musk, dude. He's like one of the fucking greatest there will ever be. He's the first trillionaire to walk the fucking earth.
He has a whole platform that he bought that he's driven into the ground. He's tanked, and he uses it to spread mass propaganda and has breathed life into some of the biggest white supremacist groups in the United States or on Earth. and you love him. You love him. Somebody who constantly espouses lies online, constantly.
Oh, lies online.
Yes. To whip up people into a frenzy, to get people outraged. Yeah.
That's just the internet. That's not him. That's the internet.
That's him. That's him. That's the direction he wanted this to go. It was not a fucking accident.
It's just like you guys, just like the people that literally think he can go to his bank and say, "Hey, I want some of this $1 trillion," are just so dense, man.
Yes, he
And it's just
can.
like,
He can do it tax free. He can go to the bank and say, "Hey, I have $1 trillion worth of stocks. I'm going to use them as leverage. Can you give me a giant loan? And I won't have to pay taxes on it, and I can live off of that and pay it back as slow as I want, and then leverage more stocks to pay back that loan." And he has an infinite money glitch.
all right, man. So, all right. So when actually, I don't really know, but you should start giving out your money to people that are broke
I do.
just because they're broke.
I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. If anything, I want to double my taxes. I want less people to starve. Trump has created more homeless people, more people who go to bed with food insecurity at night, especially children. Trump has done that, and he's made his rich friends richer, and the entire government's broke. He's strangling Cuba right now, killing thousands of people. He is completely.
Where?
He's about to get.
Where are these thousands of people dying?
I just said Cuba.
Okay. Sorry, cut out. Cube.
He's out there
Okay.
fucking making American policy, geopolitical policy that makes himself money. He's out there trading. He traded 3,600 stocks in the first quarter of this year, and every single one of them reflect a day in which he enriched those stocks. Intel, Nvidia, Dell. He's come out and made huge deals to enrich those stocks. 12 days after he bought $100 million worth of Dell stocks, he said, "Hey, go buy Dell. They're a great company." The market shot up 99 points for Dell. That is the most corrupt thing you can do as a president. That is the most openly insider trading thing I've ever seen as a president. And he's done that 1,000 times over. And he's out there suing himself with his personal attorney as the AG, as the head of the DOJ, his personal fucking attorney of years, out there approving lawsuits against his own government so he can get billions of dollars and give them to domestic terrorists and white supremacist groups.
I mean, yeah, there were white supremacist ads, but how do you know he's giving it to white supremacist?
Dude, the people who chant these white supremacist sayings that he put in the ads are the same people he pardoned on January 6th, the same people he's giving that $1.7 trillion or billion dollars to. The same people who were guilty of seditious conspiracy. The leader of the Patriot Front and the leader of the Proud Boys, Enrique Tarrio, and then one other. Both of them work for ICE now. Both of them are eligible for this 1.6 or $1.7 billion slush fund. They were 15 years for seditious conspiracy. That means they had plans and acted out plans to overthrow our government.
I don't know what's up. Okay.
I'm sorry?
I don't know what to say to that.
As long as you get to tell women what to do with their bodies, you're chill
You hear
with
me?
corruption. You're chill with white supremacy. If Hitler was
No,
the
I'm
only
not chill with white
pro-lifer
supremacy, dude.
president out there, you would vote for him?
Depends.
What?
Hitler?
Yeah?
Why are we talking about Hitler?
I'm testing your logic. You're like, I don't care how bad these politicians are, as long as they're like pro-life and they close the border because they convinced me that the border was open. As long as they're that,
I mean, no, I wouldn't support Hitler. I got confused on the question. You like lagged out.
thank God.
What are these questions you're even asking me? First, you asked me if I thought white supremacy was good. Obviously not.
Dude, what
Now
do you
you're
mean
asking me if I
obviously
would.
not? You said what's wrong with it?
Dude,
What do you mean obviously
you're
not?
asking me like all these questions. Like, I don't like. Obviously, I'm against white supremacy and I'm against
This is
Hitler.
a
I don't know why you'd
growing
ask me these
problem.
questions.
Trump is blatantly fascist. Blatantly fascist. He is fascist. Definitionally, he is fascist. You're being tricked into voting for him on social wedge issues, on bullshit, on shit that does not matter.
You do make good points, man. I'll give you that. You made a lot of good points about Trump, but Elon, I think it comes down to jealousy and wanting more power. But you did make a lot of good points about Trump. I will give you that.
All right, man. Is there anything else you want to say?
Um, Let me think. I will. I actually like. I really like Gavin Newsom as a candidate. I think he would be a very good candidate for America. Only Gavin Newsom. If Kamala was elected, I'd rather vote Epstein. But if it's
Why?
because she worked for it, she didn't work for it, bro.
Dude, she was elected to every position she's been in. Just having a relationship when you're 20 doesn't give you a trajectory like that. That is wild. That is
I will
fucking
vote
wild.
for. I will vote for Gavin Newsom over JD Vance, but I will vote for Marco Rubio over a lot of Democratic. I don't know. I'd have to see. It's all
Dude,
gonna depend. But
Marco Rubio has
I
changed his position, especially on Trump, so many times. He is spineless. All he cares about is trajectory to president. That's all he cares about, which is dangerous. If anybody's sucked someone's dick to the top, it's Marco Rubio.
but you are kind of getting me off of the. You did make a lot of good points about Trump that I'm like acknowledging. I already didn't. I already knew that he wasn't the best president. But if what you're telling me is true, then you do make a lot of good points, and I respect you for your honesty. And
All right, man. Well, you're welcome to come back after you digest that.
all right, well, thank you. And why is your chat so toxic, bro? There's been shit talking me the whole time.
It's all right. I fucking sit up here and get kicked in the nuts like a party clown 8 hours a day.
You guys are so rude to me. I didn't even do anything. I just like was trying to debate this guy. But thank you for debating me, man. And I will vote for Gavin Newsom if it's JD Vance. I really like Gavin Newsom. I think he's a really good candidate. Do you like Gavin Newsom?
He's all right. He's all right.
I agree with a lot of his policies. I think he's a great governor of California at the moment.
Okay.
And by the way, the Epstein thing, that was exaggeration. Obviously, I wouldn't. If it came to that, that's not even like a realistic scenario.
All right,
That's
man.
not a realistic. That's not a
We'll
realistic scenario.
we'll take the Gavin vote. That works, man. We appreciate it.
All right, my last question for you. What is one thing you like about Donald Trump? I want to end off on this. What is one good thing he's done, is doing?
He signed an executive order that accelerated the use of psilocybin in mental health science.
When was that?
Magic mushrooms.
Okay, that's a good point. But I might come back up in I don't know if you remember me. I was up here a week ago. I
I
had the
think you.
Trump as
I
I
think
had
you
the
said.
Trump as
Think you said some bad stuff, and I kicked you, right?
no, not at all.
No.
I had the Trump as Jesus profile picture. You remember me?
Yeah.
I didn't actually leave that. I got banned. So,
All right.
all right, man. I'll be back up in a few weeks. All right, man.
All right, bro. Take it easy.
Have a good one.
Chat, tap the screen. If you enjoy these debates, click this plus sign up here. Also, let's get to 50K really quick. I'm going to open up the phone line. Someone just tried to call a minute ago. You're welcome to try again. Netanyahu's still bombing Lebanon? Pickles, I genuinely think you're the only guy who can get to these dudes. Support the stream. I don't know. Thank you. I need somebody to help me clip. If anything, it's somebody that needs to come to my apartment and make me, like, handcuff me to my desk and make me clip my shit. I need someone to help me fucking clip, dude. How's it hanging today? It doesn't really hang. It's just kind of shriveled. Is Pickles the MAGA whisperer? Could be. You had me in handcuffs. I live in DFW. Have I been up all night? I woke up at like midnight. Gina Hinoyosa for governor. W. I still don't know how to pronounce her last name. Hinoyosa. She's dope. She's dope. Hinojosa. Hinojosa. Thank you. Ocarina of Time remake. You ready? Yes. Inject that shit straight into my bloodstream. Yes. Absolutely. Howdy, neighbors. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
No, I saw your live, and I just wanted to say I totally agree.
Are you? You're a straight up fetus. Go on, get. Go on, get. Guys, we just had like 3 other people request to join. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? There was 3 other people in the box. Where'd you go? You're good, Jazz. You're good. We already got 26 follows this stream, guys. That's amazing. Thank you. Who do I think is going to win LA mayor? Probably Bass. Thank you for the subs on YouTube. Guys, if you're on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up. Send this out to some more people. This is kind of a different hour for me to go live, but it's been nice. They saw me cook. Yeah. Yeah, if I walked in on Gordon Ramsay in Hell's Kitchen, I would SpongeBob right back out of there. I would fucking, you know that squeak that Fogel makes when he asks that girl the time in the hall? I would make that I would immediately turn around. How many months do you guys think we'll be reeling with gas prices? The cutoff was 2 weeks ago that if we didn't stop this war 2 weeks ago, that gas prices were going to be like irreversibly bad for at least a year or two. Gordon Ramsay's slowly turning into Shaq. I think. Let me see. Are we? Israeli military says Hezbollah targets struck in Beirut. Is Gordon Ramsay based? Are his politics based? Has he espoused any political leanings? Or refused to cook for Trump? Yeah, he refused to cook for Trump. He's my favorite chef now. He's got a. If you guys want to learn how to cook steak, he's got a solid. He's got a solid like instruction for how to cook a steak on the stove in the oven. That's where I learned how to cook steaks. Chat, we're looking for Trump supporters. If you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Just don't do his grilled cheese. His brother struggled with addiction. I know that he's passionate about helping people.
Howdy,
Hello,
howdy.
hello. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am a former Trump supporter.
You're a what?
Former Trump supporter.
You got some background noise. You mind helping me out with that?
I apologize. It's probably my fan. It's a little hot in Texas over here, so let me go ahead and redirect that real quick. Okay, okay. Does that help or?
Yeah, that's good. What part of Texas you in?
San Antonio.
Sorry about that, L man.
San Antonio.
All right. What are you calling in?
You said Trump sucks, and I agree with you. So I'm just trying to make a point real quick that I do agree Trump sucks, and I run my own little debate platform too, where I talk to former Trump supporters. What I try to do is I just try to bring them in because I understand former MAGA is like a little bit of like the black sheep of the political parties right now. They don't have a place to go, and that's pretty much what I try to feel. You know, I did want to come up here real quick just so I want to understand what your biggest take about why Trump sucks.
Um, I, I have more people in the box to try to stick to debates, but I appreciate you coming up, Jack. If you stay tuned, you might hear some of my opinions on that.
Sure.
All right. Thanks for coming up, man, and thanks for doing what you're doing.
Appreciate you.
I have a question.
Are you over 18?
Sorry, I get really nervous and I zoned out. But I have a question.
Are you over 18? Type your question in chat. You can't be on live unless you're 18. Cilantro's 2.90 a bunch, under 99 cents. Refused very lucrative offer from Donald Trump. Love that. Love that. Anybody who's experienced hardship, especially like in their family, there's no way you could be a Republican unless you're religious and a weird zealot. I think anybody who's seen people in hardships, especially not due to their own fault, would not do the individualism bullshit politics Trump does. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
أنا من غزة from غزة ممكن مساعدة please 1K.
I love you. I love you. Try back in a few days, okay? Try back in a few days. Your birthday twin? Who's your birthday twin? I heard you say Bubba earlier. I'm gonna tell Santana. Guys, that is my saying. I love Santana, but I think he got that from me. He can use it all he wants, but I'm the OG Bubba. What's up, bro?
Oh shit! I was tapping. My bad.
You're good. You're good.
Do I support a man that's screwing the planet harder than a preteen Ivanka look like? I think not.
Based. Thanks, man.
That absolutely.
All right, take it easy. Thanks for tapping, man.
Oh yeah, I'm tap away.
Fuck yeah. Get that girthy wiener out of here. Chat. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, you're welcome to call this number on the screen if you're on YouTube or Kick. Call in. Tell me why you like Trump. Do you understand that Trump is 20 times ahead of leftist judgment? Dude, if I wanted to hurt Trump's feelings, all I'd have to do is tweet about him and he would shit bricks. He'd be up till 3 a.m. tweeting about it, truthing about it. He is not ahead of anything. He plays 1D chess. Just like Hillary said, you can lure him out with a mean tweet. He's playing Connect 4 with multicolored bottle caps. Chess is generous. Yeah, I know. I don't think Trump would know the rules of chess. I honestly think Trump is very stupid, very low IQ. I've never heard him say anything smart. He has an IQ that's worse than my fucking zannied out younger brother, dude. Do you think that Michelle Obama will sue the guy? No, she's not like Trump. Michelle Obama, who went to Harvard. Didn't she also go to she went to 2 Ivy League schools. She has a doctorate. She's all class. She's too classy. Princeton? Trump would lose. He would lose in Mousetrap and knock the whole thing over and say you cheated, dude. He would lose in Solitaire and blame the cards for cheating. She is gorgeous. Half of what makes her gorgeous, though, is her brain. Like, I don't think that she's, like, profoundly... What do they call it? Like, beautiful in, like, the typical way. But I think her brain makes her, like, a 12. Conventional, thank you. Yeah, I don't like. Could Obama do better? No. Obama could have any woman he wants, and he still couldn't do better. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
No.
He said no.
No, but I got questions about Trump though.
You like watching my stream?
I just caught it right now.
Appreciate it. Is there something you want to say, or are you just calling to?
Yeah. No, I do.
What's
So
up?
I know a lot of people that are Trump. Like, I guess you don't like Trump, and I don't really care for him. But one thing he is doing that before Trump, it seems like everybody was complaining about how corrupt and how things are in America, right? Have you ever heard that before Trump?
Corruption?
Corruption, how systems don't really work that well, how politicians are like lobbyists, just complaining about like how maybe
I would say it's like one thing to call it out and do something. It's another thing to call it out just for your own benefit and then come in and do it like 7 times worse. I think that this is just anti-government rhetoric because it does turn people to the right to have distrust in the government, like in general, baselessly. I think that like we've seen like an extreme increase in anti-government like sovereign citizens and flat earthers. Those are both a product of these anti-government conspiracies that Trump's espoused. I think that's not good. I think that people have lost the ability to critically think and make judgments, and it's usually people who just don't have an understanding of how things work.
right. I would say this, that off of Trump just kind of dismantling and destroying everything, what's missing is the people coming in to fill those gaps. That's the problem. I don't really feel like what he's doing is the real problem. It is a problem, but we don't have, because he doesn't have the ideas, in my opinion. I don't even think Republicans really have that great of ideas. They know how to dismantle, they know how to make things work for them, like for this whole data center shit. They're gonna make sure there's no regulation, and then once they got everything the way they want it, then they're gonna start putting regulations on the public. So I feel like there's not enough people stepping up to fill in those gaps. If we don't have Medicaid, or if we don't have certain programs to help people, we don't have new ones stepping in, because I really feel the Republicans aren't going to do that ever.
I think Republicans they focus on ways to get elected with rhetoric. I don't think they actually think of ideas that make anyone's life better. I honestly, genuinely don't. I think they literally just think of ways to lie.
You don't think that makes rich people's lives better?
I think it's rich people funding them to do these things.
Yeah. So it does make rich people's life better, but it doesn't make the general public lives better.
Sure.
Would you agree with that? Yeah. So I feel like they know how to, like, kind of like, there's a saying that when the like Republicans are great not necessarily at making the light bulb, but they're great at inventing bills. I mean, that's not necessarily
I think
like,
lobbyists are the ones who make the bills mostly.
yeah. But
I
you
don't
know the
think they
point I'm
make
trying to
bills.
make? But
I mean,
this is the point I'm kind of.
I think it's just very obvious. Yeah, when you look at legislation on each side, Republicans pass legislation that benefits very, very few people at the detriment of the whole, and Democrats do the exact opposite.
Right. So I would say this. This is my statement: is that while Trump is dismantling everything and getting rid of so much and tearing things down, there's not enough. I guess Democrats, you could say, or Republicans, or people in general stepping up to like fill in the gaps. Like me, I know they're getting rid of a lot of children's programs. I'm trying to start some myself. That's what I'm. That's what I'm doing. Not
I
saying that
mean,
I'm looking down at anybody else not doing it, but there's gaps that need to be filled, and I feel like the general public can fill some of those gaps, and the Democrats need to step up and start filling them up in government and figuring out how to
I think
do
that
the same.
what you're saying is not really making any sense. Like when Trump cuts Medicaid, Medicare, what action of stepping up can someone do?
Not necessarily Medicare, but like, okay, so they got rid of a lot of the school programs, funding for
Like the DOE?
after school programs,
Yeah.
huh? Yeah. So and what I'm doing is I'm trying to get get some new ones started. That's the example. Medicaid, I think, is more of like the Democrats' job. The general public can't really do shit with that. But as far as with the other stuff like programs for kids that are just being cut, I'm trying to like get the community involved and get some things done for kids. Like,
I mean, that's cool.
because
And like, I don't want to minimize your efforts. It sounds like they're
it's
good
hard.
efforts, but like, I don't think that they're making even the smallest dent on the damage that's been done. I think it's great you're doing it, but
I
like,
agree.
if you want to
Agree.
actually solve this in a systemic level or in a federal level, you have to do it with legislation. We can't just like look at a church and be
Yeah.
like, oh, they're going to start fixing homelessness. They're not going to fucking do shit about homelessness. They're not going to do anything
But
about
that's
starving
true.
people.
That's true. But that's where you got to start now because those voids are there and no one's filling them. So yeah, on a small scale, it doesn't put a dent on it. But if we all do it, that's how they got empowered. One people, like small groups all over the nation, got their agenda down, one person at a time. And if we kind of do like our part, one person at a time, yeah, me by myself ain't doing shit. But if we all kind of find out our role where we can help out a little bit, together that shit will actually start changing things a little bit differently and make it harder for them to take away to fill it with bullshit if we at least start trying to fill some of the voids that we can, if that makes any sense. Yeah, nah, by myself, nah, not a lot. But if we all chip in like how they all chip in with their propaganda and supporting the bullshit that they know is bullshit, but because they all do it one person at a time, it gives them strength to get that shit accomplished.
Sure, man.
Trump didn't do it. Yeah, Trump didn't do it by himself. That's all. That's all I wanted to say, man. I mean, I know you may not agree, but that's it.
All right, man. Thanks for calling in.
All right, have a good one.
You too. Woo. If there are over 300,000 churches in America, they could all just sponsor 1 to 2 homeless people. That's so true. It's so true. They don't care. They don't give a flying fuck. They want to go to a developing country and prey on people's whose lives are in the shitter, people in the most vulnerable position ever, and convert them. That's what they're doing. They're not trying to fix anything. Same thing with Elon Musk with $1 trillion. He could fix homelessness forever. Forever. In America. Won't do it. Hello, is this a Trump supporter? Hello, is this a Trump supporter? That's not a liquid trillion. We know. We know. He could take out a loan on his stocks. Hello, is this a Trump supporter? Hello? Dude, people like Larry Mueller, I feel so sad. I feel so sad for these people who chirp in the comments like that. Like level 12 Fox News propagandist. He's probably mad every minute of the day. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not. I just wanted to spread awareness to this issue. There's a woman in Afghanistan. They got like no, all their rights are being stripped. They can't even show their faces in public.
Okay.
I just wanted to spread awareness and tell everybody out here. Hold on, let me leave this bitch.
There's literally women right now in America at Turning Point USA meetings on camera saying they're willing to give up their voting rights. On camera saying they're willing to take a step back in civil liberties and rights. It's not any different. It's not any different. Not just willing, advocating for all women. Yeah, exactly, Cher. What's up at Turning Point USA fraud? Right? Right? Trump's not prosecuting that. Didn't they say they had like 3,000? It's like 3,000 or 30,000 branches or clubs, most of which are completely fake. Trump's not investigating that, is he? I think Little Country got to him. I think anybody could get to him. I think you're just seeing the most obvious example of corruption, and you're turning to your algorithm's white supremacist views and being like, oh, tiny hat people, oh no, I'm scared. So it's just very obvious for you. If you just keep looking, like every bit of Trump's presidency, every bit of his policy sucks for everybody besides the rich people who fund his campaign, who he put in his cabinet. Like 13 billionaires are in his cabinet. Do you think they're out there trying to make our lives better? They've shaved away benefits from every American and have bankrupted the country. But don't worry. It's just the Israel thing. That's like, what? What's Little Country? He's talking about Israel. Trump isn't smart. I agree. I think Trump is profoundly stupid. I think he's very stupid. That's why he has to lie, cheat, and steal to become successful, because he can't do it. He has no like business brilliance. There's no like business that you can point to of his where it's like, this, just look at this. This is brilliant. This is a 2-year-old phone that he spray painted gold and put his name on, and he's selling it for $500. It's a $150 phone. That's. Do you think fucking a successful cell phone company can just go do that? Trump has frontal temporal dementia. He likes stupid people. I mean, anybody who listens to Trump and goes, that guy's a leader, that guy's smart. You're either highly propagandized or you're just really dumb. And I mean that as offensively as I can. I work for Apple and we just laugh about it. Yeah. My parents too, man. My parents too. The giant Canadian faucet. I think magnets not working underneath water, or that there's airports in the Revolutionary War, or that we should nuke hurricanes, or that a certain hurricane was the wettest from the standpoint of water, or that I don't know, Diet Coke cures cancer, or that windmills give whales cancer, or I mean, you fucking every day it's something. Yeah, raking the forest. Injecting bleach, shining light underneath your skin to kill COVID. It's sad. It's so sad. RFK is just as bad, yeah. I think RFK is just a more well-spoken idiot. Batteries versus sharks. I think the climate's going to cool one day. Scientists don't know it yet, but the climate's going to cool one day. Yeah, after a nuclear holocaust, maybe. Who's the smartest in the admin? Netanyahu? uh Maybe Scott Bessent. He's a professor from Yale. I mean, he's got to be smart. He's just evil. The ones who've resigned are the smartest, yeah. I mean, Elon before K. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
It is, but I'm driving and I don't know if I'm allowed to talk to you while I'm driving.
You're
Hey,
not.
can you hear me?
You got to call back after you're not driving, all right?
All right, sounds good. I will. Have a good one.
The smartest were the generals they kicked out.
Yeah, hello, mate. Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah. What's the argument that Trump sucks, mate?
Yeah, Trump's pretty much turned our economy upside down for not just the United States, but the whole world. I think his domestic policy is socially dividing us. I think
let's
that
just go one by one, mate. Let's focus on the first point. So you said turn the economy upside down. So you're saying that his economy is bad?
yeah, there's not a single macroeconomic indicator that's doing well.
Okay, and obviously, well, that's going to be some type of normative property. So I'm sure you understand what that is, right? It's like evaluative. It's relative to some standard of correctness, a metric. So I'm going to need the metaethical status of well there, right? Is it
We can
some
just
type of
compare it to
non-independent
Biden. What Biden left him was probably preferable to what Trump has right now.
Okay, and is this a mind independent or a mind dependent property, mate?
I'm sure it's mind dependent, but I think.
Oh, then that causes issues for you, mate. If
Are you
was
just
mind
Phil broing
dependent.
this conversation about the economy? Can you
We can
can
just
you
cut
not
that
Phil
out,
bro
mate.
it?
If you're not advanced enough to speak about
I guess I'm
you
not.
know basic philosophy, then I'll just cut it out. So how did he make the economy bad, mate?
Yeah, so Most of his cuts to USAID, for instance, cost us money and cost us things that made our government run more efficient and the world more efficient. So that alone, for instance, the screwworm program that we had, he basically framed it as a program that was using $300 million to create male flies of some sort, and they memed on it. And now we're looking at the biggest screwworm epidemic the United States has seen in a long time, and he's going to be spending $1 billion to fix it. I think he's
One
got
thing real quick,
a whole
they're
huge
moving a
things
little
like
too
that.
fast.
I'm
I'm just
sorry?
going to need to argue that the screw program was inevitably going to prevent this type of event from happening. I mean, if not, you can establish that, then it's going to
Yeah,
be a problem
sure.
for
So
the
before Trump came in and cut this USAID program, it pushed screwworms all the way down past the Panama Canal. And now that we haven't done that, we don't have any monitoring programs to do that. And now it's a self-reporting program. So if a farmer just so happens to want to go out of business and be shut down through the EPA, he would have to, you'd have to report and send in a sample of your cattle to, or the worm itself to see if it's a screwworm. And what you'd be looking at is just unassisted shutdown, and you just be going out of business. So I think that if you don't know this, the screwworm is handled by they do some sort of radiation for these male flies, and the female flies
like a
of the
discus.
species. The female fly of this species only breeds once in their lifetime, so these male flies who are infertile would go around and mate with these female flies, and it would pretty much create a population of female flies who don't reproduce, which would cut down on the screwworms. The larva is the only thing that is actually harmful, not the fly itself. To the cattle. This is something that they didn't look into even a little bit before they cut, and there's many other cases in USAID I can point to, but this is just one we can talk about.
Yeah, no, it sounds like you're like using some type of discus biology, right? I guess, yeah, I guess I'll just grant that, even though I don't typically hold to a discus biology, but I'll just grant that point because I guess you don't want to get into the philosophical aspect. You can just move on to the next point, and I'll just give that to you, mate.
Thanks for the concession. I think that another program that he cut was stopping the Ebola virus and AIDS from spreading in North and South Africa. After he cut that program, we are now going to see 14 million women, children, and elderly die by the year 2030.
Well, that's not an economy thing, is it, mate? I
Well,
guess it's fine.
ultimately,
right?
it could
I guess
be.
that's not a good thing. Wow, I mean, how would not to say that it's a good thing that that's happening. It's obviously quite bad, but how would that affect our economy if people
I
in
mean,
a different
this is a
country are
stretch, and I
dying?
forgot that we were only talking about the economy, but if the
I mean,
virus
we're
came
not
here,
there, but
if the virus came here, either one of those, that would obviously shut down the economy, right?
yeah, but I don't think how would that virus get here? That's kind of like some
The same
Kenny
way
physics,
COVID
right?
came here.
But yeah, I mean, is Ebola that contagious and that it'd be able to spread that
Yes.
far?
Yeah, it can. Oh, Ebola
Let me
is.
search
Yes.
that real quick. Cause I don't know. There was this.
Ebola has a 50% survival rate. You're a 1 out of 2 chance of dying.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I know that it's very deadly, but the contagion rate is what I'm looking for. Cause I'm pretty sure what's this? I think yeah, one of my friends, he's like a doctor. His name is Kenny. He said that Ebola isn't really something to worry about in terms of like contagiousness.
I
right?
think
As
you're
long as
talking
like,
about hantavirus.
No, he was talking about Ebola. His name is Kenny. Ebola contagious.
So the infection rate is 1.5 to 2, meaning a single person typically infects 1 to 2 others. That's very bad.
Well, that's not that bad. That's not. I was saying it's not highly contagious compared to like COVID-19 or measles, and it does not spread through the air. Instead, it transmits through direct contact with bodily fluids from a symptomatic person. So, I mean, I guess there's a very low probability. Right? Yeah, I think Kenny definitely got me there.
COVID-19 is not even half as contagious as Ebola.
I think you're kind of
0.98.
misunderstanding. I think you're looking at how many people have actually been
No,
infected.
I'm looking at the effective reproduction number. It's 0.98, and Ebola is 1.5 to 2.
Well, I'm looking at, okay, I just searched up, is Ebola as contagious as COVID? And Google says, no, Ebola is significantly less contagious than COVID discuss 19. And I mean, obviously the logic holds. I mean,
I think you need to use
Ebola isn't.
transmission, not contagious rates. Transmission.
No, it's saying contagious. Like, so, just search it up, mate, so you can see what I'm seeing. It's saying
Search up transmission so you can see what I'm saying.
Is Ebola as transmissive as COVID? No, it's not as transmissible as COVID-19. Saying, well, they're both dangerous. They spread in completely different ways, making COVID-19 highly contagious. Can you try to explain what you're saying one more time?
Yeah, Trump cut USAID. COVID is significantly more contagious than Ebola. Okay, you're right. I'll give you that one. Highly infectious, once contracted, it spreads much less easily because it's not airborne, requires direct contact to infected bodily fluids. Sorry, repeat your last question.
Well, no, actually, it doesn't matter. I remember another thing that my friend Kenny, his dad wrote a paper. It was like, why doesn't Ebola virus cause pandemics like SARS-CoV-2? And it was talking about the it was like a physical model which reveals the background of the virus. And basically, it was it was a study that showed that Ebola, although maybe very contagious, right, will never cause a pandemic like the one we saw with COVID, given the mechanistic biophysical interactivity, and obviously the discourse physics. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would just obviously I'd have to disagree.
I still
with you
don't. I don't
generally.
think it's worth minimizing. Ebola is huge, and I think that Trump's handling of
Yeah.
any pandemic would be disastrous. I think we convince people that the vaccine is ineffective, that shutting down is a bad idea. Shutting down, while you might be able to make a case that shutting down businesses at the same rate as COVID is not as effective, I think that we'd still have people doing very conspiratorial things like taking ivermectin and shit. Because
Yeah.
they have been so flooded with anti-government conspiracy bullshit.
No, I completely understand that. I think you provided some really good insight. But what are your thoughts on like his other policies, like his investment into AI, like obviously, deregulation campaign? I think that's kind of stimulated the economy. Like, what about the tax cuts? You don't like those, or
I think
no?
the tax cuts you wouldn't be able to make a case for unless you're in the top 5%. 95% of people paid higher taxes last year, according to the ITEP. I
You're gonna
think
have to show me the model because it's likely a statistical model that's skewing the results. So I'd have to. I actually, funnily enough, I'm a math major and I study a lot of statistics. So I'd be able to analyze, likely using some type of regression model, which obviously the statistical inference there fails, and obviously statistical inferences are ampliative or non-ampliative. I mean, so obviously generalization.
I can just show you that this is what the thing is. Taxes rising for most Americans. About 95% of taxpayers will see a tax increases on average, driven by expanded tariffs and income tax changes. He cut things such as SALT deductions, and which effectively make blue states more so double dip in taxes, which is the biggest output for the economy.
Yeah, I'm opening up the analysis right now. I'm trying to see, right, whether they're using raw empirical data or they're using, yeah, okay. So it's a micro simulation model. So again, what they're not doing is they're not getting direct statistics and data from like something you can observe. They're getting empirical data from other things and forming statistical relationships between the variables to infer these new effects. So it's not like what you're presenting is like directly like we know that this is true with epistemic certainty. Rather, it's a statistical inference using a statistical model, and I'm not
I
seeing the
think that
mathematical calculation.
you're not
So I'd have
saying
to.
this is actually just coming directly from the increase from the numbers reported.
Yeah, show me where you're looking at, and I'll see. Yeah, I'm actually on that right now. Created with data wrapper.
So the very first paragraph of the first thing says a new analysis. You can click the blue words.
I know. Yeah, I clicked on that. So I'm looking at where you got this, but one thing that I don't like is that they don't have for this thing that you're showing right here. They don't have
Can you
the
give me some
source
good
of the
counter
data.
evidence?
Well, yeah, the counter evidence is that obviously statistical model, right, which obviously isn't a strong induction. So first of all, this isn't like a deductive argument, which is like something truth preserving. So we don't have epistemic certainty. We don't know that this is true or accurate.
We
with
can just
100%
look at
certainty.
we can look at the Brookings report for the 10-year analysis of his first tax cuts, which are very similar to this. Not to
Sure.
mention that I mean Trump
Do they
is
use raw
responsible
empirical
for
data?
I'm sorry.
My bad. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. No, I didn't mean to
So
interrupt you.
I would rather just see counter data. I don't think that any economist has determined that these tax cuts are beneficial to anyone more so than the top 1%.
Yeah.
91% of the tax cuts went to the top 1%.
Well, yeah,
I
I
don't
need
think
the
that's good.
evidence for that, and also I could, but we can get to this in a bit. I think the issue is that again, this ITEP study, right? Again, is very weak. I mean, for the figure one, they don't even provide the source of how they even collected this data. For figure two, it's a micro simulation model. They don't have any type of strong induction, and it's obviously not deductive. It's not raw empirical data. So obviously, right, the generalization there is very weak, and it's likelihood. It's not like we directly know this stuff.
I
Figure
think that
three,
this is all we have the first year in, right? Like you're not going to be able to show me an actual study that uses real data until we're a few years in, right?
well, I mean, you could get, I mean, the IRS statistics for last year. You said, literally what you mentioned is that last year, right, people paid more taxes. Obviously, like, whoever manages taxes would be able to see that. But I mean, I don't think that data is public or available to economists. So we
No,
would just never know.
some of these tax breaks are sunsetting in like 2 years, so it absolutely would be only
But that's
true
not
if you
last
saw
year.
if you have. Yeah, I know. Even with only last year, even while these sunset policies haven't sunsetted, we still have data showing. I think it's pretty damning. I think for you to dismiss it using some buzzwords and
It's not,
critiquing.
it's called statistics, man. It's called statistics. Sorry.
Well, do you have any smart statisticians that have come up with a something else?
Well, I mean, the thing is that statisticians and the people who made this know that what they're doing is, or it's not they know that what they're doing is dishonest, is that they know that people like you who don't understand statistics will look at this and assume that, oh, like we definitely know that this has happened. The issue is that obviously statistical inferences are ampliated. They generalize beyond
Have
the
you ever heard
current
of
data.
ITEP?
Yes, the Institute of Taxation Economic Policy.
Do you,
I'm familiar with them.
you know
but I'm not
they're nonpartisan. They're not out here with a political agenda.
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, right, the way you're reading it, right, is as if that we have certainty. In statistics, it's not like that. We don't have certainty because we don't have raw empirical data and we do not have a deductive inference. So that's the issue.
I
This is a
don't
very
think
weak
that
induction,
anyone's
man.
I don't think anyone's buying this. I think that we know that
Buying
Trump's
what?
motives and his the way he operates is very much so corruption and cronyism, fascism, for you to give him this much benefit of the doubt, even though we have a very
I'm not giving him
damning.
any benefit of the doubt. I have no
I
idea
think
what
you
you're
are.
talking
You're
about.
like, well, this isn't good enough for me. I want more raw data. I think that we
No,
have an
that's not what's
institute that
happening.
does this for us, for the American people, and
Okay,
I would believe it before Trump. I would believe it 1,000 times before
yeah.
Trump.
No, okay, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, look, what I'm trying to tell you is that I'm not saying that they're wrong or any of that. What I'm saying is that you're reading it wrong. The way you're understanding the data is not statistically correct. You're assuming what I just told you not to assume is that this is like a deductive inference or raw data. It's not. It's not like we know this with certainty. Do you know what certainty is in
Okay,
statistics?
so we're just uncertain about this data, but so far it looks and
Okay.
seems as if, right?
But looks and seems isn't actually the case. And let's move past
I think
this.
you're being
Going back to like 1 second, just 1 second.
I think you're being very generous here. I think that we can just look at the model of his last
I'm
tax
being very
breaks
fair.
and just see that these weren't meant for the bottom or middle class.
Okay. Hold on. So I think we'll go on to, you said that give me evidence that Trump's tax cuts have actually done something. I'm trying to find the source right now. I know there was an article by The Sun, but I'm looking for the source that said Americans to save up to 3,752 as 5 new tax laws come into force January 26. I'm rereading it to see whether they cited the source or used just basic logical reasoning to infer it. And it looks like they used basic logical reasoning. So, I mean, obviously, what it's saying here is that the big, beautiful bill, right, saved the 7 tax brackets from 2017. So, obviously, they kept the tax rates lower. They increased the child tax credit to 2,200, retained the high standard deduction, gave it a boost. And in addition, right, it says that they added some type of Morian flicks to the tax rates. So, I mean, yeah, it seems like there is a capacity for you to save more money, right, with the tax bill, just based off actual reasoning. I'm gonna try to find a study for you, right? I know you like these studies a lot that might show, and I'll hopefully get raw empirical data that might show that the tax cuts have actually, saved people money. But until then, you can continue on with whatever arguments you want to make or whatever you want to say, mate.
Yeah, I will just come back at you with the Brookings 10-year analysis and the actual reasoning for the report on it is also very damning. The way that he, let me see, the way they wrote it. Okay.
So what is this Brookings report, mate? It's
10-year
Brookings
analysis of the TCJA.
10-year analysis of TCGA. I'm gonna go and analyze this the same way. So is it called preliminary details and analysis of the Tax Cuts and Job Act, or is it how did the TCGA, like, which one is it?
I think it's preliminary.
Okay. Yeah, and again, I mean, yeah, it's a model. It's a statistical model. It's obviously
And this
an
is
economic
obviously what
model.
he looked at when making the decision to pull the trigger on this, right?
Yeah.
That's
And
not
I
good.
definitely no, anything to do with statistical and economic models typically isn't good, given uncertainty and obviously the Moorian flux.
But
I know you definitely know about sampling variability. At least maybe that might, if you don't know about uncertainty, like at least like maybe in like algebra one, you study like sampling variability. You know that if you have like a really small sample of something, let's say like polling for like who vote who, right? You have a really small sample, you get screwed by sampling variability. Maybe that might help you understand how bad statistics actually is. Do you know what
All right.
sampling variability is?
No, I'm a high school graduate, so I didn't study economics at a higher level.
Okay.
The new tax law makes substantial changes to rates based off both individual and corporate tax incomes taxes, most prominently cutting the maximum corporate tax rate 21%, redesigning international tax rules, providing a deduction pass-through income. Other major changes includes expensing of equipment, investments, eliminating personal and dependent exemptions. The tax on people who do not obtain adequate health insurance coverage, and corporate alternative minimum tax, and increases in the standard deduction, the estate tax exemption, the individual alternative minimum tax exemption. Almost all of the individual tax income and estate provisions expire after 2025, while most of the corporate provisions are permanent. That's pretty damning itself. Like, if you look at the dollar amount tied to the corporate tax cuts that were permanent, versus the individual tax cuts, just the dollar amount, it pales in comparison. I think you'd have a really hard time arguing against that. TCJA stimulate the economy in the near term, but most models indicate that the long-term impact on gross domestic GDP will be small. And I think what they pulled out was that it was like a 0.4% increase in GDP. The impact will be smaller on gross national product than on GDP because the law will generate net capital inflows from abroad that have to be repaid in the future. I'm trying to get to the part where they talk about how damning, like all of the moving parts and the sliders that he's moved were so egregiously geared towards the rich and at the expense of the middle and lower classes. And by the way, all I really have to point to is this. The debt has just fucking nosedived under Trump. Trump is 25% of this country's debt, and if it would have worked, if we would have seen a return the first time, I feel like we would have seen it by now. It's been 10 years, and it's not there. The return's not there. We're diving even further into debt.
Wait, does that say milk and cookies model at the bottom? Or am I wait. I need to open up what you're reading. So sorry, can you give me the name of it one more time?
This is a different source that I just pulled up on screen.
No. Just give me
do you want the source that I have pulled up on screen? Or do you want what we're talking about?
Yeah, because I kind of already forgot even the point.
So you can just look at Fred, federal expenses or the debt versus GDP.
Oh, well, not that. I want what you were talking about earlier, with obviously the egregiously moved like sliders. How it was like biased towards the rich.
Brookings, the preliminary effects of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, a preliminary analysis.
Effects of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, a preliminary analysis. And that's by Brookings, right?
I just don't think you can make a case for spending this much money with such a mild return on investment. Like, not even mild, it's tiny, it's microscopic.
But return on investment in what? Because I mean,
GDP
I don't
growth.
know if well, I don't know. I think that GDP growth seems promising. Are you familiar with like all the investment that Trump has claimed to have gotten? He's claimed to have gotten quite a lot in investment.
That's not from the TCJA though, right? It's not from the Big
No, I've never
Beautiful Bill
said that.
either. So what we're saying is we're justifying these tax breaks with some sort of investment. This isn't doing that.
That's not what's happening. But I still have to verify whether what you're saying is solid in like a
That is what I'm
way.
doing. That I am saying that Trump's tax cuts were in an
Yeah.
effort to raise GDP. We don't have anything to point to that says that's a thing. Not even close to make
Yeah, I
up for
get
what the
that.
tax cuts were accounting for. We're talking about trillions of dollars. If we would have trillions of dollars of reinvestment to the tune of paying back this money, meaning the trillions of dollars we have to pay back through tax income gains. The tax income gains definitely haven't exceeded the 12 trillion fucking dollars he's included in the Big Beautiful Bill, with the forecast of what it's going to cost in 10 years.
Well, I just found a study by the Tax Foundation. I'm not sure if you'd accept this. I don't know. I've never read of this, but it's saying that it would lead to a 1.7% increase in GDP over the long term. So there might be some type of reasoning, right? That might justify.
That's still 1.7% increase in GDP. Still doesn't come close, because it would have to be, it would have to far exceed, like that GDP has to be taxed in a way that pays us back, right? So 1.7% increase does not pay
You just lagged out,
for the
man. I don't mean to interrupt.
7%.
Okay. You just lagged out. I
The
don't mean to interrupt.
1.7% increase does not pay for the 7% deduction we've given businesses alone. Again, that makes it. It doesn't make any sense.
But we never said it had to. Why does it have to?
It would
I think that's
absolutely
not
have to.
But why is? But
Because
I'm
that's
not
his
seeing it.
justification for it.
How is that his justification for it? Sorry, like I just need you to break this down for me, man.
Okay. For this to be a worthwhile investment, if I were to say, give me $12 trillion,
Yeah.
and in a year, your income is going to increase by 1.7%. That 1.7% would have to exceed in such a way, $12 trillion. It would have to exceed it in such a way that the taxable money you're receiving exceeds $12 trillion, right? That would be a worthy investment.
Yeah, I might be starting to understand what you're trying to say. So what you're saying is that he increased the debt potentially without having anything to pay for it, is what you're saying? Or
This
am I
is not. This
misunderstanding?
debt is not going to be paid back like he promises. This debt does not get paid back. Our GDP is not growing in such a way that our revenue, our tax revenue, is making up for it.
Yeah.
We can literally just take a fraction of what he spent and do
Yeah.
Democrat policy and see 7 times a return on it.
Well,
Times.
I would disagree with that. I feel like the Democrats have been caught up in a lot of regulation and fraud, especially I personally live in California, so I mean I don't know, with Gavin Newsom it's kind of crazy. I don't mean to not all Democrat. I feel like Massachusetts is a really good state. And there are fraud in Republican states like Louisiana, but
All right,
nah,
so
come on.
I think
Democrat
Trump has done a really
policies
good job
are
in
insane.
politicizing fraud and trying to attach it to Democrats. I think that
No, I just
nothing
explained.
comes even
Louisiana has high
close.
fraud.
Yeah, I know.
Republicans also have fraud, but nothing like
Republicans.
Minnesota and California.
I still don't agree. I don't think Democrats are responsible for Somali fraud in Minnesota.
I mean, I don't know about that, man. Tim Walz and Gavin Newsom, they get really defensive. I feel like they're not genuine about it.
Really?
Like, if they really cared about it, they wouldn't go and attack the people exposing it, and rather they say, there is this fraud, right?
Dude,
we're going to go and attack it. We're going to cut down on it. It's like-
Trump has literally done fraud in the open, and he has pardoned fraudsters. He does a pay for pardon. If you commit fraud and you're a friend of Trump, you can get pardoned out of it.
Well, I need
What's
the
more
evidence for
fraudulent
that,
than that?
man.
What's more enabling than that?
Well, I need the evidence for that. I haven't been, demonstrated that. I haven't even been told that before.
Have you looked at Trump's trades in the first quarter of this year? 3,600 stock trades.
Okay.
Okay, he did a $100 million investment in Dell. 12 days later, he came out and said, hey, go buy Dell. And then Dell's stock shot up 99 points. And then he invested
I don't see how
as
that's
a...
fraudulent.
That's called
How's that?
insider trading, man.
How is that insider trading? That's like, imagine like someone famous, they buy like, let's say 10 shares of Tesla, and they go and say, I love Elon Musk. That's not insider. Like insider
Okay,
trading.
here's a
would be
more
like when you
clear
have
cut.
information.
Here's a more
One
clear cut.
second.
NVIDIA. He invested hundreds
Yeah.
of millions of dollars in NVIDIA, and then he's gone around holding the CEO of NVIDIA's hand doing deals with the whole world to enrich this. And he's also approved the sale of one of our proprietary chips to China, which is literally a threat to national defense. But thank God he gets to make some money.
Well, okay, yeah, again, the second thing you did, that's still not insider trading, and
That is
I wouldn't agree that
absolutely
selling
insider
proprietary.
trading.
Well, no, what? Okay, and you also implied that he was doing it to enrich himself, but like Nvidia is one of our top performing, right, technological companies. I mean, everybody who has a PC, right, who's, obviously all the AI companies rely on Nvidia.
You're
So it's not
being
like
obtuse, dude. You're being so obtuse.
I'm not being
When
obtuse.
Trump has the
You're being
power,
obtuse.
when Trump has the power to legislatively empower Nvidia after he invests in it, that is absolutely legislative or insider trading.
But that's like,
Absolutely.
okay, let's say Donald Trump goes and he invests in, let's say, like ChatGPT, right? Initial public offering, right? And he buys like 10 shares of ChatGPT, right? And then he goes and invests in ChatGPT, right? Say like, let's say improve the next model, right? You can't say that's fully insider trading, or like that's like malicious intent.
That is
right. I mean, there is.
I could probably make a. First of all, every president leading up to Trump has put all of their business dealings into a blind trust. Trump did not do that. He's unique in that way, and he has traded more stocks than any politician in Congress all put together over the last 10 years.
Okay. I mean, okay, well, just trading alone doesn't have to be necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, but when every
Well,
single
look at
trade
Travis
reflects a
insider
political
trading.
decision you make, that is absolutely insider trading, my man.
Well, I think that's an exaggeration, and the examples you've given me aren't that strong. Like again, like imagine if like let's say who's someone famous, like really famous, like let's
Martha
say Ronaldo
Stewart?
said, I don't know who that is. Who the hell is that?
You don't know who Martha Stewart is? She went to
Yeah,
jail
no
for
big history,
insider
man.
trading. Someone paid to kick you, all right? You're welcome to call back some other time.
All right, goodbye.
W Marika's in the chat all day long. We love you, Marika. Please kick. I don't think this kid really has any idea what he's trying to debate, which is fair because he's barely out of nappies. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
I didn't mean to come up.
Okay. How much to kick? It's $40 to kick. The guy said he lives in LA. Mr. Z, thank you for the super fan. Thank you for the gifted super fan. Chat, we are doing more debates. If you're trying to debate, call in. The number on the screen is now on if you're on YouTube. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Fan, thank you for the gifted super fan. Chat, we are doing more debates. If you're trying to debate, call in. The number on the screen is now on.
I was zoned out, missed your name. It's Marika, Julie. It's Marika. 813, you're welcome to call back. Just turn my stream off before you do. Alice Marie Johnson made her his pardon czar. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Nigger, 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 nigger.
So yes. Chat, that was a person calling in on the Google phone. School's out? God damn it, dude. It doesn't show you live. Did you know that Gavin Newsom's actually selling or doing investigations on that? Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Just like major part of his policies. As for me, it's kind of like a golf game. I like that analogy that gentleman used, that I like where the ball lands. So, and overall on migration, with getting rid of the illegals, with the Iran conflict, I just kind of like where his policies end up landing.
Yikes. All right. Immigration and Iran. All right. So immigration, I think, is a complete disaster if you want to talk about that. So Trump has done things that have been deemed unconstitutional, even with a 9-0 Supreme Court decision, including things like sending people such as Abrego Garcia to a death prison in El Salvador. Without any sort of due process. While that might stop people from even trying to come over the border, it's created a bad taste in the mouths of all of our allies, and we even have travel warnings on most of the Western countries. They have deemed us unsafe for travel, and we have a dip in tourism, I think to the tune of about 20% now, which is reduced economic policy or reduced economic growth. Also, Trump cheats at golf, bro. Trump cheats at golf. There's a book you can read. It's called Commander in Cheat. And pretty much what it says is...
so the best you got is he cheats at golf. That one really just...
I think that was just a side
about
note.
The presidency.
Dude, think about your friends. Do you ever go golfing?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Hey,
I don't like golfing.
If you imagine you had a friend and he turned out to be someone who like cheated at golf every time.
Yeah.
That says a lot about your character. And Trump is a prolific cheater. In all of his own tournaments, he cheats. He has a golf cart that goes 30 miles an hour, so he goes ahead and he moves his golf ball. It's well documented. And I think that just speaks to his character.
Okay. So he cheats at golf, and that makes him a terrible president.
I think that's just like one of 1,000 things I can list, but yes, that makes him a terrible person. I think given decisions behind closed doors that he makes, I think in every chance he can get, he will rip us off, enrich himself, do corruption and cronyism, and I think it's very obvious at this point. If you don't see it, you're just drinking the Kool-Aid.
No, and then that's where I'm at. Is I think the majority of the Congress and Senate do all that. I think they're the ones who manipulate the system, control the system, and then just the average person, people like you, again, you use statistics and data and stuff like that, but you interpret it wrong, you read it wrong, you use it to the wrong effect, and don't even understand it.
Cool.
So
do you want to correct me on any of the statistics I showed?
Sure. How much debt has incurred under President Trump?
25 trillion. Or no, I'm sorry, 25% of the trillion. So his first term, he spent about $8.4 trillion. In his first year, this term, I think he spent another $5 trillion.
He did?
Yeah.
But didn't he create a budget and then give it to Congress, and Congress shot it down and made their own budget? And what did they do? They increased it? So is that Congress that actually increased it?
I think that Trump has made his demands clear for Congress. I think that Trump has also done things like the Big Beautiful Bill, which was largely written by people in the Heritage Foundation. So I think he's just basically doing whatever the fuck, and that's just costing us a lot of money.
Oh, but then Congress is the one that actually gets to pass all the spending and stuff, though, correct?
At his direction.
But it's still blamed on Trump. Is that correct? Or
at his direction, correct? Yeah. So I don't think that Biden would approve.
Congress passed his budget?
Yeah.
Congress passed his budget or didn't pass his budget?
I'm sure there have been revisions to his budget. Some of them have been revised up, right?
Most of its revision, it went way up, and it was from Congress. Do the research.
Don't tell me to do research.
Congress is the one that bumped. Congress is the one. You're mistaken. Because all the president can do is create a budget. He didn't spend the money. Congress spends the money. So yes, it went way up in spending.
Trump is out there.
Congress spent the money.
Trump is out there asking. Trump is out there asking for an increase for the military budget from $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion. That's Trump, right?
Correct.
Trump himself.
Correct.
Right.
But
so
look at the cuts that he made that Congress has no effect over, which is like or the USAID. He actually cut a lot of people from that. So that's revenue that Congress had no control over. The revenue on that is gone, but then they still increase their spending on all of their little pet bills. No one does the research on that.
So USAID is a total of 10. USAID was a total of $10 billion a year, literally almost nothing. And it's his cuts to it have cost us more than $10 billion. The cuts incurred, in fact, we're about to pay $1 billion right now for a program he cut that was $300 million. And that's pretty much the gist of everything he did in the cuts to USAID. They call me the best, Chet. They call me the best. Not to mention all the people on live for it. Yeah. Dean's failing to get debates. Guys, you'll learn real quick that the honey dick method. You got to do the fucking honey dick method. It's the way to go, dude. Tap the screen, y'all. Thank you guys for the 451 viewers right now. And if you enjoy these debates, give me a follow, whether in YouTube or on TikTok. We are live almost every day. And we blow their backs out, chat. What's that method? Honey dick. It's not what you think. It's not what you think. It's where you dip your dick in honey. Chat, we're the best to do it. We're the best to do it. Tell Dean if he needs someone to teach him how to get debates, he can DM me. He knows that we've hung out before. He knows who I am. I'm just kidding. But yeah, chat, we're looking for debates. If you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box or call the phone number. Hello, is this a Trump supporter? I do not know how Felice is doing. Hello? Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes, it is.
Oh, what do you like about Trump?
I do like his immigration policies. I know we've been watching the show for a little bit now. You guys have been talking about, you guys didn't like Trump's immigration policies, but I mean, they were far better than Barack Obama's.
How so?
When you look at the statistics for Barack Obama, sorry, he misdeported thousands of U.S. citizens, and there's statistics to back that up. I mean, we keep talking about the one or two that keep hitting the public eye for Trump, but we don't talk about the 3.4 million people that were deported under deporter-in-chief
But those aren't
Barack
citizens,
Obama.
though, right?
No, but there were thousands, and they're documented thousands of U.S. citizens.
Okay, so this is what I would say. I'd say Barack Obama's deportations included 60% criminal deportations, 20% were repeat offenders, and the rest were just people at the border trying to get in. So Trump's deportations consist of 70% non-criminal. So he's just going around tackling kids at birthday parties and shit. I much prefer Barack Obama on this one.
You prefer his cages on the border? I mean, those were very well televised when he was deporting people.
Yeah, I much prefer him with the cages and the way he used them as opposed to Trump's zero tolerance policy that used those cages as a deterrence when he locked up children separate from their parents, adjudicated their trials separate from their parents, deported them. There were 1,300 kids total that we know of that just straight up we have no idea what to do with because they don't know where they fucking belong. Barack Obama didn't do that.
I mean, Barack Obama did not do a very good job on the deportations at all. I mean, I understand where you're coming from and stating it, but when it comes down to deportations, I mean, if they come over the border illegally, it's still a crime, correct? And if you're not a U.S. citizen, you must go back to point of origin.
I know. I think this is a part of fascism that I always have to point out, is that you guys are obsessed with national security, and this has no positive outcome for us to over police undocumented migrants. Because I would ask you, if I were to become president and I were to allocate $897 billion over the next 10 years to just straight up arrest everybody who's poking smut, because it's federally illegal, right? Would that be a good use of our money?
Technically not anymore. It's not.
It's still federally illegal. It's just a Schedule 3.
It's, yeah. Okay. I mean, I agree with you there. I do agree. I had a couple of other ones. I mean, the taxation that we're going through, I get, we're under wartime. And that definitely is going to raise taxes, going to raise oil prices. It has over multiple presidents. It really doesn't matter what side of the aisle it was on.
I think it's kind of a pivot there. I don't think anybody would have done what Trump did in regards to Iran.
I mean, no, but we went through Desert Shield and Desert Storm just for the same thing, oil. I mean, it's been the same thing for, again, both sides of the aisle. We've just been after the same thing, and it's always been oil.
I don't think that we would have attacked.
Been there in the beginning, and
we wouldn't have attacked
90s either.
We wouldn't have attacked the country that has the ability to close the Strait of Hormuz, especially consider we saw what happened during Jimmy Carter. Anybody with 2 brain hemispheres would know that no plan to keep it open is going to negatively affect oil. Or maybe on the upside of that coin, Trump and his multiple $1 million of investments or multiple billionaire oil mogul friends had every interest to make oil scarce and the price of oil skyrocket. Who knows? But this did not help anybody.
That is true. But I mean, it didn't go up as much as everybody thought it was going to, which again,
thanks to China.
The economy. Yeah, thanks to China, and thanks for everything we got from Venezuela. But
Venezuela didn't do anything.
It's already shown now that this conflict has been ended. I mean, our oil prices have already gone down almost $10 a barrel in the past
to China.
few days. I mean, that's partially maybe we can go with thanks to China, but I mean, ending the conflict brought it down. It's over a global scale.
You don't get points for kind of fixing the thing you fucked up.
I'll give you that. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the taxation of the rich. On one hand, taxing the rich is going to snowball downhill to the poor, which means the rich aren't going to be making their money, so they're not going to be able to give raises. They're not going to be able to be paying people better wages.
That's already false.
So, I mean, because the 1% of this world, the elites own, 90% of the companies?
Well, all right.
If they're getting taxed extra, they're not going to be able, it's going to snowball downhill. If they're getting taxed less, it's going to raise wages. It's going to mean people make more money. They get more pocket money. I mean, just me and the wife alone over the past, let's say less than a year have gotten 2 raises a piece, and both of them have been $1.50, $2 a piece.
Still, it's not really doing anything. So
it
let me tell you,
it may not seem very much, but for the working American, seeing more money in our pockets, and yes, I mean, we are getting a tax because it's got to. Once you don't tax the rich, it's got to go more on a national scale to spread out the taxation.
All right,
I get where people are coming from there.
Let me stop you in your tracks. The tariffs alone are the most direct way to tax the consumer and to make companies literally you could pass 100% of it on to the consumer. So I think that Trump doesn't give a flying fuck about that. 95% of all Americans paid more taxes last year and will continue to pay more taxes, according to the ITEP. And second of all, when we talk about companies being able to reinvest and give people raises, that used to be a mechanism of taxation. So if a company were to look down the barrel of a $300 million tax burden at the end of the year, it used to be like back in the 50s and 60s, they would go, I am not paying a single penny of that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to spend $300 billion reinvesting in my business and give my people pensions and give my people tax giant raises. And that alone would offset your tax liability 100%. If that's really what you wanted to do with it, you could already do that. That's already tax reducible. So that is just a
Yeah.
lie propagandized from the richest of the rich to you.
I mean, we could go with that, yeah. But I mean, also back in the 50s and 60s, I mean, we weren't in the multiple $1 trillion of debt that has been grossed over not just Trump, but multiple presidents in a row.
25% of it's Trump.
Yeah, but 75% isn't.
Yeah, but we're 250 years old.
Of trillions of dollars. Yeah, that's understandable, but we didn't start really going into debt until the 50s and 60s. I mean, we were slightly in debt with China and stuff like that, but it wasn't
we had a balanced
trillions upon trillions of dollars that we owe China right now.
And
that came from before Trump's presidency.
I don't know how you think we owe China trillions. They have about $1 trillion worth of bonds, but we don't necessarily owe that unless they want to cash in on it. That's not really a thing. And the economy, both ours and theirs, would collapse if they did that.
Right. They're not gonna. Of course, they're not gonna fucking go there. But it's understandable that we've had to borrow money, and that's documented forever now, that we've had to borrow money from everywhere in the world. We're not bringing in what we used to, and we can't just solely blame one person.
You really can.
I was a Democrat before I voted for Obama. I've voted Democrat for a long time, but I've just watched the Democratic Party has been politicizing everything, and it's been within less than 10 years that I have switched to more of a neutral standpoint. I can't really say I'm strictly Republican or strictly Democrat. I voted for Trump the first time and the second time now.
I don't think your perspective. I'm sorry I don't mean to insult you, but like your opinions should matter. It doesn't matter what context you can give me your opinions in. They should all make sense in a room by themselves. I don't care about your trajectory in politics. What you should do is go look at the actual performance of each party in regards to GDP growth, in regards to the debt, in regards to job growth. It's like hands down. Like you could be 3 years old and make this decision easily by looking at the two in metrics. That's all if you cut through all the noise, if you want to know who politicized things, it's the right. If they got you to vote against your best interest in the way that we work with the economy and the way they do, it's them who have politicized things, not us. There's no reason in the world you should vote Republicans if your worry is the economy. There's not a single thing you can make. There's not a single case you can make. You can go ask AI right now. Ask your favorite AI model. Who's better at the economy?
I don't use the AI model. I don't use AI at all with my cell phone or anything.
Well, do whatever you got to. Google it. Do whatever you can. There's not a single person out there that can make a case for Republicans being better at the economy at all. Democrats make 50 times more jobs than Republicans. And just because they got a bunch of people to hate trans people or immigrants to sway their opinions doesn't mean it was better for the economy. In fact, mass deportation by itself is working against every single thing you could point to that might be beneficial to the economy. Trump's mass deportations by themselves is going to increase the deficit by $350 billion by the 10-year. That's a year. That's yearly. That is dooming our children's children's children to paying that debt back.
Okay. I mean, I understand that, but I mean, that's the same argument we can make for Barack Obama with his mass deportations.
No, you can't, because he strictly went after criminals, people who are literally just locked up already or are out on bail or just haven't showed up for hearings. Those are the people that we need gone. That's fine. But just getting regular people and even going after, I think he made 500,000 people who were legally present automatically or immediately not legally present just so he can deport them too. He is doing everything to make this country white. That's about it.
I would call it making this country white. I mean, come on there.
No, I'm staying 10 toes down on that. So Trump
You're
reduced.
standing 10 toes down on it, but yet we have like the Democrat from Maine with a swastika tattoo that the Democrats are all backing. I mean, come on.
Yeah, see, he doesn't have any actual policy that is parallel to Nazism, but Trump absolutely does, and Trump has reduced the amount of.
If you tattoo a swastika on your body.
It wasn't a swastika, by the way. You're lying. It was a skull and crossbones. He picked it off of a piece of flare art in the shop with his buddies when he was like 19 overseas abroad in the military. He didn't do it because he thought it was a Nazi tattoo. He already got it covered up, by the way. we have all the history in the world of him on Reddit, none of it where he espoused any sort of white supremacist rhetoric at all. We have Steve Miller and Trump running ads for ICE that are literally white supremacist ads, literally.
I must not have seen any of those. I have not seen any white supremacist ads. But
Okay, I can give them to you. So one of them was, so there was a Buffalo shooter that went through a dollar store and shot 3 black people, and he had the N-word spray painted on his gun. He opened up his manifesto with the words, "We'll have our home again." That is what Trump's ad says on Twitter right now. It says, "We'll have our home again." It's a picture of a cowboy riding a horse. He also started using the Moon Man, which is from an old McDonald's mascot that white supremacists online have adopted because it looks like a KKK member. He also uses a quote, he uses the term remigration, which is literally from Nazi Germany. He uses the quote, wayward Western man or something. Instead of Western man, it says American man. And that is also a white supremacist book by a white supremacist author. He is dog whistling, and white supremacist groups online have talked about starting a race war and joining ICE.
I will definitely have to do my research on that one. I appreciate that. Either way, like I said, I definitely voted for Trump. I will still back him on a lot of stuff. As I said before, I'm no right-leaning, left-leaning. I'm more country-leaning. And, but yeah, I appreciate you giving me those insights, and I will definitely go through and do some more research.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you calling in.
Yep.
All right. Out of the 6,069 refugees that Trump has taken in so far, 6,066 were white. And then there was 3 Afghan refugees. He's reduced the amount of refugees we take from 170,000 to 6 or 7,000. And it's only white people. We had a Supreme Court decision made last year that allows ICE to arrest people based on the color of their skin. What else do you need? Yeah, on accents, language, and jobs. Not just color of skin. I mean, but it doesn't have to be all of them. It can just be one. It can just be the color of their skin. BRB. Chad, I dare any one of you mother effers to come up here and try to challenge me on a cheese collection. All right? If your cheese collection ain't shit, pipe down when you talk to me. All right? We got a wheel of smoked Gouda. All right? And if you're eating fucking Kraft cheese slices and you're not on this tip right here, you can shut it. All right? I'm from Wisconsin. All right. Well, I mean, I breathe oxygen, but that doesn't make me an astronaut. All right. Craft singles slap. Oh no, dude. 5-minute ban. There was a minute where I thought I was lactose intolerant. Thank God I'm not. But I was eating these cookies. You guys know Larry and Lenny's cookies? They're like usually plant protein based. So there's a flavor of Larry and Lenny's cookies called Ginger Snap. And if you ever just want to have a good day, maybe week, where you're just gassy, dude, buy the Ginger Snap Larry and Lenny's cookies. Read the read the Amazon review. There's just people stacked in the reviews like, dude, this gives you, this is like an explosive planted in your stomach, dude. If you ever just want, I don't know about y'all, I'm in a pretty decent mood when I'm gassy. So I mean, if you want to have a nice Friday, get you some Larry and Lenny's. Too much fiber? No, dude. There's some sort of chemistry to it for sure. Chris says, my name is Pickles, and I love craft singles. Thank you for the $1, dude. Thank you for the $1. Chris is MAGA, dude. God damn, that's delicious.
السلام عليكم. أنتك من غزة.
Assalamu alaikum. I love you, but I'm sorry. Hard cheeses have little to no lactose. That's good to know. Try Sunchokes. Healthy, delicious, gassy. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Do you ever just baby scoop this very large, very fluffy cat?
What? Velveeta is so much better than Kraft cheese. Velveeta feels like it tastes like that that fake cheese you get out of like a dispenser at the movie theater. Whichever one of you mother MAGAs put my email address into job postings, there's a special place in hell for you. Now you're trashing Velveeta? Velveeta? I've never tasted dispensable cheese. If you've been to a cheap skating rink in the 80s or 90s, you've had it. It's what they put on your nachos, dude. My name is Pickles and I'm 5'4". All right, Chris. All right, bro. All right, bro. Propaganda. Fake news. Chat, the phone line is on, and if you guys want to debate, the phone number is right here. What do I think about Gavin Newsom's being investigated? Just going to be a big nothing burger. It's lawfare. What do you think about the Trump administration being investigated by Gavin Newsom? Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Loved the UFC fight. That was phenomenal. It's great. Love he's getting
What
rid
about-
of them illegals. You know, just shipping them out one by one.
What does that do for you?
Makes me feel a lot safer that I'm not going to run into any illegals on my way to work.
Why does it make you feel safe?
Because illegals shouldn't even be here in the first place.
How does that make you safer?
Because they're illegal and they shouldn't be here. And they bring crime and disease with them.
They don't really bring any crime.
Oh, they do though.
Did you know that if we deport 100% of undocumented migrants, our crime rates in every single category would reduce by 0.0000001%, and you guys are paying $897 billion with a $350 billion deficit to do this?
Well, let's get rid of the Jews too, and that'll drop the crime rate down even more.
Okay, that's not true either. Are you just anti-Semitic?
No, I just know that Hitler was right about everything.
Nice, so you're a true MAGA supporter.
Well, Zing Heil Hitler, right?
Sounds right.
Yep, and yep, all the Jews run everything.
All right. Chat, MAGA's so sick of being called racist and Nazis. They're sick of it. Guys, they don't deserve that. Guys, it's unfair. Guys, 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 stop being mean. Guys, donating to my Cash App or Venmo or PayPal so we can stop anti-right rhetoric. Racist and Nazis. No Town, you did just hear the last guest, right? You did just hear that? You were listening, right? Trump converted to Judaism. You didn't hear what he said? He literally Zig Heiled and said Hail Hitler. Anthony, thank you for the $5. Said fuck that last guy. W. Anthony. Wow, so he's a, do you think he's voted for Graham Plattner? You think he'd vote for him? Yeah, Stephen Miller's son. Stephen Miller's son, his initials are HH. Pete Hegseth, by the way. got flagged by our own government for having white supremacist tattoos. But that's chill, right? That's chill. The drunk, grapist Fox News host that runs the entire Department of War, who wrote books about using the military against leftists in this country, domestically. Right? That's chill. We have Trump quoting Hitler. But a tattoo that was accidentally Nazi adjacent. It's a line too far, guys. It's a line too far. What am I eating? Smoked Gouda. Get some bona fide winners up there today, or got some. Thank you so much, Haley. Thank you for the $5. It feels like we're being punked. I know. Scott Rogers, you came up and you showed off a toilet bowl full of poop. So you're not allowed back, bud. You came up here and showed us your very unhealthy bowel movement. I eat cheese 9 out of 10 times, and my poops look better than yours still. Get it sorted out, dude. How does Trump suck? Ask Netanyahu. I'm sure he minds the stepchildren. I'm sure he gets like good suction going on. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Just that he's pro-life.
Do you have any other criticisms about him, or would you vote anybody in who's just pro-life?
Yeah.
If Hitler ran and he was the only pro-life candidate, would you vote for him?
No, because he's not pro-life.
What if he was?
But he's not.
You don't know that.
Listen, if he was pro-life, he wouldn't have done the things he would have done, so it wouldn't actually be Hitler.
I don't think that's true. So, like,
putting people in gas chambers is not pro-life.
Well, I mean, all right. So, someone who kills people is also not pro-life, so Trump is not pro-life?
What, you're talking about, like, capital punishment?
Well, he absolutely loves capital punishment, but no, I'm talking about like 14 million people dying in Africa because of his cuts to USAID.
Oh, I have no clue what that is. And honestly, I just like that there's like his abortion policies. Like, it's better than Kamala Harris's were, so there would be.
Why is pro-life so important to you? Are you religious?
Yes, but it's also just a human being, not even from a religious standpoint. Because I don't like seeing babies being dismembered and poisoned.
I think you and I have a different description of what a human being is. So, like, human cellular life is not a human being. I don't grant things personhood that don't have the ability to deploy consciousness.
So that's when we kind of get into a dangerous argument, because all humans are persons and all persons are humans. Because slaves, the Confederates acknowledged them as humans, but they define them as 3/5 a person.
I get the stretch you're trying to make, but I grant everybody who can deploy consciousness personhood. But my like cellular DNA, if I were to scratch my arm real quick, the underneath my fingernail is some human DNA. I don't care about that.
First of all, you're not conscious when you're sleeping. It's not okay to terminate you.
You can deploy consciousness.
Huh?
You can deploy consciousness. That person's going to wake up.
Yeah, so will a fetus.
That's not true. All the way up until 18
Yeah,
weeks, a fetus doesn't even have the brain parts to do that.
but it will wake up.
It can't. It's not awake or asleep at all. It doesn't have the connections in the brain to do anything of the sort.
But it will still become conscious.
Yeah, but
And you
not
said
for
in
free.
sleep. And
It will become
freedom isn't
conscious
free.
at the cost of somebody else's free labor and being a host and resources. So I will die tomorrow if I don't get a stem cell transplant that is an exact match. And it just so turns out you're an exact match. Do I have the right to come take your stem cells?
I would go to a donor.
But what if you're right there? You're the only person. Do you owe me your stem cells?
No.
In what way is that different? How does a woman owe some other unconscious being her resources?
Because it's a human life that hasn't even had an experience yet. And a good chance is the stem cells, the reason why you need it could actually be your fault too.
Can you name a case in which somebody who needs stem cells would be their own fault?
Arthritis.
How is somebody with arthritis at fault for having arthritis?
Cracking their knuckles.
Cracking your knuckles does not give you arthritis, bub.
And you also said host. Are you suggesting that it's a parasitic relationship?
I would kind of agree with that, but I would more or less say that my stance on that is that a woman also has a right to defend herself. So whether it's parasitic in nature or not, I don't think that anybody who is being faced with the end result of having their vagina ripped open and being in the most dangerous position in a woman's life, I believe that you should be able to consent to that at every given moment.
Here's a thought. If you don't want to have a kid, don't have sex.
That's weird. I would say that 99% of the time any human has sex, it's not to have a kid.
Okay. But the outcome of sex is a kid, unless you're using a contraceptive. But still,
60% of all pregnancy or all abortions have reported failed contraception in the same month. So it's not enough.
Can I have a source? Can I have a source for that?
Yeah.
An abortion's murder, so.
It's self-defense. It's
not
so
it's not
50%
self-defense.
nationwide data. This is from the Guttmacher Institute.
Okay.
Nationwide data shows roughly 50% of abortion patients in the United States report using some form of contraception during the month they conceived.
Okay. But still, if you're gonna have sex, you might have to expect children, even if you use a contraceptive.
I don't agree with you. I don't think you should be the sex police. I think that's a weird stance to have, especially from the party that says they're small government. I think that humans like to have sex, and even if it had a chance of killing you, people would still do it.
What's the purpose of sex? The biological purpose of sex.
I think what you're about to get into is a philosophical debate, and I think that you're already going to be dishonest here because you're going to say that sex has a purpose in regards to maybe your faith. But I would say that, like I said, 99% of the time, I've had sex at least like 13 times, and none of those times was I trying to have a kid.
Well, you're a little dirty slut, aren't you?
Can't help it.
Oh. Well, let's hope they didn't get pregnant because they probably murdered your child.
I've had 2 abortions.
You're a guy.
Yeah, I went to Chili's afterward. It was great.
How did you get pregnant?
I
Did you
made
used
someone
to
else
be a girl?
pregnant.
Are you a girl? And they had an abortion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry for the loss of your child.
I haven't thought about it once since.
Well, I hope you start to think about it, and then the pain that's going to bring on the mother that you impregnated.
I think they're totally fine.
Yeah, well, the suicidality rates for women who have abortions go up, so.
Yeah, because of the stigma you guys cast on them.
No, this is across many sample groups.
Yeah, from stigmatism. From the
You
stigma,
you
you guys
cannot just
cast.
blame it on pro-lifers.
Yeah, you can.
No, because it's written on every single woman's heart, everybody's heart, that murder is wrong. It's called natural law.
Again, it's self-defense. So just like I
How is
wouldn't
it?
care at
What is
all
the baby doing? What is the baby doing?
stealing resources, it's going to explode the size of a bowling ball out of one of your orifices. So like if I were to go put something inside of you that was alive, that was going to come out of your dick, that was like an 8-pound bowling ball, would you like to opt out?
My pee-pee hole and a vagina are way two different sizes, and a vagina is made to expand.
Yeah, but they rip almost every time.
A vaginas, you mean?
Yeah.
They don't rip almost every time.
Can you give me a source on that?
Yeah, one sec. But yeah, abortion's murder.
Self-defense.
No, it's not. It's a human life.
Yeah, I know. In every case where self-defense is a thing, a human life is sometimes ended, right?
It's not that. Self-defense is usually an intruder that got there at its own will. The baby didn't get there at its own will. It can't control that it's there. Why should we kill it?
Okay, so if you were to invite somebody in their house into your house and all of a sudden it started stealing all of your shit, it started stretching out your orifices a little bit and it wouldn't leave, do you have the right to kill it? I just saw a man that got no sentence.
No, you do not have a right to kill it.
Yeah, you do. I just saw a man that got no sentence for killing a young black kid who he thought was stealing fucking water bottles. Got
Why
no
does
time.
it matter that he's black?
Well, I think it has a lot of relevant context in our justice system. It might be too deep for you. 90% of women tear during labor. Thank you, Truth.
Black people are equal. Are you discriminating against them?
The justice system does. For instance, black people see a 20% higher sentence than white people for the same exact crimes, even first-time offenders.
Do they have different histories?
First-time offenders.
For that crime or for any crimes?
For any crime, for the same exact crime, even accounting for repeated crimes.
Okay, you tell me this. If a black person or if anybody's going to be disrespectful to a judge, do you think they're more or less likely to get a higher or lesser sentence? Just yes or no. Are they more likely?
Yes. Are you saying that black people are more disrespectful to judges?
I'm saying they're more disrespectful in general.
Black people are? Where did you learn this?
Well, I can give you a statistic. Black people are only 13% of the population, and they commit almost 50% of the crimes.
That's
I
also
can make
a lie.
conclusion that
So they're also 50% of the exonerations. So what you're accounting for is people who are wrongfully convicted.
I will give you a statistic.
Already seen him. I do this for a living, man.
I'm just saying, you need to get away from the liberal, bro. You just need to get away from the liberal.
You mean stop reading?
No, I need you to get away from the liberals. Get away from the weird people with the weird hair. Okay? You need to be normal. And you're a cool dude. You seem like a cool dude. You just have to get away from that stuff. You do.
False.
Yeah, you will?
No. No. I don't know why you guys are so weirded out by natural hair colors. It's fucking weird. It's weird in itself. Ooh. Ooh, piercing. What, dude?
They always do their little parades. They do their parades. They're always protesting about something. Protesting about how they like murder.
Are you talking about the Patriot Front? Are you talking about the Nazis?
Yeah, liberals. Yeah, they like to commit mass genocides towards the unborn. So yeah, they're out for the Nazis.
I think Trump is responsible for 14 million deaths, which is like 14 years of abortions, right?
Yes, I could give two shits less about Trump. I don't even like Trump. I just like how he's pro-life and more pro-life than Camila.
That's called a microaggression. Not pronouncing her name right?
I don't know.
Be better.
Kamala, whatever.
The reason you don't know her name, if I don't even believe that, but the reason you don't is because Trump, who's racist as fuck, mispronounced her name on purpose. Even with a multi-billion-dollar campaign or multi-million-dollar campaign, you don't think anybody pulled him aside and said, "Hey, that's not how you say her name." You think that's not a thing?
I'm pretty sure Kamala Harris called Donald Trump Donald Tramp.
I'd like to see that. I haven't seen that.
She can't even put a sentence together. She's like,
this is called projection, my friend. Did you know that Trump has a 5th grade reading level?
That is not true. Give me a effing source. How about that? Give me an effing source, Jimmy.
So what they did, and I'm going to give it to you, but they took every president's inauguration speech and they plugged it into a vocabulary data set. And Trump falls dead last. He has a 5th grade reading level. He has like a 40-word vocabulary. Bigly. The wettest from the standpoint of water. You really think that's an articulate man?
So this is based off of like one paragraph or like one essay.
Yeah.
Maybe he just didn't want to stay up all night writing a stupid paragraph.
Acetaminophen. Groceries is a good word. Nobody's heard of this grocery word. He thinks. Do you think that there were airports in the Revolutionary War?
No.
He does.
Well, boo-hoo.
He's profoundly stupid. For you to say Kamala can't finish a sentence is wild projection, man. Trump is the most incoherent president we've ever had.
I hope the Democrats find someone there that isn't mentally ill. Like, back in the day, y'all used to be fine. You guys weren't all mentally ill. But now it's like, I don't even want to associate myself with you guys.
Why do you say that?
Like Barack Obama, he was chill. What's his name? Lyndon B. Johnson? He was chill.
No,
JFK,
he wasn't. Lyndon B.
chill.
Johnson was fucking horrible.
Well, yeah, actually, he did put black people back generations. But, yeah. So, but you know what I mean. The Democrats, they used to be cool, but now we got all these trans supporters. We got
dude. This is just a product. This is just a product of Trump running a fascist campaign. He spent $217 million running anti-trans ads so that you would associate us with trans people. And Kamala didn't say the word trans once in her entire campaign. You guys are wild.
Listen, you know she has.
No, she hasn't. Not a single time. Can you name a time?
How about I pull up a mother effing video? How about that?
Yeah. You're going to pull up, the most you'll have is a video from Brett Baer asking her a gotcha question. Will you allow people to get transgender surgeries in prison? And all she said back was, I will follow the law. By the way, the same law was in place already when Trump was in office.
I still don't like her. She's...
Trump has fallen asleep 14 times on TV.
Harris has stated that decisions regarding what is medically necessary for transgender individuals should be made by their doctors rather than politicians. Yep, there we go. She's pro-trans. Okay.
What? She's for medicine. That's called being pro-science. If you just say, hey, I will follow whatever science says, that's not a radical position, dude. You guys are just anti-science.
Harris yeah, and we believe life starts at conception, and you believe it starts at sentience, so shut up.
I didn't say
Harris
that.
stated she would... Yes, you did. Harris stated she would follow existing law and medical necessity assessments regarding care for prison inmates.
Yeah, she'll follow the law.
Pushing back against Trump. You're saying...
She said she'll follow the law. Pro-body autonomy, right?
You can change genders in a prison. You're saying that.
I'm saying if that's the law, that's fine. And by the way, the only reason you feel this way towards this is because you've been told to. Nobody thinks that if you're diabetic, you should not get insulin in prison. So why do you feel this way towards trans people getting gender affirming care? It's in the same way
It's not
life-saving.
care.
It is.
Chopping off dicks, it's chopping off boobies is not care.
Gender affirming care reduces suicidality in trans patients by 70%.
They need therapy. There's obviously something not wrong.
They've already
there's
tried
something not right in the
therapy.
head.
Therapy is
There's something not right in the head.
Yeah, I know it, right? And they need mental health, right? They need mental health. So all of the experts say that the mental health help that they need is gender affirming care. That's the only thing that works. It's the craziest thing. We've tried all the things. We've tried therapy, we've tried antidepressants, anti-anxiety. All of those things don't work. But when you fucking paint their nails, it's like fucking magic. They don't want to kill themselves anymore. I don't know why you guys are against it.
It's like putting pig on a lipstick, bro.
I think
Or
you
lipstick
said that
on a
wrong.
pig. You know what I was getting at. Okay.
Yeah, I
We
don't
need to
think
try
so.
something else.
The science does not say that. I know that you're told to think a certain way and you don't question it, but if you just do a little bit of the Googles, you'll find out that this is the forefront of science right now.
Listen, they need help, and they don't need.
And you're
they don't
denying
need
them
to hurt themselves.
And you're
Chopping off
denying
dicks
them
is
that.
not help.
That's not
They're
what
not even
happens in
gonna
every
be a real
instance.
guy.
You're just fetishizing all trans people. You're gross, dude.
They're gross. Have you seen those protesters with boobies and a dick, like, and they're flopping out?
Dude, how does that hurt your feelings? How does that affect you at all?
It's disgusting. It's lustful. It's just ugh, bro. Like, I don't want to see that. Like, and my question is, which one were you born with? Which one is real? Like, how do you know?
What if you're born with ovotestes? What do you do then?
I don't know. It's whatever your chromosomes are. Whatever.
What if you're born with one of the 16 alternate chromosome conditions?
I don't know. Just choose. You got both there already.
Oh, so you can choose.
But no, gender is not defined yet. Gender is not defined.
Oh, I
Sex
love
isn't
that.
even defined.
I love that. So you're saying that it's malleable.
For people that were born that way, not people that think they're a different gender or think that they're a cat or think that they're a dog or a cheetah.
Based. You're talking about like clinical lycanthropy or some shit like that. That's not what we're talking about. And you know what? Whatever fucking science says about that too, I'm down to try. I'm not going to sit there and run interference with people getting health care because I'm some weird Jesus freak that believes in magic.
Jesus was a real person, and you can't deny that. And
Yes,
he
you
is a real
can.
person, actually.
There's not enough evidence to say that for sure. So again,
He's
you're
more
just
proven than Alexander the Great.
No, he's not.
Yeah, no, look it up right now.
I've looked it up. There's plenty of biblical scholars that will say that the probability of they do all sorts of giant data sets to see the probability of this even being true, and it's inconclusive, man. It's inconclusive.
Okay, well, how about we see this? When you're in hell, okay? I'm not gonna be laughing at
I
you.
don't
I'm gonna feel
believe in
sorry
it.
for
I
you.
don't believe in a magic lake of fire, buddy. I don't believe in
Well,
the
you're
magic.
gonna believe in it when you get pineapple shoved up your ass.
Again, my ass will probably stay on Earth and be incinerated. My ass doesn't go to hell, right? Does your soul have an ass?
Your physical ass, but your spiritual ass will have pineapples suck up it like a dildo.
Yeah, I gotta hang up now, all right? That's too much.
All right, have a good.
Dude, I saw a really good video recently about how they did a study, and it was homophobic people versus non-homophobic people. And they showed a group of the non-homophobic people all sites of corn. It was like women on women corn, heterosexual corn, And then they showed homophobes the same thing. And then they showed the non-homophobes gay corn, like men on men. And they measured the growth of their male member. Nothing. They showed the same videos to the homophobic men. All of them showed arousal in their male members. 100% homophobic people are closeted gay. I am convinced of it. I am literally convinced all homophobic people are closeted gay.
100%
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
people.
Say that again.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Sorry?
What do you like about Trump?
Well, actually, I'm to debate the guy who's live streaming. I had a question to ask him.
That's
I
me.
don't know. Oh, that's you? Oh, sorry. Okay. So, did you see in the news recently there was a stabbing in the UK? Did you see that?
Not a whole stabbing.
Well, so the way I see it is that a dude, I don't know all the details. I'm not going to pretend to know everything. I don't know everything. But I think he was yelling at somebody and he was stabbed in the chest. And the police, when they were called to the scene, didn't do anything about it.
Talking about Ireland.
Was it Ireland? I didn't know. Well, the UK is technically a subsidiary or Ireland is a subsidiary of the UK. But he was stabbed and he did not get the medical attention he needed because the police denied that he was stabbed and they didn't check the body. Are you aware of that?
Okay, where are you going with this?
Well, my question is, you know how the UK's immigration has taken an influx recently?
Are you going to justify anti-immigration policy with one stabbing?
No, I'm not. I'm just curious what your take on it is.
I think that 100% of people who are anti-immigration look at singular outlier incidents and justify bigoted views based on that. So, for instance, here in the United States, we had the Lake and Riley thing. They played it on the news for 2 whole years. If you go look at the statistics of the amount of people who are here undocumented, there's 13 to 14 million people here. Last year, they did 27 whole murders. 27 out of 17,000. And somehow, almost like fucking magic, they convince people that doing mass deportation will resolve crime rates.
What would you propose would lower the crime rates then?
Literally anything else. Literally anything. Literally, I think what we're spending on this is $897 billion over the 10-year. I swear to God, I can accidentally solve 27 murders with $1 billion. It's just so sad. We can just, addressing poverty. Poverty is the root cause of most crime. There's just a body of evidence that says this is absolute truth. If you just literally just give people that are houseless food, it reduces crime. It's healthcare. Same thing. I don't see how y'all don't see the irony in this. In fact, I've come up with a way to save more than that. I can double the lives saved with a couple $1 million. I think it's 75 people die from bee stings each year, which is like 2 or 3 times more than the amount of murdered people from undocumented migrants. We could give everyone on Earth a insulin pen, or not insulin, but EpiPen, and it would save 3 times more lives, and it would cost a couple $1 million. That's just me spitballing.
No, you know what? I agree. That's a good point. Okay, and then I only have one other question for you, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay. The Israel-Hamas war. Okay. I know it's a sensitive topic in politics and just in general right now, and by no means do I agree with it. But by no means do I also agree the amount of political hate that Israel has received for defending their country. What is your stance on that?
I think that you have to be not very well read to have this position. I think that we can look at the UN and the international courts having an arrest warrant for Netanyahu for causing famine and starvation in Gaza alone, and how the circumstances and starvation are worse than that of some of the most cruelest points in history. I'm talking 1930s Germany.
Mm-hmm.
They have exceeded that. They've killed more journalists than all conflicts in recorded history combined, just in Gaza. We have gone far past the point of them defending themselves. They've killed civilians. They have raped women and children and elderly people. They have allowed it. They have dropped multiple cases where IDF soldiers have been found to do this, even on camera. There's multiple UN reports summarizing that as well. There's not a single case you could make that is pro-Israel. And by the way, I want to be very specific. I am anti the state of Israel. I love my fellow Americans, my fellow Jewish people. I'm not Jewish, but I have no opinions on Jewish people. I have opinions on the state of Israel and the way Netanyahu has completely turned the state of Israel into a literal fascist country. If you Google it right now, you'll see that multiple organizations, countries, watchdog organizations, they claim Israel is completely fascist.
Okay, hang on. I'm doing the Googling. Like I said, I don't claim to know everything. I just wanted to ask what your stances on those were. Okay, all right. And then I have one more question for you.
All right.
Okay. The Hamas terrorist group, if you can, they are a terrorist group. They don't hide that. They do back the government. How can people support a terrorist group that backs a government if their main goal is disruption of the global economy?
You're still on Google, right?
Yes, sir.
Type, did Netanyahu give Hamas millions of dollars in 2019?
2019? It says that he only did that to maintain separation between them and the authorities in the government.
He's doing it to perpetuate conflict. And what happens in Israel is when there is conflict or war, they suspend elections. That is how Netanyahu's been in power for so goddamn long. That's why they did it.
Okay. Well, I will say that Hamas did execute the first strike, though. So you could argue that they did incite it.
Listen, if somehow Texas seceded from the United States and Trump and Stephen Miller and Pete Hegseth decided to start trying to clip off liberals and people who are sympathetic to the LGBTQ movement or who are not sympathetic to the anti-immigration movement, like he's already started doing, he's listed us as terrorists, I would proudly rise up as a militant group and fight against it.
Okay. All right. Thank you for hearing me, and I agree with all your points, and thank you very much.
All right. Love you, girl.
Have a good one.
You aren't fighting anything? How about your face in my ass and you can fight for air? How about that? What's up, buddy?
You're still at it, huh?
I'm still what?
You're still at it.
Oh yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, good for you. Not good for many others, but good for you.
Thanks, man.
You still believe Trump sucks, huh?
Yep.
You'd rather have Biden and blue hair everywhere and a bunch of loudmouths yelling and not making much sense of anything, huh?
Are you talking about
It's
Trump?
a shame. Talking about you.
Trump is the only loudmouth I know that makes no sense when he talks.
When has Trump ever raised his voice to anybody?
Shut
the
up,
guy that
Piggy.
got his the guy that I said raised his voice.
Shut up, Piggy.
Yeah, okay. Name calling is fine. He's never raised his
I'm just
voice.
quoting Trump.
He doesn't. I am aware of that. He doesn't. He doesn't swear.
What
He
about when
doesn't
he
yell.
called Ted Cruz's wife a dog, or when he, I don't know, called Kamala a bad Palestinian?
Listen, I call people names all the time. I think most people do.
Oh, now
he's
it's
the only
okay?
one that's he's the only one that says it to people's face. I would rather have someone say
So
something.
now he
how
does, and
I
you're
would-
cool with it, and now it's good.
Never said he did not. He does not yell.
Yes, you he writes in all caps on Truth Social till 3 a.m. every day.
Here, you know why? Because he's up 20 hours a day working for the American people.
That's not what I see.
So,
He's fallen asleep on camera
here-
14 times last year.
Because the guy's up 20, he runs 20 hours a day. Here, listen, you are still.
You know that Hitler's people would
Kamala
say
would have been a better person.
1,000%.
Listen, I appreciate you talking normal. It's that in itself is a breath of fresh air. I would say, what are you going to do when fuel prices start with a 2 that are coming in the next 2 months? Then what?
There are no projections for that, by the way.
When it does, what are you going to do? Just hypothetically,
I'm going to
You're
think
gonna- You're
China.
going to say that it was, yeah, right. You're going to think anyone besides Trump. That's the problem. So have a nice day. Don't be a pinhead your whole life, dude. Please.
All right, girl. I'm going to do that more often, guys. I love saying girl. What are you going to do when things recover from how bad Trump fucked them up? What are you going to do? Thank you, Daddy Trump. Thank you. Thank you for kind of fixing how bad you fucked everything up. You're the best. Yes. Ah. What? God damn it. Chat, you just know he makes a gratitude list in the morning every day. Thank you, Trump, for cutting my SNAP benefits because I'm overweight. Thank you so much. Now I can eat less and I'm going to lose weight. Chat, Trump, Daddy Trump, thank you so much for making all those damn countries across the world hate us so much. I hate them too. Trump, thank you so much for influencing me to gauge my sphincter so that I can fit a Netanyahu size wiener in there. Did you get There's a video of a guy. He goes to a pawn shop to sell what looks like a Star of David with like a ring inside of it. and, and he calls it he opens up this like case that's got the Star of David in it, and he's like, this is an original 1967 Netanyahu cock ring, authentic. And he's like, it's like Pawn Stars when they're like trying to sell. It's so funny. It's so good. And the guy behind the counter just doesn't know what to do with it. How do you authenticate that? I'm sure someone will. Sadly, I know the video. It's so good. It's like, I know a guy. We're going to get expert in here. I'm sure they'll just call Trump. Be like, is this the same girth? He's like, I don't know. That's not the same girth. It's more like a water hose size girth. This is not authentic. And he's going to be like, I'll give you $20. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Absolutely not, buddy.
Love that.
Fuck Donald Trump. I'm stuck in the bathroom right now, no toilet paper. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump.
Be a man and use your hand, dude.
Nah.
Be an
Fuck
alpha.
Donald Trump.
Be an alpha, dude.
Hey,
grow up.
absolutely
Use your
there,
hand,
brother.
dude.
Hell yeah. Hey, absolutely, brother.
All right, dude. Grow up, dude. Chat. How are you going to fight global warming if you're not using your bare hand to wipe? Or just get a bidet. Bidet is the best thing that's happened to me. Use your left because you're shaking sleep with your right. There's actual countries that do that. Guys, get a bidet. Or colostomy. I can't with bidets because I have to wipe dry anyway. If you were to get poop like on your arm or your hands, you're telling me that you would just wipe it off with a paper towel and go about your day? I would hope to God you use some water there. Grow up, chat. Get a bidet. Oh no, Izzy. Tiny toilets for washing up. When you're in jail, you have to use, it's like the top of your toilet. That's your water fountain. Don't they have a blow dryer in them now? I don't have that yet. I don't have that yet. Shit, shower, shave. I love alliteration. Do not do that out of order. If you shower and poop in the shower? Squatty potty? Scott, you don't need to waffle stomp anything, dude. Your shit's fucking pure liquid. We've all seen it. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
What do you like about Trump?
I think that he does good for the illegals and he deports them. And I think that he is making the country better.
Are you trolling me right now?
Yeah, I'm trolling you.
Get out of here.
No.
Look at Pickles. Pickles, what you doing in there, baby? I'm safe if we ever get nuked, dude. She's built in a bunker. Chat, I do have a Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal in the bio. If you guys are trying to support me, this is the best way to do it. I have groceries at the door. I'll be right back. We're back. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay, are you 18?
Nick.
What's going on, baby? What's going on, Sneaky Butt? You like it infectious? Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Sure.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Okay, what do you like about Trump? I find him quite attractive.
Is it the neck?
Yeah, I'm a fan of Nick, so it's a big plus that he has multiple.
He's got a lot to work with there.
Sure does. I also like Cheetos, my favorite snack, I think. That's why I'm really drawn to him.
Yeah, you could probably like use his face to redust your Cheetos after dissolving all of it in your mouth. And then I don't know, probably pray about it afterwards because it's traumatic.
Amen to that.
And then you could write a haiku and tip your fedora.
Oh shit. Well, you've convinced me, so thank you very much.
All right, man.
Have a good one.
You too. Nothing gets my blood flowing than a big loose neck. Just a neck. I think he'd get vaginal rejuvenation on his neck. Is that a thing yet? I bet they do it in Sweden. I bet they do it in Turkey. You have the craziest sleep schedule. I know, guys. Guys, yesterday I woke up at 6 a.m. and I was like, dang, dude, I'm gonna wake up. I'm gonna feel good. I'm going to go live at like 10. I had slept like 14 hours. Chugged a Celsius, went straight to bed. Slept for like 12 more hours. Do you think they charge for Brazilian? You know he's got it if they do. I wish I didn't sleep like that. I wish something's deeply wrong with me. Oh shit. Grilled cheese with Velveeta block slice. Trust. Dude, some of y'all, Chris. Guys, we are looking for debates. If you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Hop in the box. How did I keep myself hydrated? I drink like 12 of these a day. Had my blood checked lately? No. I did like a panel for other stuff, but it wasn't for that. In 12 Celsius. I mean, my Celsius intake, pretty bad. Low iron, probably. Have you had your apple yet? My apples just got delivered. We're going to let them chill in the fridge. Should have quit the energy drinks, kept the green. I would be so worthless. I would be so worthless. $100 of water. What is this, like 14, 18 ounces? I have like 4 ice cube trays. I empty all of them once a day. What mic do I use? This is a SM7B. This is by Shure. S-H-U-R-E. Yeah, 24. Yeah, I easily clear this 10 times. Thanks, Cadence. Anytime, Cadence. I love Owala is the best. Just want to wish you amazing Tuesday, buddy. Keep being fabulous. Thank you, Ray. Do I need to try matcha? Like, that honestly sounds kind of fun. I kind of want a matcha. Costco sells it in bulk now. So like the taste of dirty water. Japanese consume to contribute their longevity. Blueberry pie matcha latte? That sounds fucking insanely good. Dude, I read something recently that how like if you blend a banana and you, like if you have a blueberry banana shake, there's like acids or something in the banana that when you blend it, it eats all of the nutrients for the blueberry. Basically, don't blend bananas into your shakes. All right. You're welcome. I'll send you all a bill for health tips later. It's not true? Okay. So, okay. The bananas contain an enzyme called polyphenol oxidase, PPO. When blended with foods high in heart-healthy flavonols, such as berries, apples, or cocoa powder, this enzyme can significantly reduce your body's ability to absorb these antioxidants. There you go. Don't look at that. Look at this. Boatman, dude, what's up? Guys, I do preface some of these claims with I read somewhere. I don't know. But I think this is from Science Daily. UC Davis. Up to 84%. Anyone who sliced an apple or pear or banana has seen the fruit quickly turn brown. That browning occurs when PPO reacts with oxygen after the fruit is cut or bruised. The UC Davis team wanted to know if the same enzyme activity affects how much of these beneficial flavonols the body absorbs when fruits are blended together in smoothies. To test this, participants consumed 2 different smoothies. The banana, which has high PPO activity, made another with mixed berries, which have low PPO activity, and they took a flavanol capsule for comparison. Afterwards, the researchers measured flavanol levels in blood and urine samples. The results were striking. People who drank the banana smoothie had 84% lower flavanol levels compared to those who took the control capsule. Telling y'all. I tell you what. Listen, I'm not hating on bananas. I'm just saying. 8 people, that is not a high quality study. I'll concede to that. Take it with a grain of salt, chat. Small study. Pickles hates bananas. Don't you dare say that! Don't you dare say that on my half birthday. I'm just kidding. My birthday's like in August. Pickles just cleared a bowl of tuna and rice. Your birthday's tomorrow? Happy early birthday, Colorado Carol. Pickles hate cheese. Come to my house and say that, dude. Come to my house. Say that to my face. Happy late birthday, Spicy. Ever had a pickle martini? Yeah. Guys, the phone line's back open again. If you guys want to try calling, it's right here. Mine's at August 17th. I'm honestly full. I've had a lot of cheese this morning. Ever read a pickleback? Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm a Leo. Nice, Sinu. Day after Madonna's birthday? Pickleback's the only thing served in hell. Thank God. Thank God. I'll relapse in hell. I'll relapse hard in hell, dude. We'll be partying, right? Steve Irwin and I share birthday. Pickles are easily the worst food on the planet. No argument. Can't prove me wrong. Chris, you're striking out today. Chris. Guys, I think we're due for a prayer for Chris. I think we're due for prayer time. Dear Lord, Heavenly Father, dear Lord Jesus, I want to thank you so much. I just want to thank you so much, Jesus, our Lord and Savior, for these exorbitant gas prices. And I want to thank you, Lord Jesus, for giving me the strength to eat meat with screw worms in it. And I just want to say thank you for saving me from a 12-year-old girl with cancer that we deported earlier this year. I just know she's in a better place now with gangs threatening her, possibly in a prison where she fucking belongs. And hopefully she finds you, Jesus. Hopefully she finds you. And her dying breath is that she loves you, Jesus. And I can't help but think about the American flag when I think of Donald J. Trump scamming people with $12,000 coins at a UFC fight on our very own White House's front lawn. And I just want to thank you, Jesus, for having that brave man with the bandana talk about how Michelle Obama is a man. I just really felt empowered. I feel empowered when I punch down on minority groups and women. It just makes me feel so good and full of your love, Jesus. And Jesus, I just want you to come inside of me, Jesus. I just want you to fill me up. I want all of you in me, Jesus. And I just want you to give me the strength to beat off my enemies. Help me beat off my enemies like they've never been beaten off before. Jesus, thank you so much for giving me athlete's foot of the butt cheeks. And thank you for just blessing me with all of the smartest MAGA folk in my comments and on my phone every day, telling me about Hillary Clinton and adrenochrome and just spreading the truth. Thank you so much, Jesus. It never gets old. Amen, chat. Amen. Chat, follow the stream. It's God's will. Thank you. It is my will. Follow Pickles. There he is, God. He's my homeboy. I don't follow God. He follows me. But you guys already knew that. Raw men. Empress. Pause. God spoke to me about a follow. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Will you be 100% honest with me?
Sure.
Did you join me in my prayer?
No, but I saw you doing that. It's like, well, I don't know if it's cool to make fun of other people's religions. So,
Oh, okay.
I joined pretty much out of context, so I assume that it was satire.
Well, I hate that you're making fun of my religion.
No. I was just saying, I assumed it was satire because I didn't have context.
Well, I guess you're making fun of my religion, so.
Okay. The main reason, I mean, yeah, that is one of the reasons why I called. But I also wanted to know if you think Trump is the only bad part of the federal government, or like if we were under a different administration, like Hillary Clinton, do you think the federal government would still have massive problems?
Not even close to what we're looking at right now, no. Probably like 1%.
I presume that you don't like ISIS. ISIS deportations because no one's illegal.
No, I just don't think anybody who's kind of educated on economics would be for it.
Okay. Considering that a lot of the world, I have friends in Australia, in Canada, in the UK, I hear all the time about how it seems like every first world country under low employment economy. I would argue that the U.S. is doing the best out of all of them. just because, we have lower housings in Canada. We have a lower death rate for people that visit the hospital compared to the UK. Is this stuff that you've happened to look up or know about?
Yeah, I think that both of those countries easily outperform the United States in multiple economic metrics, including GDP per capita, life expectancy, etc. But I think that mass deportation, negatively affects every single macroeconomic indicator. And I'm not just talking about the current state of the economy, which is also probably doubled in negative effects because of just Trump's general geopolitical policy and tariffs and complete negligence for the majority of Americans.
So as soon as you say complete negligence for the Americans, the only thing that I can think of where I actually agree with you is the whole tariffs thing. Initially it was everyone's going to get a check for tariffs, and then it turned into every American business is going to get a check.
That was just a refund.
Even though that was mainly a court. Yeah. That's really the only part that I would immediately go like, yeah, I can see where you're coming from. What other examples do you have?
So Trump's tariffs didn't just kind of cost us money. It cost us growth in our economy. It cost us GDP growth. It also just upset our relationship with every single country on the planet. So it's not just kind of like the fact that it cost the average household like $3,000 or something that year. I think it just it completely violated even the agreements that Trump himself put in place with the USMCA. It was basically a direct tax for the consumer almost. I think the majority of them were paid for by the consumer, and there's no actual reason to justify it. By the way, they were illegal. They were just done with an executive order invoking wartime or invasion policy, kind of like what most authoritarians do. But I think that Trump cutting all of the programs like USAID, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, all of those things, and ramping up the deficit and the debt to an astronomical level never before seen in U.S. history, are two things I would never think I would see exist in the same administration. I think it's wild. I think we have fewer things to show for all of the debt we've accumulated. And I think that was by design. And yeah, I guess we can go from there. But I don't think Republicans are good at anything in regards to the economy. And when we look at it in respect to the two parties, Democrats outperform Republicans in every single way. It's not even close. And I think that anybody that goes to bat for Republicans automatically just doesn't know much at all about the economy and haven't looked at it.
In terms of cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, you're likely referring to the big, beautiful bill?
Yep. And his first term.
Okay. First term, I'm not aware of. There was a point where I was pretty jaded in politics. But I know recently for the Big, Beautiful Bill Act, the cuts that I'm aware of was you had to work at least 20 hours a week in order to get on Medicaid. In order to collect unemployment as well. For Social Security, I know that funding was dropped a lot due to the amount of fraud that was going on.
There was nothing that addressed actual fraud. So the fraud thing is just a talking point. It's just what they'll tell you till the end of time to justify getting rid of those programs. But every single thing, like SNAP, for instance, is a net benefit to our economy. Even if we were to double the amount we spent on SNAP, the only thing you would have to say is something about your feelings. There's no case you could actually make that's good for us.
I'm sorry? You were cutting out a bit.
There's no case you could make to justify cuts to SNAP because the net benefit to our economy, for every dollar we spend in SNAP, it's $1.50 to $1.75 in economic activity. It's literally just bad for the economy.
I'm not aware of any actual funding cuts to SNAP. I know that there were more regulations in terms of what people were allowed to buy.
3.4 million people were kicked off of SNAP.
Well, yeah. 4 million people were kicked off either due to legal status or because they were working 0 hours of weekly labor instead of the 20, which is now required.
That's not true. 70% of
there
SNAP
other
recipients have full-time jobs.
what other reasons were listed for people getting booted off SNAP?
It's not just people getting booted off, but the payments were reduced. So people like maternal mothers, people who are breastfeeding, people who are, in the middle of being pregnant, they had benefits reduced from like $34 a week to like $8 a week. So now we're gonna start having like malnourished, underdeveloped babies and children. I think it's pretty sad. It's pretty sick. All for billionaires to get tax cuts.
Yeah, definitely disagree with the whole billionaire tax cut part. What sources could I look at in order to see these cases of, pregnant women, underdeveloped children being dependent on the program? Because I'm sure there's some sort of government-founded documentation that kind of, I guess, records all of this happening. Because the big thing, ever since Trump was first elected in 2016, it's basically been a blood war against the guy. I'm not saying that you're lying, but I know it's very difficult for me to trust sources that.
So proposal to take away, so $35 monthly fruit and vegetable allotment for pregnant and postpartum participants, leaving them just $13 a month. This is from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities.
And that's to every person?
Yeah. Yeah,
actually does suck.
I think when you actually start paying attention to policy, like, can you name a policy Joe Biden passed?
Hold on, I have a stranger talking to me. I might have to call you back, man. What's going on?
All right, you can call me back. I think people are just so entrenched and they just like they almost just like know their side has no bad intentions. And there's nothing you can say to them to undo that. It's so sickening to see it play out. And they're like North Korean level brainwashed. Like there's no people just don't work. Like they hate the people that were cut off. They're given excuses. What are Republican economists saying about our economy? There's no one that's upbeat about what our economy is doing right now. And most economists, besides financial, like people finance bros, lean right. I read this somewhere. If you're an economist, most likely lead left for a reason. Did I pull an all-nighter? I woke up at like midnight.
Hello?
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
What do you like about Trump?
He's awesome, dude. And also, Gypsy Crusader?
No.
You don't know who that is?
No.
Yeah. Paul Nicholas Miller.
A white supremacist?
He's funny, right?
Automatically no.
How does that not make... what do you mean automatically no?
It's literally, I just Googled it. It says, is an American white supremacist internet personality and former Muay Thai fighter. So no, it's not funny. Like, would you laugh at a joke Hitler said?
No, no, but if you actually watches his videos, he cosplays a Joker, dude. He's hilarious.
Yeah, nobody's funny after they're a white supremacist.
Okay, yeah, you'll be laughing once you see one of his videos. But yeah, no, I'll vote for Trump. Yeah, yeah, Trump's awesome, dude. I think great president.
By what standard?
Obviously, that the UFC White House is awesome. You know, he's trying to get rid of gambling taxes. You know, he's deporting the illegal immigrants, dude. He's just the best, dude. I mean,
he's really not even hitting numbers that Democrats hit. So, and he's tripled the size of ICE. ICE is bigger than any military on Earth besides China. And if you guys are just chill with military state, then I guess there's no reason not to like it. I guess.
no, well, yeah. I mean, the thing.
Yep. MAGA, I hope you're watching this and you hear the responses from these people and just how not smart they are. Like, they don't really have answers. It's so damning. They like really don't know fuck about shit. And if that doesn't do it for you, if you've been watching, but if you hate watch my channel for months and you haven't like at least gotten the gist of that, I don't know what to tell you. My English is fantastic, thank you. I think I am pretty good at English. Do I game? You bet your fat wiener I do. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
No, actually, I just wanted to say that I stand by what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just want to say that I support you, and I think what you're doing is great, and that educating people is very wholesome, even though it's not a good topic to talk about, or not. I mean, it's a good topic to teach about, but it's not a good topic that's going on in the world. But thank you for what you're doing.
Anytime. Love you.
Thanks, love.
Say it back. They never say it back. Chat, I'm lonely. Thank you, Chef. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Absolutely nothing, honestly. If you support either side, you're a pedophile.
How do you get to that conclusion?
Well, they all have gotten accused of touching kids. They're all in the Espen files. They're all pedophiles. So if you support either side, you're a pedophile. That's just common sense.
I don't think there's anything about Democrat or Republican policy that makes you a PDF. Aside from maybe...
Yes, there is. If you were in the Epstein files, like every last one of them has been named, you are a pedophile.
Bub. I agree.
Joe Biden was
Lock them
sniffing
all
kids.
up.
Trump
Lock them all up.
touches kids. I mean...
All right. There's no nuance here. No nuance. But you can't say things like that. That did escalate quickly. Chat, I love your guts. Sorry. Kamala wasn't in there. But there's nothing about like Democrats or Republicans that make them more PDF-y other than maybe the stigma and shame and guilt you can get from like being a fundamentalist like religious person. I think like that absolutely plays into being sexually immature or degenerate And I don't know, you just point to things like the Bible Belt has the highest rate of teen pregnancy. That's really the only case you can make. And maybe like religious people do child touching at a higher rate, at a disproportionate rate. Like 12% of all child touchies over the last few years, all religious people. 12%. That's a lot. I think there's something about being rich that might make you prone to partaking. But again, I think that's, you can make a case for like immoral, unethical, rich people voting Republican for tax breaks, and maybe those people might have some overlap with PDFs. But where's that stat come from? It's from a website called Who Does the Crime, or who'smakingthenews.com. Who's Making the News? And it's basically like somebody has tracked and databased all of the people who've made the news for touching little kids and their political affiliation. That's as close as we can get for this kind of data, because these crimes don't get tracked with political affiliation in like the FBI database. Same, Emmy. Oof, that's weird, Loki. How many times does the church cover them up? Yeah, they're definitely enablers in that sense. And you can make a case for the fact that like Republicans, 80% of them are religious. It's definitely a lower number for Democrats. The lawsuit study on transcorn are the two biggest sources that aren't big studies. Lawsuit.org. That's what I've heard. I've heard about that, about churches in California and in like Boston, like the big Catholic church thing. They absolutely did have like a specific lawyer on a retainer that was specifically there to negotiate with the families of the victims. That is absolutely a thing. Who's Making News also posts all their source data as well. Yeah. They have grape insurance. You hear more about religious people assaulting kids than even circus clowns. Ooh. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hi, no, I would like to discuss.
You want to discuss?
Yes, I did not vote for Trump.
I'm only looking for opposition, but if you want to say something really quick, I'll let you have a go at it.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, go ahead.
So I did not vote for Trump because I didn't vote for the other side, the left side either. Because if you vote for either side, you are a pedophile. They're both in the Epstein files. It is both ridiculous how the world is going back and forth between both of the two. Both of the two are stupid. Both of the candidates were retarded.
Oof, can't say that. Can't say that. And no, Kamala was not in the Epstein files. Neither was Biden. Literally negative IQ with nuance. No. Actually. No. Obama? Not in the Epstein files. It's pretty sick. Is this the new script? Yeah, maybe. It sounded like a voice changer too. I mean, it makes so much sense, actually. So there's a non-zero chance that, like, Russia or Russia or even just the Trump administration itself has bots or actors online that try to, like, spread this type of misinformation to cast doubt, to make people not able to figure out which side to choose, and they just lean back onto the one that's in power. That absolutely has to be. They did on 2016 Facebook, yeah. Obama has the same status as David Attenborough. Agreed. I mean, he's done voice work like David Attenborough. He could easily, God forbid, we lose David Attenborough. I think Obama could step up for that. In 2016, they found out 29 of the top 30 Christian Facebook pages were Russian. Cambridge Analytica. That's a separate case, I guess, but yeah. Dude, Russia's got a huge operation to fuck with people's politics. Did you guys see how they found a giant farm, a data center in Russia with like hundreds of PS4s hooked up to FIFA, and they were farming currency in FIFA to sell for money? Totally unrelated, but they're creative. We do just as much to change people's politics on the world stage. That's so true. Yeah. I mean, we do just as nefarious things for sure. Absolutely. Half of the things they were citing in USAID were literal campaigns to push like pro-Western propaganda to like college campuses and shit. Chat, we are looking for Trump supporters, and if you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Why is your brain not good? multi-million-dollar AI app idea, auto-detect these nefarious actors in real time. I mean, the government itself, they have counter cybersecurity efforts daily, all day, every day. They are trying to do this. Trump notoriously shut down all offensive cybersecurity efforts towards Russia. If that's not weird, I don't know what the fuck is. Did you guys see they're building a huge AI data center in Melbourne? I don't know what we're gonna. I mean, AI is probably gonna be the end of the world, dude. And it says zero-day hacks led to largest cybersecurity as the red screen ransomware that spread like wildfire. Did you guys see that that tenant that got evicted because the landlord raised their rent by an egregious amount? So he planted a bunch of bamboo shoots all like under the house, around the house. Like, you know how invasive bamboo is? It'd be a fucking shame if someone did that to data centers. That'd be horrible. That'd suck. The community gifty thing. Hmm. The copper wiring and stuff. I have a feeling that TikTok Studio doesn't have this. Pretty basic and cheap. I mean, I used to work in downtown Dallas. Did you guys know that the Federal Reserve used to be in downtown Dallas? And is it the Federal Reserve? I think it was. But it's now a data center. And they still have like all of the security and biometrics. It goes like stories underground. It would be a pretty tough one to do. But I'm assuming that's what you're going to need. That's what you're going to need here when billionaires have everything and we have like nothing but shekels and breadlines. That's probably going to be the move. It's the whole not get exploded by how voltage it, yeah, arc flash, yeah. Yeah, you imagine trying to cut with non-insulated bolt cutters. Even insulated bolt cutters only work to a certain amperage and voltage. Can you imagine clipping like a fucking like 300 amp line? That's like 410. Yeah, there's a St. Louis like it's a functioning one though, right? Inked. St. Louis, Atlanta, California. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I voted for Trump. Yeah.
Cool. What do you like about Trump?
What did I like about Trump, or?
Yeah, I guess.
Uh-oh, Discord.
No, you're good.
Okay. Well, what I did like about Trump is that he made all these promises to be America first, to finally start doing what the majority of what Americans wanted. But he didn't follow through on any of it. It was all just bluster, and then he just did what Bibi Netanyahu wanted him to do. But the promises he made, I wanted him to follow through on. So I wanted him to do mass deportations, about 60 to 80 million.
There's only 14 million undocumented here.
There's a lot more than that.
Says who?
Says the demographics of this country.
Since what?
Says the demographics of this country.
What about the demographic says there's that many undocumented people?
Well, if people are just coming through the border unvetted, how do you know how many's over here? Do you know what unvetted means?
I do. Are people who are encountered at the border, the encounter numbers that you might cite, are those people vetted?
So let me ask you this. Every time someone walks through the border, is like someone with a clicker there? Are they like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yes.
5, 6,
Yes.
7?
Yes.
So the ones that come by boat, the ones that are hiding in a van with the...
Those are called
what are they
gotaways.
What are they called? No, actually, they're called coyotes
Well,
because...
you're talking about gotaways. That's the number you would look at to see how many of those came through. So yes.
So they're all clickers too? They all got a clicker like 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, actually, they do things like they look at like footprints in the mud, and they lead to nothing. They go, oh, that's a gotaway. And there's roughly 1.5 million estimated gotaways during the Biden administration. Nowhere even close to 60 million, man.
Well, let me ask you this, Pickles. This will be a fun sort of try to come together moment. How many mass deportations would you be happy with? Or would you wait? Or would you be happy with none? You want amnesty for all because you believe we're on stolen land?
No, those two things don't even really make my political stance on this. I think that anybody who breaks a serious law is somebody worth spending money on deporting out of the country. Everything else is a detriment to our economy and to our society.
Okay, so you think anyone can just come through the border and then they just have to break another law, like a felony, or what are we talking? What do they got to do for you to be like, okay, you're
DWI, something that like a class A misdemeanor or any sort of felony. Yes.
Okay, so, but are you a liberal or what do you consider yourself?
Social Democrat.
Okay, but don't you think that would sort of defeat your values? Because aren't you what are you for? Are you for egalitarianism, feminism, all this stuff? Aren't you pro-gay and homosexual and all these things?
I am for people not being marginalized in that sense. I don't think of gay people as this demographic that we need to be lifting above everyone else. I feel like they should be given equal rights. I feel like they should be stopped being tormented and targeted with violence and stuff. I think that's absolutely a thing. I think that's something perpetuated by mostly your party.
That's why I said egalitarianism.
So I think
I said, are you for egalitarianism?
So if you look at what mass deportation does for the economy, it's negative in every single macroeconomic metric. So
for the
then you have to start.
Maybe.
Well, for everybody actually.
Well, for the billionaires.
No, for house prices, for jobs. So for every 500,000 people you deport, 44,000 U.S. citizens lose their jobs. Housing prices go up. People's wages fall. The top 63% of the economy's wages will fall permanently over the next 10 years. It's going to be a reduction of about $2,500 in wages for the average person. I think that
you're actually making an argument. I'm going to be nice, but you're making an argument for the bourgeoisie right now. But I'll
63%.
You're actually making an argument for the bourgeoisie because if you're just going to let a whole bunch of unfeathered immigrants in here,
that's a straw man.
What are you talking about? I'm taking your logic to its fullest extent.
No, you're not. You're straw manning. So
okay,
40% of the people that are here are already vetted, right? They've already been vetted. And so this all falls apart already because they're just here on visa overstays. So they're not criminals. They're not T group people. They're simply just working, maintaining a life, maybe didn't go and touch the border like they were supposed to. I don't care to spend $900 billion on hunting those people down and tackling them at birthday parties and shit. I would rather use that money for regular stuff, more common crime.
I like that appeal to emotion. I like that appeal to emotion.
You're
birthday
welcome.
Party.
Yeah,
I like that. You should have said something more emotional, like a baby shower or something. But,
yeah, they do that too. Outside of elementary schools,
or
packing them through fields,
like a hospital, or
I
like that appeal to emotion.
Yeah.
But by logical extension, if more people come in, guess what? They're going to take up more American houses, more American jobs. So you're not even thinking about this logic. Oh, it's not true?
No.
Okay, so tell me how that's not true, because what you're actually arguing for is the billionaire class. Because why do you think billionaires are going out here buying all these apartment complexes and charging a whole bunch of money and then leaving all these crappy inner city places so a whole bunch of illegal immigrants can flood in there and then pay them under the table? So what are you talking about?
So what you're doing is appealing to emotion too, right? But all I'm looking at is the actual economic metrics. I'm looking at the actual economic metrics. Every single economic variable falls. I'm not talking about the bourgeoisie. No, I'm talking about you and me. Are you part of the top 63%?
Your policies help the billionaires. Do you not understand that?
Are you part of the top 63 or are you the bottom of 30%?
Here, I'll make it easy for you. I'm a janitor at Burger King, okay?
So your wages go up by 1.1%, and then they nosedive 0.5%.
I make $3 an hour.
Cool. So your wages fall 0.5% after the first year, and then so on and so forth. There's not a single metric that's good.
They pay me by onion rings, actually, but yeah.
Oh, I feel like you're dodging, right? So can you name an economic metric that goes up when we do mass deportation?
Well, again, it's not going to go up for a while because, again, there's a stabilization.
It doesn't ever go up.
Oh, no,
it will
be. No, because again, there'd be a stabilization mechanism because you got to move them all out so Americans can funnel into those houses, funnel into those jobs.
This doesn't
You can't
happen
just be
in a
like,
vacuum. There's not a single. Can you give me some good things I can read that shows long-term economic variables going up? Because there's not a single economist that
well,
says this.
the reason why there would be no long term is because we haven't done any mass deportations and put Americans first. You've been putting illegal immigrants first and the billionaire class first. Thank you for proving my point. It's like, so yeah, of course we're not going to have any long studies where it's
So
like,
there's
oh
not.
yeah, guy. Yeah.
Got it.
Okay, so yeah, when have we put Americans first? You're putting
Again,
illegal immigrants
does Americans
first.
first mean like tearing up like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP for these people? Because that's all Trump does too.
No,
When are you going
wait,
to
snap
start
for what?
doing that?
Wait. Snap for what people? Americans or the illegal immigrants that
SNAP
came
for
over here?
Americans. There's a new report that
Okay.
just says that Trump
What do
cut
you what do you consider Americans? Do you consider
anybody
an
born on
American?
U.S. soil.
Okay, then I agree that. See, I'm not like your typical. I don't even consider myself like a Republican, but I'm on the I'm like on the right. But I believe in Medicare for all. I believe in that. But do I believe that someone could just walk over here and be like, "Oh, hey, I'm an American citizen"?
So you're just talking about
No.
your feelings.
How is that feelings?
Because
So
you're just sitting here separating people with like sort of weird ideals when I'm just simply
how is that
talking
weird
about
ideals?
I'm simply talking about every single American being affected by mass deportation monetarily, not just the richest of the rich. I'm talking about house prices going up. That's not good. That is specifically good for billionaires, like you said, but that's not my policy. That's yours.
Actually, that's not my policy. Your policy is helping the billionaires. Because why do you think they're able to get away with all this?
Okay, again,
Because
you're
they're
not saying anything. What do you mean?
no, because they're able. Listen, they're able to get all their work and all their manual labor through illegal immigrants that they pay under the table. If they had to pay Americans actual living wages, Americans could actually afford houses. Could actually afford. We could
You're
go
lying.
back. And,
You're
oh,
lying.
I'm lying.
When you
Oh, I'm lying.
deport these people, we have nothing but economic studies that show housing prices going up.
How many have we
You're lying.
deported? Have we deported 60 million people?
No, there's not even 60 million. Dude,
Oh,
you are
okay.
high on something. There's no
No,
such
no.
thing. There's no one even
That's why
contends that 60
that's why
million
I
is a
asked.
number.
Wait. No, that's why I asked you, just for your leftist point of view, how many would you like to deport? And I knew you would either say none or like you said none, correct?
No, I said all of the people who are violent criminals or serious criminals, class A misdemeanor and up. That's what I would say deport. Everybody else is benign. Everybody else is contributing,
Okay.
a net contributor to our economy, a net contributor to our deficit, net contributor to GDP. There's not a
But-
single case you can make without lying.
But do you not understand that your argument is self-defeating? Because if you're only deporting those people and then you have just unfiltered people coming through the border, you're not really
You're talking about two different things. I'm talking about mass deportation, okay? You're talking
Yes,
about monitoring the border, which Biden was very good at.
But listen, okay, you're talking about replacing the native American people here. So if
Talking
you're
about
only
deportation, we're going to stick to deportation.
okay, I'm trying to tell you that if you're only deporting the violent criminals, but you're letting anyone just walk in here, guess what's going to happen?
How are
The
these? How
native
are you still
people-
talking about the we can talk about two different topics. We're going to talk about
No,
the border.
you-
We can talk about mass deportation. Mass
I'm
deportation
I'm
is
showing you
bad.
how-
Period. It's bad.
No, I'm showing you how this affects housing prices, how this affects the economy, how this.
But you're
helps
wrong in
the
every
billionaire
sense of
collect-
that. You don't know
Wait,
anything
how
about
am I-
this. You're talking
how
right
am I-
out of your butt.
How am I wrong if you are literally just saying we're only going to deport the small amount of people while letting just people come through the border?
Why do you
over
keep
and
letting people in? I have not said anything about my border policy.
Did you not just say that if someone comes through the border and they didn't commit a crime after that, just let them in, amnesty? It's all good, bro?
No, I'm saying that your policy
just said
for
that.
removals is what we're talking about. We're talking about removals. If you want if you want a full-on military at the border and you want to stop every single person who tried to come, we would still have encounters, right? We would still have people trying to come and they would just get kicked out, and somebody would still be able to fool you into thinking that they were all coming in all the way because that's what Trump did. But no, I am talking about removing these people. Removing these people, 40% of them are on visa overstays, which is also what I'm talking about. We're talking about asylum seekers. All of these people, if they've just fucking left alone, we would save 900 billion fucking goddamn it dollars. But you guys are too emotional to see that.
Okay, so again, you're still defeating your own argument because if these people are coming over here through coyotes, through the border, through airplanes,
Can you stop talking about the border itself and talk about mass deportation? You stay on track, bud?
I'm telling you that your own mass deportation policy defeats your own argument.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It does,
In a world where we have a 700-foot wall at the border, and let's talk about only mass deportations, that's the conversation we're going to have.
So okay, so you don't want to have the full conversation because you know it defeats your argument.
No, because you're being dishonest. You're like, oh, well,
How am I being
your
dishonest?
mass deportation policy involves letting more people in. No, that's not true.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yes, you
If
are.
you-
Yes, you
I-
literally did
do you-
just say that.
Okay, do you not know how to follow a logical conclusion?
I am really good at it. I make a living off of
Okay.
it.
Okay, so you are saying that you are only going to deport what? The very bad criminals, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So would you say a majority or a minority of illegals that came over here are violent criminals? I would say that would be a very small minority, correct?
So small that it
Okay.
would affect all of our crime rates by literally 0.000%. All of them.
So you just won my argument for me. Thank you. That was easy.
How does that win your argument?
Okay. So what did I say was my logical conclusion to your mass deportation? Or I wouldn't even call it mass deportation policy, but to your deportation policy. What did I say your logical conclusion would be?
Letting some people in?
Oh my God, bro. I'm trying to be nice here, please.
You're really bad at this, man. I'm not even being
I'm bad at this?
Yeah.
Okay. If let's say, I'm just gonna be nice. Let's say 100,000 illegal immigrants come through the border and only, I'll be nice, 10 of them are violent criminals.
Mhm.
How many are gonna stay? What would be 100,000 minus 10?
I would let all of them stay minus the 10.
Okay. So you know what you just did? You just
Now,
created.
let's add on to your scenario. Now, we have a border that is fully effective. It's not a single person gets through without being allowed in that's legally present. Now let's talk about the people already here. What do we do with them? That's the conversation we're having. Okay? The conversation I'm having right now with you is that mass deportation on a big, large scale is negatively impacts our economy in every single fucking way, and you guys can't see past it. You guys are so radicalized. You guys are North Korea level propagandized on this, especially people who say 60 million of them are present. There's not even a radical fucking QAnon conspiracy theorist that thinks 60 million are here.
What do you
have
what do you
really
consider radical?
delegitimized your opinion.
What do you consider radical? Just
Anybody that votes for Trump. People for
Okay,
mass
well-
deportation is as far right as you can go on the political spectrum. Mass deportation.
that's not far right. What?
Yes, it is. It is far right in every single way. You can Google that if you
How
want.
is that far right?
Mass deportation is far right.
No, it's not. Every country does deportations.
I
What do you-
said
so every
mass
co-
deportation. So we have ICE at the size of bigger than any country's military on Earth besides China because you guys are so radicalized.
And what is happening to other countries? They're falling apart because they're just
they're not.
letting their cultures be eroded and destroyed.
So now it's about culture. There you
Yeah.
go. You are in fact far right because you are what's called a what's it called?
What? So what having wait, so having a culture makes you far right now?
Talking about trying to legislate cultures and legislate cultures away or purify a culture that is absolutely far right. That goes
So-
against the best like the best what's it called, the best practice for an economy in every way. Anytime you try to implement this purity culture shit, it absolutely does hurt it. So you guys don't care about that.
Define purity culture. What do you mean by that?
I think I misused purity culture, but I would say that you guys trying to legislate away cultures, talking about assimilation, like you need to strip your culture down when you get here. You need to wear a cowboy hat. You need to fucking throw a football and drink Bud Light.
Wait. So do you think all cultures are equal?
I don't think that we should legislate cultures.
So you don't think we should stop bad parts of cultures, is what you're saying?
No, I think that culture is a boogeyman for y'all. I think that you can look at certain countries that aren't performing well and say, oh, when they get here, they're also going to do that, which is also not the case.
So what you're saying is we shouldn't have boundaries as a nation, that if you were to do something problematic in your culture, that we shouldn't say, hey, you're not allowed to do that here. Like if you were to
No.
date kids in your culture, we shouldn't say that's not okay here.
We run out of fundamentalist Christians real quick if we did that.
Oh, you want to talk about fundamental consent laws exist because of Christians? Okay, we created that.
Didn't you guys start with child marriage?
What are you talking about? No.
You guys said child marriage, dude.
Okay, do you think Muslims or do you think African tribes created consent laws? No. White European Christians created consent laws.
Hey man,
The
what's
Enlightenment.
the lowest age you can get married here in the United States? And is it a red state or blue?
What's the lowest age you can get married at in the Middle East?
Tell me.
Oh, so you want to
Tell me,
disrespect?
is
the
it a
white-
fundamental? Oh, white now.
So you want to disrespect the white Christian man? Well, let's talk about the Middle East then.
Okay, again, this is just a double standard. What you guys have been taught.
You're trying to disrespect our
Hey,
culture.
the Christians are the reason we needed consent laws. You guys were marrying
Oh,
12-year-olds.
really?
You guys are still marrying
really?
14-year-olds. You guys are You guys are the capital of child pregnancy in the Bible Belt.
Oh, really? So you've never been to the Middle East? Okay.
So you're just gonna throw that out there? You're just gonna ad hom in the Middle East?
How's that ad hom? You said we should respect all cultures.
Yeah, we should. When people come here, by the way,
Oh, we should respect them.
Muslims are like 1% of the United States, and you guys think it's the biggest threat in the world.
Okay, so do you not realize that by your own policies, you're going to become the minority? So your egalitarianism is going to soon turn into Sharia law, and you're going to be thrown off.
Sharia law because 1% of Muslims.
Did you not hear what I just said?
Yes,
by
I
your
did.
By your own border policies and mass deportation policies, your native-born population will be replaced. Smart guy.
So, all right, so you are xenophobic, and what you're saying is
Define
that somehow
xenophobic.
somebody's
Define
scared from
xenophobic.
someone different than themselves. You're scared of different
Define
people.
xenophobic.
You're scared of different people.
Scared of different people?
Yeah.
What would make me scared of different people?
You just said that Sharia law is coming, even though Muslims make up 1.2% of the United States. You
Should I
sweet
agree
spirit.
with Sharia law? Wait, no. Let's talk
You
about this. Should I
No,
agree with Sharia law?
Nobody is coming
So-
here doing Sharia law.
No.
Congress says that we shall enact no law in respecting any religion, right? And it's just telling on yourself because it seems like you
Okay.
do.
So again, you are okay with attacking white Christians.
Yes.
But when I bring up a part of a culture that is not okay, then you're like, oh, that's xenophobic. So you're
Listen,
ad homing.
When those people come here, which is all we can do is be responsible for the United States with our domestic laws. And when people come here and child marriage is outlawed thanks to the secular group in the United States, they
No,
can't
thanks
do
to
it.
white European Christians, you're welcome.
You tried, but you guys were banging little kids, dude, before we had to stop you.
What are you talking about? You guys were pagans. You had no beliefs. What are you talking about? You have
Yeah, I know.
you have subjective morality. What are you talking about? You have
Everybody
nothing.
has subjective morality.
No, we have objective morality. We have God.
you
You have nothing. You have nothing.
Yeah,
you just
did
follow
God
the whim.
did God give you guys a playbook for
just-
slavery?
You just follow the whim.
Did God give you guys a playbook for slavery, like instructions
Yeah,
on how to do that?
We were the modern white people are the ones who freed the slaves. Okay, black people were
I've seen
enslaving
your
black
life.
people.
All
Black
right.
people were enslaving other black people for thousands of years.
Nice. Was it chattel slavery?
What are you talking about? King Maui, what was it Muli?
Was it
Muli
chattel
Muli-
slavery?
It was worse.
No.
Yeah, he enslaved 1/3 of his population. He made them
Were they?
pretty much.
Was it based on their race?
They were all black.
Was it based on their race?
They were all black. It was in Africa.
So no. So were the people enslaving as well? Were they black?
It's a misnomer because they're all black. But they must not have really cared about their fellow black because guess what?
Oh, so it wasn't
They
chattel
sold-
slavery.
No, because again, in the Arab slave trade, Muslims owned more black slaves than whites ever did. Okay, so
Cool,
what are you
man.
talking about?
But
So
you guys did it later
you
than
wanna talk
everyone
about-
else. You guys gave
you wanna
these
talk about
people the
history?
slave Bible. You guys said, "Hey, you guys are doing God's work."
Wait, answer this question. Who owned more slaves, white people or Muslims? Answer that question, buddy.
Are you just
No,
trying
answer the
to?
question.
I don't know. I don't know. Who was it?
Oh, you don't know? It was Muslims.
Who did it
Look up the
later?
Arab slave
Who did
trade.
it later?
What do you mean he did it later?
Yeah, who kept doing it when everyone else stopped? Who kept doing it?
What do you mean? White Christians?
Who were some of the
stopping-
last people to abolish slavery?
Muslims are still having slaves now
And
in the
we
Middle
still
East.
have slaves, right? Have you read the
What, are you-
19th
are you-
Amendment?
What are you talking
I'm sorry.
about?
Have you read the constitutional amendment that legalizes slavery in the United States for people in prison?
What are you talking? Are you talking about like a chain gang? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the only form of slavery in the United States is the prison system. 13th, thank you. The 13th Amendment. Someone says repeal the 19th. The 13th Amendment says we can't own slaves unless you're in prison, right? So you guys are still doing that. It's a Christian nation, according to you, right?
Okay, so again.
Yeah, right?
So again,
yeah,
I believe it should be a Christian nation, but you secularists. Are you actually going to debate?
Yeah, I love this, dude.
Well, I mean, you're a subjective moralist. I mean, you have nothing. You're sitting on a foundation of.
I know. Listen, I believe that morality is doing the right thing no matter what you're told, and religion is doing what you're told no matter whether it's right or wrong. That's what you guys do.
But the right thing to you is subjective, brother.
Yeah. Yeah, I come up with way better morals than you. I come up with way better morals than you.
Oh, yeah. This is how funny your morals are. You're like, I'm just going to import a whole bunch of people that disagree with you until you become the minority and they throw you off of a roof, smart guy.
Nobody's worried about being a minority besides white supremacists.
Okay, so again, you just said you believe in egalitarianism and you say you love the gay community. Well, guess what? The gay community gets to be out, proud, and free because of white European Christian men, because if Muslims were in power, they'd be thrown off of a roof.
Dude, you don't get to pat yourself on the back for this. You guys are still out there fucking gunning them down and assaulting them at like a rate that's like 6 times higher than anybody else. Here in the United States, you guys are sitting out there crying about Pride Month right now. You guys are out there fucking boo-hooing for yourself because you just hate gay people so much.
Wait, tell me this. Do you think gay people would rather live in America or in Sudan?
Listen, I don't care. You can compare us to some of the worst countries on earth. It doesn't give you any points. You don't get to any points.
So you need to say thank you to your fellow white man.
I believe it was secular people who said. By the way, you used to be called the AV show, right? Didn't you get fired from your job?
I didn't get fired. Ooh, but this is good. You're a teacher? I am a teacher. Yeah, I was a teacher. I quit, but wait here. Let's say this. Ooh, say why you think I got fired. Wait, real quick.
Probably your politics.
Oh, so you think I should get fired for freedom of speech? Okay, why do you think I got fired? Here, let's go.
Because you're a white supremacist.
Ooh, define white supremacy?
Somebody who thinks that a certain culture and a certain race is better than somebody else.
When did I say that?
You just asked me if all cultures are the same, right?
No, what?
You asked me if all cultures are the same, or
no, I said should
equal?
I said should we respect all cultures?
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay, so if there was a part of a culture where they date children or they do things that babies, we should respect that. What are you talking about?
Talking about Jehovah's Witnesses who just let their children die because they refuse
medicine? So
medicine?
Actually, you're talking about proximity to kids, and I would say a lot of again Muslims, teachers do that more than Christians. Like, what are you talking about? It's all proximity to kids.
There's no proof of that, by the way. I think 12% of all child rape is done by religious people in this country, and 60% of the religious people in this country are Christian.
Predators go to where the prey is. So again, your logic fails because when the kids go to the school, what do these predator teachers do?
What do you do?
Oh, so you're calling me a predator? See, that's all you communists do. You can just do ad homs.
I'm a communist?
Yeah.
I'm not a communist.
You're not a communist? Do you believe we're on stolen land?
Yeah, of course. Is that a communist political trait?
Yeah, so I know your exact worldview, and I can destroy it. So let me guess, you believe the oppressors of this nation are the white man,
Yes.
the oppressed are all people of color.
Minority
So you're
groups,
just
trans people, gay people. Yes, you
yeah,
guys are
yeah, yeah.
constantly
So
punching down on them. You're sitting here
yeah.
trying to pat
Mhm.
yourself on the back and jerk yourself off because you're just not as bad as some of the crazy fundamentalist groups on other parts of the world.
So again, you're just a neo-Marxist that sees everything through a racial lens.
I am a capitalist.
Okay, no, you're a neo-Marxist because again, you are trying to fundamentally dismantle America because you don't even believe America should exist if you believe we're on stolen land. How come you don't have that same
No,
energy?
I just think you guys need to pipe it down because you killed 98% of the people who used to own this land. There's no chance of us giving it back to people who died already.
Wait, how long does someone have to be on a piece of land before they're native here? Because again, they came over here on an ice bridge. Okay, so they weren't the first ones to be here, and they were slaughtering each other.
Wait. You're Christian, right?
Christian. So what? Yeah.
How old is the Earth?
Well, you're going to say it's millions of years old.
It's gonna have to be if you believe in an ice bridge, my friend.
Well, the funny thing is you don't believe what I believe. You believe it's millions of years old, so you defeated your own argument. Yes,
you did. You're sitting here saying an ice bridge existed, but when did that ice bridge exist?
But listen, you defeated your own argument because you believe it's millions of years old. So those quote unquote indigenous people came over on an ice bridge and they were slaughtering each other because they were nomads, sacrificing each other on the top of temples. And then the white man came and civilized this country. So you're welcome.
So the ice bridge is 36,000 to 11,000 years old. Is your Earth that old?
So again, you don't believe that. So even if I did or did not believe it,
this is an external critique, right? Like your whole point there just kind of got crushed. You just disproved your own religion.
But the point is you don't believe it. So I'm arguing under your framework, smart guy. I'm arguing under your framework.
So you don't believe the ice bridge existed?
I'm arguing under your framework.
Do you believe the ice bridge existed?
For the sake of argument, yes.
So no.
I mean, why not? Sure. Of course.
I feel like this is something you either do or don't.
Well, talking to a secular person who has no foundation, why try to argue about the divine?
Sir, you have no foundation of history at this point. And didn't you teach history?
So again, I taught world geography and I taught economics.
Go. Yeah.
So
you taught economics?
Yeah.
And you vote Republican?
Why would I? Okay. So again, I love how you're like deflecting when I was destroying you on the ice bridge. So, but can you answer the question? How long does someone have to be in a place of land before they're native? Because white people have been here for what, over 600 years. So if that doesn't make them native, and you say, well, these people came over on an ice bridge, they were here for 1,000.
I don't think these two things are mutually exclusive. Like you can sit here and say you're native, and someone would be like, wait, you're indigenous, and you go, no, I'm a native Texan or something, and
no, the
that
white
might
people
be
are Native Americans. Because we've been here for 600 years. Well, explain to me, you still haven't answered the question. How long does someone have to be on a place of land before they are indigenous? Answer the question. How long?
I don't know. I've never really made a rule for that. No.
Oh, you don't have a rule?
No, I feel like it's
relative. You just make it up.
So like I can say I'm a native Texan, but if you say that you're a Native American, someone could literally just disprove you, right? With just like a DNA test, right?
Oh, so it's relative if it comes to white people. Okay, so what about in Europe? Are they indigenous there? Can they just kick everyone out and say it's a white ethno state? Get out of here. We're indigenous here.
No, I mean that's what your point of view is, right? That's what your point of view is.
No. Answer the question. If indigenous people,
I think that nobody is sitting here talking about the word native.
Answer the question.
I know. I don't really have a viewpoint on what's native. Like I am a native Texan, but I am not indigenous. I am not indigenous. I'm not a first world native. I'm sorry.
I'm following your logic. If someone, let's say that I'm wrong and white people are not indigenous and that
They're
we should
not
just give up the.
indigenous. That is already
Then
not.
follow my logic.
Then use the
Then
word
follow.
indigenous. Why
Then
would you use
follow.
native? Why were you
Then
interchangeably
follow.
using native with indigenous?
Then follow my logic.
Is native the same as indigenous?
Then follow my logic.
Is native the same as
If
indigenous?
white people are not indigenous, because
Oh,
I've asked
okay.
you, how long
All
does
right.
it take?
All right. Indigenous would be like the people at the first point of written history is what I would
That's
say.
what. No, that's what I. Well, then you will never know that because the people who came over here on the land bridge, you don't know how many of them slaughtered each other until we came over here, and you
I
don't know
said
how
written
many of
history.
them. Written history? That was because of white people. You think they were writing? Like, what are you talking about?
All right. So written history.
Okay, so but they don't believe in written history because they think the white man.
Dang, then that's all we know.
Oh, so you're proving my point even more. Like, oh my God, the left.
No,
is just
you're
like,
not.
Wow. Okay, so written history is because of white people. You're welcome. Consent laws are because of white people. You're welcome. But and
Dang,
yet
are you
make,
just saying white people are better than most people?
No, I'm not actually. But I'm sick of you demonizing white people and trying to destroy our country and say that we don't belong in this country and that you're trying to dismantle it. And I'm trying to prove to you that
I think you're the one who evoked that out of me. That's not even my stance. That's not even my stance on mass deportation.
You can't even tell me how long someone has to be somewhere till they're
Yeah, I know,
native
and
or
it's not even
indigenous.
part of my argument. It's not even part of the way I argue this. So you're sitting here being like, I have an argument that are already in my head that I know how to argue, and I'm gonna get this guy to say that's his stance so I can argue against it. That's what you're doing.
I'm trying to get your worldview, but like you're being evasive. Every leftist, I debate leftists all the time. I don't like debating
I've
the right
seen
'cause
you
they're
debate
boring.
for years. I have been watching you debate since before I debated, and you are really bad at this.
Well, if I'm so bad, then destroy me. It's
I
fun.
am.
Come on.
The-
Okay,
I
then
am.
clip it, Clay. You can clip it. Say the AV show annihilated by pickles. Got pickled. Hashtag destroyed. And you can go bum bum bum
Sure.
bum. It'll be cool.
Yeah, I will, man. I
All right,
love that you have
epic.
to stick up for the poor white man that's just being attacked and brutalized and oppressed right now. And you know what? They needed you, man. We really enjoy your work, man. Thank you so much.
But do you not see that your rhetoric is just going to lead to like your rhetoric
Yes,
is just
yours.
another form of Bolshevism. That's all it is.
Dude, I
Like,
just gave you the literal numbers of every class in America being negatively affected by this, and how the rich of the rich, even Trump, the real estate mogul, his housing prices are going to skyrocket because of mass deportation at the detriment of the majority of America. And you're still going to just go back on the fact that I'm fighting for the Bolsheviks.
But do you not see though that like you are doing exactly what the Bolsheviks did? You are doing it pretty much exactly what happened in Russia, where they turned Russia was once a very Christian nation, was very prosperous, and then they turned it into a secular society. They
That's
wiped
actually
out.
not true.
Oh, you want to
They're
bet money?
very
Whoa.
Christian.
You want to bet money on that?
They have a
Wait, hold up. You want to bet money? How much money you want to bet
alright,
on this?
hold on.
Wait.
Let's
Do you want to bet money? Hold up.
stop. You want to tell me that the Russian government didn't go and basically invade the church with KGB and then taint the messaging of the church to be pretty much pro-Russia propaganda?
What I'm telling you is Joseph Stalin and the Bolsheviks wiped out estimated 20 to 65 million white Christians.
How is this
and they
related?
because I'm telling you, they took it from a religious theocracy to a secular war zone where they threw people in gulags. What are you talking about?
Do you even
So
know?
wait.
Hold on. IQ test.
So wait,
do you
so bet
know?
me mon-
Do you know the
wait.
shape of Italy?
You're gonna kick me because you're losing?
Kristen, thank you so much for the kick. Thank you so much, Kristen KRY. Kristen, thank you so much. W Kristen's in the chat. Dude, if you guys I don't know. I don't want to tell you to follow him, but you should absolutely, anytime you see him on a live, you need to join. I've lost so many brain cells listening to this guy. Please don't ever bring him up. Love you. Thank you, Kristen. I'm sorry, Kristyn. Kristyn. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes, this is a Trump supporter.
Cool. What do you like about Trump?
Hopped onto Pornhub, I'm about to beat my dick. Nice, soft.
What flavor? Dragon fruit. Dragon fruit for the win. Guys, my phone line is on. If you're trying to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Everything that you don't.
So you just like to make one side upset?
That made 0 sense, sort of like your existence, but go ahead.
Okay, I'm just saying your political views are just based on watching one side not enjoy themselves in your country?
Are all Democrats not enjoying themselves?
The world's like on fire right now, so not really.
So are all Democrats not enjoying themselves?
I'm saying that you just said you like everything about Trump that we don't like. So you like the fact that we don't like the leader of the United States.
Completely different question and statement. Yes.
Can you give me something? Can you give me something to work with? Because you sound weird. Give me something you actually like.
Well, what's weird is how you creators are failing so miserably, and yet you still talk to an audience like as if you're relevant, which is funny. And you're just a pastime for everybody. Most people come to watch you fail, and they laugh at people making an ass of you. That's what the majority of these
nailed it.
458 people are. That's all we come here
Chat,
for.
type 1 in the chat if you're on my side and you enjoy watching me debate because I'm good at it.
I mean, look at you. You're talking to a chat. You went to a
Welcome to the internet.
computer made up wedding. I mean, how does that even equate to somebody who produces testosterone?
You like the wedding I went to? You watched it?
You're proud of it.
Yeah.
You're proud of going to a
Final
made up
Fantasy 14 wedding
via a computer on Fortnite or whatever the hell you play.
Dude, you're part of the party that goes to church and prays to a magical figure in the sky every day. You think you can do telepathy with your hands and talk to a god, right?
Telepathy?
Yeah.
So explain how telepathy and praying are the same.
You're speaking to somebody magically an infinite distance away from you.
Well, if he doesn't exist, then how do you know how far away he is? Or is he, is she?
Could be both. Could be both. In fact,
Again,
I would love to
another
know how
stupid,
how
irrelevant
do you
statement.
determine the pronouns of your god? That's what I would like to know.
How do you even know I believe in God?
There's an 80% chance.
See, this is why you're an ass, because you assume.
Or I'm just good at math.
No, you just assume. Because if you were good at anything, you wouldn't be sitting here.
You just defended it for half a second. I'm sorry. I can use deductive reasoning. I can use deductive reasoning to figure out you are.
See, you're even
religious,
slurring
right?
on your words at this point because you're like.
Do you have anything you want to? Oh, it's gonna kick you already.
Oh no! Whoa!
Oh no, guys, it's a damn shame. Bro is just big, man. He's got big feelings, but no words. Got big feelings, but no words. They're getting better at words, huh, chat? They're getting they're getting gooder at words. They're bigly getting better. For MAGA, that means you're getting good. He was mentally flaccid. I like that. Like your existence. I'm going to write about that one in my diary. That was a good one. That was hot. I know. Duh. Play Warframe? Hey, we have the same water bottle? W, Gumps, are you my water bottle Eskimo brother? Are you my Bluetooth Eskimo brother? Standard Liam. I know, handsome. Smart, witty. 6'4". Not a big deal. Strong mustache? Not really. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
6'4". Hello. Not a big deal.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, people. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
What do you like about Trump?
Everything. Hello.
We're on your live stream, bro.
Are you,
People, are you a Trump supporter?
did you know that one of the hallmarks of a cult is not being able to criticize your leader? Especially when like every economic
What?
metric is upside down?
We're on your live stream, bro.
Oh. Zygodian. Zygodian MAGA. Hello, is this people again? Hey, I can't talk to underage kids, okay? You can't call. When I was your age, we played with sticks in the mud. Son of a mother's love. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
No, it's me, the man himself, Trump.
Hey, Bub, you can't call, okay? You have to be 18. All right?
I am. I'm Trump.
I got socks older than you, dude. Did they all just wake up? Yeah, I think they just finished SpongeBob. When I was your age, I was ding dong ditching. Are you ready, kids? I thought it almost said, "Are you ready for kids?" And I'm not. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Hello. Yeah.
What do you like about Trump?
Immigration policy, economic policy, social
Do you know that
issues.
his immigration policy is a detriment to the economy?
Detriment to the GDP for sure.
Now to like almost every economic variable?
Uh, like to what extent are you saying? Like deporting illegal immigrants is going to decrease our GDP.
It's going to decrease wages for 100% of everybody. It's going to make housing prices go up. It's going to reduce or increase our deficit by $350 billion a year. It's going to cost $897 billion over the course of the 10 years. It's going to make top 63% of the wages go down.
Wait, let's not just do this shotgunning talking points thing. Like, because you know when you do that, I'm not gonna have enough time to respond to everything, and you're gonna get away with saying a lot of things. So let's hone in on the $350 billion a year on our deficit.
Yep.
Where are you getting that number from? Do you think they're paying that much in taxes?
No, I'm saying that the economic feedback effects contribute to that, and that they pay
To our
roughly
deficit?
like 96. Yes.
Yeah, the 96 billion goes to our deficit. Economic output.
That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen in a vacuum.
Like, hold on. Just because I go and buy $300 billion worth of candy bars does not mean that that 300 billion goes to our deficit. We both agree on that, right?
Correct. I'm talking about Penn Wharton wrote a study on this, and it's not just their direct contributions to taxes; it's their contributions to the economy and the demand they create, and even everything down to small businesses. They are no longer buying things and creating demand for people to get jobs, and it creates a deficit. And over the lifetime of an undocumented migrant, they reduce our deficit by $10,000 per. I forget which study. It's from the New York, I think Manhattan study, but
Manhattan Institute?
I think so. Yeah. And over the course of a legal citizen, we are a $250,000 cost over the course of our life.
Yeah, the average citizen is a net drain. But you said the Manhattan Institute estimates
$10,000 net negative to our GDP, or net reduction in our deficit.
No, the Manhattan Institute says the exact opposite. They estimate the net fiscal burden of a newly arrived unlawful immigrant between 80,000 and 130. Existing unlawful immigrants, they estimate 196 to 225,000 net cost.
No, hold on.
Lifetime cost to taxpayers, they estimate from just the border surge to be $1.15 trillion.
Let me fact check you on this. Manhattan Institute no fiscal burden undocumented.
You know that's a center right think tank.
Fantastic.
Were you talking about Center of Immigration Studies?
No, that's a far right.
It's been a while, but I read the Manhattan Institute report before, and I definitely knew off the top of my head that it was not estimating them out to be a net positive, not even close.
Hold on.
They go into legal immigrants being a net positive. We all know that.
Okay, lifetime cost. Cost in remaining 30 years. Policy proposal. To address fiscal imbalance.
I think you just misspoke. It's not a big deal.
Cost taxpayers. Let's go back to my initial claim.
$350 billion reduction of the deficit. That's what we're digging into.
Yeah. This is where I got that.
Seeing like your call log. Wait, can you first admit that you misquoted the Manhattan Institute and
I
they
did.
actually say the exact opposite?
I did. I don't know if it says the exact opposite. I think in both the numbers
You
that
wanna
I said
pull
are
up
off.
that study?
This is the study I'm talking about. Penn-Wharton budget model.
No, you
The
said
budget,
you were
the four-year
referring to a
policy
lifetime
would
fiscal impact on of immigrants
the
from the
four-year
Manhattan
policy
Institute.
would increase primary deficits $270 billion before economic feedback effects and $350 billion with economic feedback effects. And it would
Hold on.
cost over the 10 years $862 billion before economic feedback, $987 billion with economic feedback effects.
Yeah, and I think you're misportraying that information either, or as well. Sorry, that's not referring to deficit reducing. That's just saying that if you remove a ton of people, you're also going to remove a ton of dollars that they would have spent in our economy. That's true.
That's what
your
I was.
initial claim.
That,
Your
no,
initial
that is
claim
my
is that they're
initial claim.
reducing the deficit.
So,
and that's not true.
Effectively, the Congressional Budget Office does also say this.
That illegal immigrants are reducing the deficit?
No, that the net surge of all migrants, even undocumented migrants, contributes to the GDP and to deficits.
If you
Positively.
if you group immigrants together, illegal and legal, yeah. But if you separate them out, you're not going to be able to show me a study to where they have a net fiscal impact on.
So my qualms are with mass deportation. Mass deportation is a net negative in every variable.
Okay, let's hone in on that. Because initially, now you're moving the goalpost. I called that out because it sounded ridiculous. Did you misspeak again? You said that they reduced the federal deficit by $350 billion.
No, I
Did you
said
misspeak on that?
No,
or do you actually think that
you
they
misheard
reduced
me on that. I said mass deportation is a negative, has negative effects on our deficit.
Okay, what define deficit?
Yearly negative balance, yearly negative growth in budget.
To the tune of how many dollars?
$370 billion or $350 billion growth in deficit.
Hold on, can you say it again?
Four-year policy would increase primary deficits by about $270 billion and then $350 billion when you consider the economic feedback effects.
Yes, in economics, if you remove 15 million people, you're not going to have those dollars circulating. That's not always a good thing just to have 15 million people here spending money. That's where it's like you can't just throw out these numbers and be like, "Oh, check mark, it's good to go." We actually have to talk about it and go through it. Just because they're here buying whatever it is, gas, food, like entertainment, does not necessarily make them a check mark, good to go, net positive.
I think
That's
it
why
is.
I
Yes,
said,
it is. I think that when you look at removing them, right?
Okay,
removing them is bad. Therefore, having them is good, right?
Nicholas, under that logic, why should we not allow 1 billion people to come over here?
That's too many. I think there's a sweet spot, right? There's a sweet spot.
Why is that?
Because
why is that too many?
Because that would be the initial cost.
Putting a strain on our services?
It would put a strain on our services initially.
Oh, now we're getting
initially. And
Would-
then
would
it,
it-
and
would
then
it-
it
would it
works out to be
turn-
good.
Would it make housing a scarcity?
Yes.
Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Would the price of food go up?
Yes, but in the long term,
Because in supply
in
and
the-
demand, when you increase the demand artificially,
that's my qualms with Trump's
the price
mass
goes up.
deportation policies are this. You are for this. I am against this. I'm against mass deportation.
So what you see here is you're showing that these legal immigrants are consumers. I agree with that. Just because someone's a consumer does not make them a net benefit on our society. We have to understand that, right? You're saying just
Tell
because
me in
someone
what ways are they not a net benefit?
Yeah, so I'll quote your own study. Manhattan Institute goes into this. Center of Immigration Studies, Federation of American Immigration Reform. They all do extensive
Those
research.
two are far right.
Okay, well then let's use your own study. Manhattan Institute that you quoted earlier. You seem to trust them a lot. I see what you did wrong here. You read the second paragraph and saw that immigrants, lawful and unlawful, reduce the federal deficit by over $10,000 during their lifetime. That's where they tricked you, because they always jumble in lawful immigrants in there with them. But if you scroll down past the executive summary, it goes into when you separate them out, it's actually a huge net fiscal burden per illegal immigrant in this country.
Well, okay, so this is where we start getting dishonest, and this is where they start doing this. They start honing in on one part of the ledger, and they go, look at this piece of the ledger going down. But when you look at the actual economic effects, not just the deficit, not just their cost, because Trump pays trillions of dollars to try to grow the GDP, right? And try to grow the economy. And this is nothing compared to that, right?
No, hold on. We're not bringing in Trump. This is Trump agnostic policy.
I'm talking logic.
What does the Manhattan Institute that you just quoted and you seem to believe estimate the lifetime cost of an illegal immigrant to be?
This does by age. This does by type of immigrant. This goes by low skill and high skill. And I do believe that the consensus is that they are, even especially undocumented, make programs more solvent, such as Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
They add money to it. That's a pivot as well. What does the study that you just quoted estimate the cost of illegal immigrants to be?
And again, you're being dishonest if you're isolating just the cost, right?
Why?
Because you're simply just looking at, oh, look at the ledger. It goes down. If you only look at the ledger and not look at the economic feedback, you're not actually being honest. Right?
Well, we do look at that.
Okay, what is the economic feedback of having people here undocumented?
I already answered this. Just because someone comes in here and spends money does not make them a net positive. That's why these studies break it down.
You don't have to straw man and just say they spend money. They create demand. They create jobs. For every 500,000 people we deport, 44,000 people lose jobs. So therefore, the opposite must be true in some sense, right?
How do they create jobs?
So this is the analogy I always like to do. Have you ever watched Ozark?
No.
All right. You familiar with Daytona?
Daytona 500?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or Daytona, the event that I'm guessing this is the same thing, that Florida has like a week of Daytona, right?
Yeah.
So when there's a huge tourist influx in Daytona Beach for a week, there's a huge mass hiring of temporary workers. Those workers are fired after that week, right? What happens is these people come in, they spend money, like you just demonized or just said that was not a big deal. But that money being spent, that demand being created jobs. And when they're leaving, the jobs are gone. Same thing with migrants.
Yeah, but are we pretending like Americans couldn't have worked those temporary jobs? Like
Again, what you're
we had
talking
to take
about,
advantage of illegal labor in order
I'm not
to.
talking about illegal migrants taking those jobs at all. I'm talking about migrants creating the demand that created jobs for U.S. citizens.
Okay, legal migrants, yes.
No, no, no,
Illegal
no.
migrants.
Undocumented migrants, even creating demand in local businesses, creates jobs for U.S. citizens.
Okay, sure. I'll even concede that. What are the cons?
Tell me.
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, I already answered this question, by the way. Increasing the demand is going to create opportunity for some people. It's also going to adversely affect people when going to buy said goods because the price calculation is just supply versus demand. And like for example,
The market levels out though,
housing.
right?
Hold on. Housing.
The initial
Hold on.
demand creates spikes.
Hold on. Housing and Urban Development even released a study on this, showing everyone was complaining about the increase in the cost of homes. So they did a study.
Initially.
They were asked what's going on with the massive increase, and it turns out they pointed at the from the years of 2021 to 2026, the increase of the foreign-born population by an estimate of 6 to 10 million directly contributed to 16 to 20% of the increase in the price of homes.
Okay.
So,
and now what does the price of homes do when we do mass deportation?
It puts open probably millions of houses onto the market.
No. What does it do?
It opens up houses on the market for Americans
increases
to buy.
home costs.
Because they build homes?
Yes.
But you're not going to take into consideration what I said? The fact that these people are living somewhere and making housing more of a scarcity. We're in a housing shortage right now.
Right, and that's temporary, and that can be solved without mass deportation,
that's not
right?
temporary. That wouldn't have happened. We would not be in a housing shortage if we didn't decide to import millions of people to this country over a very short time frame.
We didn't decide to import, right? This was just something that happened.
We decided to neglect immigration policy to the
That's
to the
also
extent
not
of
something
even
that happened either.
We didn't pause deportations under Biden.
No, what? Biden did fucking millions
Yes,
of deportations.
He did. No, part of his policy was pausing deportations. You can look it up.
To the tune of what?
Like one of his very first executive orders was pausing deportations.
How many deportations did Biden do?
Yeah, it wasn't the entire time. Most of his deportations were actually at the border. They were administrative.
So the border wasn't wide open.
What? Hold on. Can you interact with what I'm saying instead of me just answering all your questions? So let's go back to the main contention here. Like you quoted Manhattan Institute because you thought that they were a net positive. And I'm asking you what does your source actually say what's their fiscal impact on the American taxpayer? And then we go I don't know how we go from that to down this road of like they buy chocolate bars and milk. Like I'm saying
I love how you can caricaturize that like that, but they buy everything, right? Everything.
Correct.
Just like you. So like I don't say your existence is futile because you probably just buy chocolate milk, right?
I put a strain on the system as well. So do you. We all do.
Yeah. And your cost is arguably higher than that of an undocumented migrant, right?
No, I'm a net positive.
What do U.S. citizens grade higher or lower in cost, net cost over a lifetime?
Than illegal immigrants? I could look that up. It might actually be higher. The average citizen is like
they're not eligible for much at all, so I don't see how in what world they'd ever be higher.
Who?
Migrants.
Illegal immigrants are absolutely eligible for benefits.
Not even close to as many, and they have no tax write-offs.
Hold on. The number one cost. Do you know what the number one cost of illegal immigration is?
Is it medical?
No.
What?
Education.
Oh. But they also pay education. They pay it in every single way. They pay just like anybody else.
Probably 10 cents to the dollar for what they take.
How is an undocumented migrant not paying the exact same way as a U.S. citizen when those taxes are collected through property and local sales tax?
Well, do you know what percentage of undocumented immigrant-headed households even file a tax return?
They don't need to pay for these two things. There's no tax return for that.
Hold on. Taxpayers are required by law to file a tax return.
Okay, they don't get tax
even if you're
returns.
undocumented.
You don't get tax return. First of all, I said property tax. That's not part of tax returns. There's not part of year-end taxes either.
Yeah, but I'm saying my point being, like, almost every American that works files a tax return because they pay income taxes that contributes to the services that they take out.
Yeah, I
The
know.
difference is,
Every
not that many undocumented immigrants even report their
You
taxes.
don't have
They're
to
being paid
file
under the
anything.
table.
You don't file anything for these taxes. So every bit of school tax that pays for people going to school is not from year-end taxes, is it?
Well, hold on. That's where the big chunk of the taxes that you pay from is from your income. Your income taxes is the vast majority.
How
Your
are schools
property
paid
tax-
for? What taxes
your
pay
prop-
for schools?
Primarily property taxes is like the 50%, and then
How
40%
do you
federal funding.
how do you
Hold
how
on.
do you avoid property taxes?
Property taxes and sale, like, for example, let me ask you, how much do you think you pay a year in property taxes?
I don't even know, like 6% of my rent.
Okay, so what are we talking about here? $1,000?
Not even for me.
Okay, a couple $100. You think
Yeah.
that's, and then the 7% you pay on sales tax, you think that's cutting up the difference? Let me ask you, how much do you think it costs on average for an undocumented child or any child to go to school in America?
$8,000 a year.
Huh?
8,000 a year.
No, 18. Google it.
In Texas, it's 8.
Well, on the average federal is 18,000.
All right.
I said
I'm
in
sure
America.
it's
I didn't
really
say
high
in
in New
Texas.
York or something, but
I said in America, not
all
in
right.
Texas.
So wherever they are,
18,000.
okay. So
So
wherever
your argument is that $1,000 here, $1,000 there for states tax or sales tax, $1,000 for property tax is making up for. It's not even making up for a fraction of one kid going to school in
yeah,
America.
I know
let
that's how
alone-
taxes work.
Hold on. Let alone if they break their arm and go to the hospital, or if an undocumented immigrant has a heart attack, we still pay for all that as well. These are incurred costs of
Does
illegal
that
immigration.
include higher education?
Do you think that conservatives just hate illegal immigrants?
Yes.
And there's no argument to even be had on the fiscal impact?
Yes.
Does not surprise me one bit. That's the
Do
problem.
you think that, like,
shut the door? You guys shut the door on even talking about these things.
No, I'm just saying that you guys are like radicalized, like to the same degree. Any country in history that you can point to that did mass deportation or remigration has been radicalized. And like, if I were to show them all these statistics, they wouldn't care. They wouldn't believe me. They'd be like, well, all of my friends believe this, so there's no way I'm wrong.
Okay. Is China radicalized on illegal immigration? Is Europe? Is
Yes, a little bit.
South Korea, North Korea, is Japan, is Singapore?
Yes.
Are all these people radicalized on illegal immigration? That's why they don't like it, or is there a real reason?
Some of those countries you listed, yes, do have xenophobic.
Okay,
underlying,
what country in America doesn't have immigration policy that prevents illegal immigration?
This is a straw man. So
sorry,
what I'm
what
saying is,
country in the world?
what country in the world spends per capita as much as we do on deportation? Name one.
Hold on. You said
Name
the
one.
reason hold on. You said the reason that we have a problem with illegal immigration has nothing to do with the fiscal impacts or the impacts that it can have on depressing wages, the impacts it can have on overloading our services. You said it has nothing to do with that. All it has to do is bigotry.
Yes.
So why is it that every country in the world
Again, you're
bans
just like
illegal immigration?
sheeping, right? You're just kind of sheeping.
Is everyone bigoted? You won't answer
yes.
that because
Far right politics, yes, has a grasp on a lot of countries. Yes.
Okay, no, like I'm talking about every single country in the world.
No, okay. Compared to us, name one country that spends what we do on mass deportation. Tell me.
On mass deportation, a lot of them don't have this issue because they don't have like
False.
10% of their population being
false. A lot of them have 20.
Being undocumented immigrants. We're seeing that now in Europe, and they're complaining about that. And
and they don't even spend what we do, right?
It's not to the level that we do. Like we have 15 million people here.
Yeah, I know. That's fucking like 5%.
And it's very expensive.
No, it's not. It's even more expensive to do mass deportation.
Yeah, upholding the law can be expensive. That doesn't mean we don't just choose not
There's
to
a
do
thing
it.
called
It pays
prosecutorial
dividends.
discretion. There's a thing called prosecutorial discretion in a wise way to use your resources. We have X amount of federal dollars to spend each year to reduce crime, to make people's lives better, etc. And you guys are spending it on bigotry.
Bigotry.
Yes.
Dude, you're calling it bigotry. You'd have to argue that the entire world is bigoted because they all,
Yes.
almost every country in the world bans illegal immigration.
Okay, and it's also
You think
there's
that
not
you
a
might just
single
be
other
wrong on this?
country. Yes, I think that you're wrong. I think that every other country doesn't even come close to what we're doing with undocumented migrants being mass deported. Not even close, because it does not make sense fiscally. Not even close. No, it doesn't.
Well, it makes a lot more sense just to enforce immigration policy at the border so you don't have to deal with the repercussions of it.
Yeah, but you can't make a
And
case
that's what
for it
most
besides
countries
Biden
do.
delaying things. But even though he had millions of
delaying
people
things?
stopped at the border. Millions of
Only-
people. You said it yourself. Most of his deportations were at the border.
He set
right?
records on asylum refugees.
That's legal, though, right? And that's because of
Not
destabilization
necessarily.
of the economy,
Hold on,
because of
hold
COVID,
on.
because of Trump's actions in Venezuela, right?
Not necessarily. Do you know what the approval rate of asylum claims are?
30%.
Yeah. So 70% of people who come here and they say we're claiming asylum, we say okay, here's your ticket.
It's because
70%
it's
of
very
them are
hard.
going to turn into illegal immigrants.
Yeah, I know, because it's very hard. There's so much scrutiny in the system, and I think it should be made easier.
Or do you think it's because they don't actually have a reason to claim asylum?
I'm sure there's a mixture, but I don't think it's worth spending $897 or $900 billion over the course of 10 years policing the fuck out of this.
So you know what else is expensive? Prosecuting someone for schmurder. Is that because?
Yeah, I know,
because
but
on
you
average, we
actually
spend
have a
over $1
good
million
case.
per case.
You have a case to make for the fact that you can say it's worth money to prosecute and put away people who commit murder, but crossing an imaginary line is not even close to as important to me as that.
It's pretty important. I mean, do you think we should just throw away Title 8 and just anyone that wants to come over here can?
No, I think we should expedite it. We should make it really easy.
Why? Why?
Because it helps our economy.
No, I'm saying why should we not just do away with Title 8 and say, like, if you show up here, you can just be a part of society now? Why? Because we used to do that.
I don't know, because we have far-right weirdos and xenophobes
No,
that cry about
because-
Muslims
no.
and cry about all sorts of weird shit. Oh, my culture. Oh, my whiteness.
Because we have trillions of dollars spent on social services that are supposed to be protected and used for the taxpayers that fund them, not for random people that show up here and now
And you're
wanna show up
making a
to-
sad case for this, right? Because you're just hemorrhaging taxpayer money doing this.
hemorrhaging taxpayer money. It's a net drain on our economy.
Not even
Or
close
sorry.
to what the net drain is for mass deportation.
Well, so look, if we can agree,
Do you concede to that?
No, I don't, and I'll explain why. Because it is expensive to deport people, but it pays dividends every year after that they're not here. The net
No, it doesn't.
The net fiscal impact is about $150 billion a year. If we spend, let's say we spend $1
It's
trillion.
350.
No, I said the net fiscal impact.
Okay, the deficit.
Hold on.
The
If
primary
we even-
deficits increase $350 billion a
Hold
year.
on. Let's say we spend $1 trillion on deporting all of them.
Mm-hmm.
How many years would it take before we're at a net gain for dollars saved? It's about 8 years. 7.5.
Okay. But if we
Just-
just
your
kept them
argument
here,
is-
we
your
would already
argument
be
is that it's-
ahead, right?
No. What are you not
Yes.
hearing?
Yes.
They're a burden on the American taxpayer.
No, they're not. They are
spend more-
contributors.
they spend more in services than they contribute to.
All right, so Republicans, for
I can
instance,
give you
they
3
are a
studies
net
that say
drain to society to the tune of, I don't know, $15 trillion over the last 8 years. Should we deport all of them?
Republicans are a net drain to society.
Yes, you guys have
What's
spent
your-
$15 trillion over the last 10 years, right?
Hold on, what's your source that Republicans are a net drain of $15 trillion?
Trump himself has spent $12 to $15 trillion over the last
Yeah.
10 years in
That doesn't
hopes
mean
that
that's
this
a
would be
net drain.
there would be some sort of return,
Hold on,
right?
hold on.
But that's an
That doesn't
investment in
mean-
your eyes, right?
that doesn't mean that Republicans don't also contribute through taxes. Like for example, I know what you're quoting. A lot of the times you guys will quote like we would have collected X amount of dollars if we kept the corporate tax rate at 35%. The things that you always fail to
No, I'm saying
acknowledge
that
on
you
that is
guys.
the amount of business and how much our GDP grew directly related to making America a more favorable place for capital to come and grow.
Yeah, we don't have anything like that. We have Brookings 10-year analysis saying that it's like a 0.4% increase.
Did they take into consideration what I just said?
Yes.
No, okay, put that on the screen. Brookings. I haven't read this study.
Preliminary analysis, 10-year impact, TCJA. You guys spend trillions in hopes of GDP growth. That's what these people do, right? And it's 17 billion times cheaper, right?
Sorry, I was Googling that. What'd you say?
It's so much cheaper considering the cost of undocumented migrants as opposed to just giving big, huge, fat, sloppy tax breaks to the top 1%.
No.
Yes.
Doesn't correlate at all.
Yes,
Tax cuts drive GDP growth. We saw
and
that.
so do migrants.
After the TCJA was passed, we saw an economic boom.
No, you didn't. You saw inflation. You saw a huge increase in
Dude,
receipts for
Obama-
taxes because of inflation.
There wasn't any inflation prior to COVID.
Yeah, I know. This is a 10-year tax policy.
Okay, but I'm referring to like if you're gonna complain about like the TCJA, you have to take into consideration the pros that it had as well. Instead of just saying like we lost out on these tax dollars.
It's the biggest cost in our government, even higher than our entitlements.
Like for example, with tariffs, you could argue that that their net fiscal burden on the American people in the short term, but as we've all seen in the long term, tariffs actually work out really good for our people. That's why we've had them around for decades.
That was a really solid point. How so?
How have they been beneficial?
Yeah, because we have nothing.
It allows our companies to compete on a global scale with countries that take advantage of essentially slave labor.
Okay, so
how else? Hold on. How else would you compete aside from tariffs? How else would you compete with?
We're not competing. That's the thing.
Like,
we
for
compete
example,
with
China.
we compete with a handful
That's
of
your
things.
answer.
But
We're not competing.
Yes,
Well, hold on, Mike, hold on. My question is-
99.99999% of the things we've tariffed, we don't even compete.
Hold on. My question is, absent of tariffs, how do you compete with a country like China
Subsidies.
with subsidies?
Mhm.
Okay, so your solution for tariffs, well, first, what's your complaint with tariffs? That the consumers pay them? That the importers?
They also lose jobs and they slow down GDP growth.
Okay, but instead your solution is to subsidize these companies with taxpayer dollars instead.
Yes.
Even if you subsidize, you're still not gonna be able to compete with the slave labor.
I would agree that in most industries, that's true. So even with tariffs, you agree that's true, right?
Yeah. In most industries, absence of tariffs, you're not going to
No,
be able to
even
compete.
with tariffs, we can't compete with anything. With 100% tariff on EVs, we can't compete, right?
We absolutely can. That's why we've seen a lot of
No, we can't.
companies like
They're straight
Honda
up banned. They're straight up banned.
Move their production to America.
No, I'm saying that even with 100% EV tariff, a $26,000 BYD is still cheaper than a brand new Tesla, right?
That's comparing apples to oranges. You can't
what?
just you can't
No,
just
it's not.
compare. Look, let's say this BYD. What'd you say it was? BYD?
Yes.
Let's say it costs $20,000 to import. A Tesla costs $40,000. If you put 100% tariff on that car, now the net cost is $40,000. How is that not allowing us to compete?
BYDs are on average like 13 grand is what their cheapest one is.
I know. I know. I didn't have the numbers off the top of my head. But answer that hypothetical. How does that not allow American companies to compete?
You don't need a hypothetical. I'm telling you the exact situation.
Okay, well, let's say BYD 13,000, Tesla 26,000. If you put 100% tariff on the
What
BYD,
Tesla is 26,000? There's not a $26,000
oh my
Tesla.
God, dude, are you pretending to be dense, or can you just answer the question?
Yeah, I'm talking actual numbers. So a BYD is 13 grand. How much is the cheapest brand new Tesla?
It's like $30,000.
There you go. It's still more expensive than a BYD with 100% tax.
Okay, but when you import a BYD, say you do 100% tariff, it's not like the importers just put it on the market for exactly their cost, which is what you're comparing the Tesla
They
to.
would
is
even lower
exactly
it.
its
They would
cost.
probably even lower it so that it'd be competitive here.
Who would lower it?
China.
Would lower the import cost?
The BYD.
Beautiful. At least you admit that. At least you admit that tariffs are not always just passed on to the importer, but that the manufacturer will sometimes eat the tariffs to be able to still compete in a
So
capitalistic
tariffs are
market.
ineffective in the sense that you're saying, is what you're saying.
I'm still
right?
getting you to no, they're not, and you won't answer the question because you know that it makes no sense.
Dude, there's no case to be made that tariffs, broad blanket tariffs, are good for the economy or good for manufacturing. Not even a little bit.
Pickles, hold on, because I got to get out of here quick in like 5 minutes. How do you compete with China's slave labor absence of tariffs? We already talked about subsidies. The solution of just making taxpayers subsidize all these companies is not a good solution.
Yes, it is.
Okay, telling taxpayers that we're actually going to, what are you going to subsidize? Like, for example, someone over in China is making, say, $1 an hour, and someone over here is $16 an hour. The taxpayer is going to subsidize 90 to 95% of their salary. That's a good proposition, you think?
You would be making a solid point if we didn't have $7.25 minimum wage.
No, I'm talking about the effective price that, like, we all understand. Nobody's working at any typical job for
Yes,
anything
operating
less than
cost labor is a very small portion of the operating cost for most manufacturers. I'm talking about like subsidizing the taxes of their land and for their electricity usage or their tax burden in general. You can subsidize the absolute fuck out of it to where yes, we can get our costs
Those things are about the
similar.
same. I mean, those things really, the big difference between making a product in America versus making a product in China, like all those factors you just mentioned are relatively the same, and actually we beat China in a lot of them. But the things that we cannot beat them on, and that we've been talking about, and you're trying to get away from it, is the slave labor. We cannot compete with China paying their people 50 cents to a dollar.
I also
per
won't
hour.
take you seriously when you keep saying slave labor. So cost of living
That's
in
pretty
China
much
is
slave
very
labor.
low. Cost of living in China is very low. They have universal health care. They don't have the expensive
Anything
what
but
we
answer
do.
the question, right?
Yeah, I know. You're going to keep saying slave labor. I'm going to correct you every time.
Okay, all right, let me say I misspoke on slave labor. Cheap labor. Let's get on with the question.
There you go.
How would you think that the solution to that, instead of tariffs, is to subsidize 90 to 95% of that gap?
Yes. Yes, that's what you're doing already. You guys spend more than that just giving everyone tax breaks. Big, sloppy, fucking useless tax breaks. They just go and they do stock buybacks. They do bullshit with it. They don't actually do industry with it.
Yeah. I think the more appropriate measure is to just make their importation more expensive so that our companies can compete and that our taxpayers don't have to pick up the bill when competing with Chinese companies. I mean, that's the way we've always done it. It's worked out just great. We've been able to hold our own on an international market by using tariffs. I mean, the fact that you're even looking. Let me first ask you: are you looking to abolish all tariffs?
No.
Why?
Some of them are good. They do help us compete for things we actually do compete with.
Why are they good?
Because honestly, they're kind of benign, but they're good for certain things, such as steel. Like you can protect a certain company that creates and sells steel here because we actually compete with steel markets, right? But when we tariff things that we don't even fucking try to compete with, that is just a tax on Americans, and it slows down our GDP. It slows down job growth. It kills jobs.
What are we taxing? What are we putting a tariff on that we don't compete with?
Do we make phones?
Does America are phones made in America?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there's phones being made in America.
No, there's not.
Really?
Yes. Trump even tried to do a phone made in America, couldn't do it, couldn't deliver on it.
Are there any phones being made in America? Yes, phones are being made in America, but they are limited to. I mean, this is.
What
a
are they
Google,
made of? What are they
this is
made
a-
of? Are they
this-
assembled in America? Are the
Hold
chips
on.
made in America?
This is a Google AI interview. I don't really want to go off of that.
They're assembled in America.
Designed in America, designed and engineered in California. Apple specifically relies on global supply chains to build them. So I understand that most phones are made outside, but to say that we don't make absolutely any is
We don't
crazy.
make any phones. Not 100%. We don't even make all of our cars. There's probably not even one car 100% made in America. It goes to Mexico, it goes to Canada, it comes from Germany, and then we assemble it here and they say made in America. It's not.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously we don't have all the natural resources and precious metals to fully create and assemble like certain. Nobody really does.
So there you
if you're
go. That's why tariffs are dumb.
That's not why tariffs are dumb.
You
Because
just said
can
it's
have the
impossible
same-
to do something here,
can have
right?
the
Because of
same
just natural
manufactured-
resources. Do we tariff? Does
Hold on, you can
tariffs
have the
fix
same
the availability
manufactured
of? Does tariffs fix natural resource availability?
Hold on. I don't want to just skip
No.
past that. You can manufactured products are one of the most important things to tariff to ensure we protect our
Exactly,
manufacturing
targeted
economy.
tariffs, not blanket tariffs, right? Things that we actually compete with, right?
Primarily targeted tariffs are very beneficial, and that's why we use them.
There you go. We're doing blanket tariffs though, right? And that's bad for the economy, right?
I'm not necessarily a fan of blanket tariffs, but
Oh,
that's not what we were talking about.
Yes,
That's
this is
shifting the
Trump's
goalpost.
policy. Where is Trump not doing
We were
blanket
talking
tariffs?
about specific targeted tariffs on specific products.
Now
That's
we
what
are.
I
This
opened
is
up this
goalpost moving,
dialogue.
dude.
No,
This is
that's
goalpost
you.
moving.
That's you.
This is
moving
goalpost
the
moving, dude.
goalposts. Because
Trump's policy
I
is blanket
mentioned
tariffs,
this-
right?
Okay, Pickles. My question originated by what manufactured good or what good do we tariff that we don't create? Like I'm talking about targeted
Phones.
tariffs. Yeah, and that's why. But that was in response to you saying that this whole conversation was about blanketed tariffs. No, it's not.
Okay. This
Which, by the way,
my
we're so off.
my
It's crazy how far we've came off from
my-
the original topic that I came here to discuss, which was illegal immigration.
Okay, you also said the economy. So we can talk about this. And you said, I like what Trump is doing with tariffs. And I said, he is tariffing things that we don't even compete in. And you go, oh, yeah, what do we not compete with? And I said phones. And I bet you I can name a million things that we don't compete with that is tariffed and will still stay tariffed until Trump is out of office. And that is what I have a gripe with. Trump is fucking up the economy. In every single one of those industries that we don't compete, people are just losing jobs. Every one of them.
Even if we don't compete to a high level on something like phones, it's still generating tax revenue that the American taxpayer doesn't have to fund.
No, it's nothing. It's like $280 billion before they
money.
were reversed.
Hey,
that is not a lot.
That pays for illegal immigrants.
No, that pays for Iran's the excursion in Iran. Maybe not even pays for like half of it.
It's a lot of money.
No, if Trump were to never touch presidency, we'd still have that money.
Our government used to be 100% funded by tariffs.
Oh God, you guys all have the same talk, dude. It's the worst take ever.
It's true.
It's bad for the economy. It's just silly that you guys even think that's good.
We have to be able to compete on a global scale, or else we lose our dominance.
Yeah, I know, but we're fucking that up with
Tariffs
tariffs.
is one of the tools, and you think subsidizing companies to the tune of 90 to 95% against a country like China is the solution. Like taxpayers have to pay
we need
for
to
that.
industrialize these things. If we ever want to compete, we have to subsidize the living fuck out of these things because China has been running laps around us for decades. Yes.
but we can also use tariffs. I'll even agree with you that we can use a combination of both subsidies.
You have
and
to. If you're going to do tariffs, you have to do subsidies. Every time that we've done tariffs and didn't do subsidies, it's worthless.
I'm not up to date on that, but sure. But I think we came to a natural end. My lunch break's over anyways. Thanks for having me.
All right, go make the man's more money.
Yep, tax-paying American.
Go get your labor extorted. I'm going to chill here in the AC. Chat, if you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. How much farmland did China buy into Biden? Did you not hear that Trump says that's good? Did you know that? Did you know that that's good for the economy? Did you know that it, like, in total is 386,000 acres? What's up, Fee? I'm doing good. I love tariffs. How's my mental health? It's all right. I'm sleeping like a motherfucker. Like a mother flipper. Matt, thank you so much for the $5 putting up with crazy xenophobic callers. Dude, I forgot the AV show existed. Thank God I can get one of those manufacturing jobs. I can't wait to go to work and make Nike shoes. It's the dream. I'll retire in 60 years. Is AV still around? He was just here, Fee. He was just here. I didn't recognize him at first. He didn't do the usual zingers that he usually does, like, you fell for my trap card. Remember when he used to say that all the time? AV is such a loser. Yeah, I know, dude. He is a L7 weenie. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter. How are you?
Doing good. What do you like about Trump?
Well, it's going to be kind of I guess a weird way of maybe I should say what I am before I even tell you that I'm a Trump supporter. I'm more of an accelerationist, so I believe that the positions on both sides have become untenable, and that basically we just need to have a divorce at this point. So I am a conservative. I did vote for Trump, but I did vote for Trump because I knew that he would create the most amount of chaos. And I would be open to voting for a Democratic candidate if they created that mass amount of chaos as well.
What do you think a mass amount of chaos is going to do? Hit a reset?
Well, I think it's just going to accelerate us to that reset because I think that the positions on both sides just have become untenable. I mean, you would probably agree with me there, right? That, like, for example, the left has just completely shut down at this point. And most of the people on the left, obviously I wouldn't lump you into that. They just don't even want to have dialogue at this point.
No. I think that if you're a conservative saying these types of things, I think you're deeply propagandized. I think that the left or the center right, honestly, in this country is so moderate. It's so benign. It's like literally to the right of some conservative parties, most conservative parties abroad. If you find yourself like being unable to like coexist with us, it's you, I think.
Well, it's not that I find myself unable to coexist. I'm just looking at reality, right? So it seems to me that the reality of the positions are that we've got, two sides, and for example, we'll just take something like AB, right? I guess I'll use the safe terminology here, but you've got two sides, right? One side that says that we should be able to have ABs, the other side that says we shouldn't have ABs. We've got one side that says that transgenderism is okay, one side who's chemically castrating kids, and they're also, chopping off body parts as well.
All
Yeah,
right. I
it's
feel like
well
that's an
documented.
extreme like view of what's going on too. I think that one side just generally believes in mental health and generally believes that trans people are a thing that exists in science, and that science has determined that this is a real thing, and the best way to treat it is to do gender affirming care. And I think that you can probably make a caricature of trans people, or maybe like exaggerate our position in saying that we're trying to castrate kids. That's not a deal.
So
That's not a
are
thing.
kids being given hormones?
Yeah, that's not chemically castrating anybody. I
Okay.
think that
Well,
what
you
you
should
can
look in. Hold on. You should look into the study and the research on this, because when you start to modify hormones in children, it does lead to them not being able to be fertile later on in life. It's well documented. So they are being
Okay.
chemically castrated.
All right, this is disingenuous. So unless you can give me a study that shows that the chemicals that we give people to, I don't know, like pause puberty, is leading to permanent castration of these people, I wouldn't believe you. What I would say is that anything that you can look at in terms of medicine, like if you take enough Advil, you could die. But given the like dosage that you're supposed to take, you're probably not going to die. Same thing with the chemicals and puberty blockers. With a moderate amount, sticking to the dosage, this is not a castrating element. There's no castrating element to it.
Yeah, I don't have my. I actually have a binder that has all the studies. I'm not in front of it at the moment, but I am on a phone. I'd have to go source this stuff, but I have sourced all of it. There's quite a few people on YouTube. One of the guys, I think his name is Billboard Chris. You can go look up his channel for folks who just immediately say that like this isn't true, and he cites all the studies actually in his videos and things like that. And he talks about how these hormones, when you start delaying your body actually creating all of these, it's like if you start delaying your body's natural course, it has ramifications later on in life when it comes to being fertile.
All right, and we have the same thing with kids who aren't trans, and even young adults and adults. I would say a lot, an even bigger majority. I would say like to the tune of 12,000, 15,000%. People taking testosterone does the same exact thing, and they're not trans at all. I would say the same thing, right? Same exact thing.
If men take testosterone?
Yes, it stops the production of sperm, right?
I believe it does affect it, yeah.
Are you guys?
But in those cases, I think.
Do you think there's more of those people than there are trans people?
I don't think that there is. I mean, if you would have asked me that 10 years ago, I probably would have said yeah. But I think that
what's the number
today,
of
no, I don't think
children
so.
getting puberty blockers? Because I believe, like for the past 5 years, it's like 3,200 kids total.
But children aren't taking testosterone unless they're trans, right? You're talking about like males who have low T levels.
Kids
and
are
they're probably in
absolutely
their 30s
taking
or 40s.
testosterone. Children are absolutely taking testosterone.
And it's being prescribed by doctors?
No.
Okay. Well, then I would agree with you. If there are people that are doing it illegally, sure, there probably are.
Yeah,
but we're talking about doctors who are prescribing medication, right? And they're doing this to children and they're harming children.
I don't.
And they've also performed surgeries, right, to remove things like their genitalia and their breasts.
That is okay. Well, I would say the breast thing is probably true more so even in cisgendered people. I would say that.
Are you okay with that?
I think it's benign. I think that you trying to govern what parents and doctors decide for their children is kind of silly. I think that there
Okay,
are
so can
similar...
hold on. Can somebody like if I wanted to chop my arm off, should I be allowed to do it? That's benign, right?
No, that's not benign.
Okay, but who are you to tell me what I can do with my doctor?
So if there's a life-saving element to chopping off your arm, and if there's a percentage of
Is there a life-saving element to chopping off your breast?
Yes.
Unless you have breast cancer, what would it be?
unaliving rate goes down. Self-unaliving rate goes down.
Okay, well, what if you don't affirm me chopping off both legs and I unalive? Shouldn't you just let me do it?
Is there a mental health disorder in the DSM-5 that shows that?
Yeah, there's plenty of people that say that that they shouldn't have arms or legs. It's actually well documented.
Cool. So if I was given a study and said that there's some sort of dysmorphia that shows that if somebody doesn't cut off their arm, they might commit suicide. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that. Sure, go for it. But am I gonna like label the right as somebody who's for this just because you believe in science generally, and say that you guys are sympathizers to people who cut off their arms, and you guys were full belief that this is true? I wouldn't say that you guys are radicalized. I would just say, okay, well, that's medicine.
Yeah, but are you saying that science has access to moral claims, or maybe I've just misunderstood what you were saying?
No, I'm saying that this is life-saving in most cases where people get gender-affirming care. And by the way, chopping off or having sex reassignment
Well, the
surgery
studies
or
don't
whatever.
show that, though, right? The studies don't show that when people get this gender-affirming care, that the unaliving rate actually goes down. I mean, you know this.
It's a 70% reduction. It's not true.
What study is that? Can you bring it up? I haven't seen that, to be honest. All of the data that I've seen is that the unaliving rate doesn't really go down. I'm open to being wrong on that, by the way. It doesn't really destroy my position. So if you do have the study, I'd like to.
I would say that
see it.
this is yeah, it's right here. PubMed, suicide related outcomes following gender affirming treatments, gender affirming care, research, suicidality, date reveals.
And you said it was
okay.
75%. Yeah.
The prevalence of suicide ideation and attempts vary by sample, and the prevalence of suicide sometimes
It's ideation.
50, yep, is 50
Yep.
50 to 75%.
That doesn't actually mean the outcomes are down by 75%.
I know.
I honestly haven't seen that study, so I'd be surprised if that is what this paper says, but I could be wrong.
Prevalence suicide 20 times higher rates. So transfer. Is Emmy in here, by the way? If there's a trans individual that wants to come up and be representative for this, you're welcome to.
Hey, Pickles.
Improve health. Okay, here we go.
I'll chat with Bob.
Okay. Reduced suicidality. Landmark study by the Trevor Project found that youth who received gender-affirming medications had 73% lower odds of suicidality over a 12-month period compared to those who did not.
Yeah, so they picked you see that they said over a 12-month period.
Mm-hmm.
What they'll do is they'll say, hey, over a year after this thing, it goes down by X amount. But if you look at like overall, that's not the case. So that's what they'll start doing is they'll start picking like certain, like cherry pick like a 1 year period.
Well, how else would you like them to measure it?
Well, I'd like to measure it over the span of more than 1 year.
Oh, so
Because
what if it
we
was
know, for
2 years?
example,
Would it matter then, or then would you say you wanted 3 years?
well, I would say it probably needs to be 5 to 10 years at least, because we know,
Oh,
for
no.
example, that when you first do something, right, you tend to be like really euphoric about it. Hey, I'm good. And then you end up falling back into, because if it's a mental thing, you end up falling back into
It's
that
not,
eventually.
though. The DSM, it's not in the DSM.
It used to, was it in the DSM before?
It doesn't matter. It's not now, is it?
That's not what I asked you. Was it in the
Well,
DSM
science
before?
changes, yes. And so
Okay.
were other diseases.
So could
But-
science change again and it could be back in the DSM again?
I don't think so.
Well, you
I mean,
just
it's
said science
possible.
changes. So your whole
Well-
argument hinges on it not being in this DSM when it was in the DSM, but it could be back in the DSM again. So it's just an invalid argument.
Well, I think yours is just as invalid. Like when we found autism in the DSM, or we put autism in the DSM-5 or 4 or whatever it was in the 60s or 80s, we didn't just say, oh, well, it's probably not a thing because we've only got like 1 year longitudinal studies. How are we going to do these studies if you stop in general the practice of this medicine?
Well, I'm not making the argument that we should stop the practice of the medicine.
Are you just saying in youth?
In youth, yeah, I think that
You know that
most people probably would agree with me there.
99% of it, I would say, is social gender affirming care. And I think you're just fighting for the 3,200 kids I listed earlier out of country of 350
What would be
million
wrong with
people.
that? What would be wrong with me fighting for those 3,200 kids? Do you
Because
disagree with me, or do you agree with me that we
I
shouldn't do
disagree
this
with
to
you.
kids?
I disagree with you. I would say these 3,200 kids are extreme cases. So it is the doctor's biggest priority probably to not do any sort of medical intervention until it's absolutely necessary. I think they have the same idea that you do. And I think that you point to us saying, hey, just let doctors practice medicine. It's not us going, hey, let's just get all of these kids gender affirming care. Like Mom Donnie, for instance, he just legalized free gender affirming care for anyone 19 and up. I feel like that is a great position to have. I think that's totally fine. And for you to go and say, hey, all liberals want kids to have gender affirming care in the form of medicine is wild.
So do you think that children have the capability to consent?
No.
Okay, so then explain to me how you think that children have the capability to consent to gender affirming care.
The same way that they could have the consent to like knee surgery or heart surgery that would be in conjunction with their parents and the doctor.
Well, so the parents would be the ones that would be consenting in a heart surgery, not the child.
Correct.
They don't
And
have,
same
they,
thing
they
with
don't have
gender
the
affirming
mental
care.
So, but you just made so the parents then are the ones that consent to this?
The parents
Parents and the
consent.
doctors.
Yes, and the doctors. It's usually a whole team effort.
Okay, so if parents can consent to this, can parents consent to other things for children?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. So like if a parent
Here comes-
wanted to marry their 12-year-old child off,
I knew it.
would
That
they be
has
able to
nothing
do
to do
that?
with their health, does it, Bob?
That's not life-saving.
Well, what if to the child they said, like, listen, if I don't get married at 12, I'm going to unalive myself. They're from a culture that does these arranged marriages. Would you then be in acceptance of it?
No, I'm usually against most
But it wouldn't-
fundamentalist Christians.
I thought you were about being life-saving, though.
Yeah, I know that's not a thing though. If that wasn't the DSM-5, then yes, you'd have a great point, and I would be like, oh dang, that's crazy. You know, like there's kids out there that might unalive themselves, they won't get married. We don't have anything like that. We do have Christians pushing for that though, right? Still, like 14-year-olds getting married here.
Where are Christians pushing for that?
It's a lot of red
Missouri.
states. Missouri.
A lot of red states are pushing for that. Can you give me one?
Yes.
Missouri.
Missouri.
Missouri. And you're saying that lawmakers there, Christian lawmakers, are pushing for that?
Yes, and for child labor as well. We have Florida pushing for kids to be able to work overnight. They're yearning for the mines.
Oh, I'm not super opposed to child labor. Like if my dog picks up the dog poop outside, that's child labor technically.
Yeah,
I'm not against
sure
that.
minimizing
That's
child
not
labor to
corporate
dog
working.
poop. I'm talking about kids in like meat factories.
Well, again, that's a different form of child labor, right? Just because
Can I,
That's what
somebody
I'm
can I
talking
get
actually
back to
about.
advocates
gender
for that,
affirming
yeah,
care for a
I'd be
minute?
against that as well. Just
Can I get-
That's what
outright saying that.
well, that's what y'all are
Bob,
doing.
I just to give a second and then I'll drop because I won't talk on gender affirming care beyond the one I had for myself when I had a breast reduction, so that the nerves in my back wouldn't be pinched, that I wouldn't have divots into the bones as they grew. So that was gender affirming care. Is there something wrong with that, Bob? A decision made between me and my doctor?
Well, in this case, we're talking about children. So how old were you when you had this gender affirming care?
That doesn't matter. I was under 18. Oh, sorry, under 18.
Um, I don't know. I'd have to, I'm not going to
Bones
comment
were
on the
softer
specifics of your,
than
I actually
younger.
don't believe that you had this under 18.
I had a friend who was under 18.
Are
She
you
had breast
kidding?
reduction surgery too.
But
They
in my,
took off a
and
pound and a
if I
half of
was,
each breast.
if I was
So,
the king of America, then no, I wouldn't allow that under 18.
I would say it's far more
You'd have to
prevalent.
be 18 to do
I
it.
think you're just punching down on a minority group that you can make a case that this is life-saving and that this is something that betters people's lives. And for you to start picking on trans people who are the vast minority of the recipients of these things, you're just falling for like right-wing social wedge issue propaganda that they just want to come in and rob us blind. That's what you've done for us.
I mean, there are
No, I
criteria
gave you my
need to
position,
meet,
right? Which
Bob.
was, I don't think we should be
Bob,
doing this to kids. So not only the surgeries themselves, but giving them the hormones.
Yeah, again, I
wait
think
For
a
you to
this is
say
a
that
What
it's
is
very
just
birth
like a
control?
right-wing
vast
talking
minority.
point.
Vast,
So what is
vast
So you
birth
think that it's
control?
completely illogical what I'm saying? I don't think,
Yes.
No, I'm
look, I would
sorry.
say it's completely illogical to chop off a child's genitalia.
That's also
Yeah,
an
that was
extreme.
mine.
Yeah.
So wait
No,
a
no,
minute.
but is that illogical?
Yeah, no, I'm saying that what you're fighting
You're the
boogeyman.
illogical one,
You're
personally.
fighting
If you want,
boogeyman.
if you're advocating for it, you're the illogical one, not me.
No,
Every
I'm
moment
not
we
an
talk
advocate for
about
it.
this, you know,
Okay, so
every
what I'm
moment we
saying to
talk
you,
about this, Pickles, is a moment
what I'm
he's
saying
not
to you isn't
talking about how they're
illogical.
failing,
What I'm saying to you
right?
though isn't illogical. You could at least see like, okay, like this person thinks that we shouldn't be, chopping off genitalia or breasts, and he doesn't believe that we
Listen,
should be giving kids
if you
hormones.
outlawed,
That's not an illogical position, is it?
if you outlawed any sort of genital surgery for everybody under 18, not a single leftist would have a problem with you. I'm sure that it would still happen somewhere. I'm sure there'd be some extreme circumstances where they'd still get a waiver to do it anyway. I am almost certain of it. And what you're doing is the same thing. You're not doing this for any other procedure, for anywhere across medicine, even cosmetic, even things that are completely unnecessary. This is your focus. This is your line drawn in the sand because Trump has given you this talking point. Nothing gets past you. You weren't folded into talking about this. For the 3,200 kids who might be taking hormone
I haven't
blockers,
mentioned Trump
and
once about
this
it.
is the $217 million of anti-trans ads says that this is most definitely a product of that. None of y'all were talking about this shit 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. None of y'all had any idea what the fuck any of this was. You just hated all of them. And this is just a knee-jerk reaction to something you just
I don't hate anybody, by the way. You're creating a straw man. So
you're an
I don't hate
accelerationist.
anybody.
You are ready for people to die, for people to starve, for there to be famine, for there to be all sorts of horrible outcomes due to Trump's incredibly disgusting actions on the world stage.
Well, I just think it's inevitable, right? So, I'm not looking forward to it.
You're
I just think it's
prescribing
inevitable.
that over having kids receive life-saving surgery.
Do you think that like positions on both sides have become? Do you think that like things have become untenable, or are you one of those people that thinks that like, hey, everything's fine?
I think that our position is generally just keeping up with science, and your position is to point at some science, some very like tiny instances of science, and be like, leftists believe in this, and then we have to stop y'all from punching down on trans people, and you have to
Can you
lead me into this
extrapolate how
argument.
your position is following up on science rather than just making the claim? Can you unpack that for me?
Yeah,
I'm
literally
sorry.
none of us have anything to do with this conversation until you guys brought it to us.
How did we bring it to you?
None
Because
of
you guys all started screaming about it.
Yeah, none of
Well,
us
let the host answer.
none of our politicians have said anything about trans people, have they?
I think that our politicians have plenty of them have said things about trans people. Don't we have
In
a
the
trans
last in the last
senator?
4 years.
Maybe most of y'all, but like
Well,
500
it's become more
anti-LGBTQ.
prevalent over the last 5 to
become
10 years, though.
Yeah, it's not outlawed anymore, thank God.
Right. It used to be something that, like, what I would say is the reason it wasn't talked about much in the last, 10 years ago is because it wasn't at the forefront of society, right? Maybe there,
Say
obviously
the
there were
same thing
trans
with
people then,
left-handed
but
people. When
it
kids
wasn't
used to
happening at
have
the
their
rate that it's
hands
happening now.
slapped. Bob, you got to draw breath at some point, right? Or do you
Do
just
what?
have a script you keep reading over and over and over again?
I could just
So
use that
having
same argument against
18-year-olds
you.
with breast reduction, see, you won't let me speak. And I'm just going to go over you because it's ridiculous. We have nose jobs being done on kids. I don't hear you screaming about those. We have breast reduction and enhancement being done. I don't hear you screaming about those. We have kids with precocious puberty where they're getting their periods at 6 years old, which is why we have decades of HRT experience and education and knowledge about, because we had kids with precocious puberty. And yet you're still going to say that what? What are you
Yeah,
going
I'll
to
answer
say to stuff
if you
that
give
has
me a
changed
chance.
someone's life?
I'll give you an answer. So, are you saying that a nose job is equivalent to chopping off genitalia?
I would say I cut
Yes.
off my genitalia. So if it was affirming, yes.
So, a nose
I
job
cut off my genitalia. Now
is
what?
equivalent to cutting off genitalia? That's
I've
your
already
stance?
done the cutting off of genitalia.
No, I'm asking you a question. Is cutting off your genitalia equivalent to getting a nose job? You said it was. You said
If
yes. I just want you to
yeah,
reaffirm
it
that.
is to me,
Okay.
and to at that point it
Then
was.
there's no logical position that we could come to if
It's
that's what you
called
believe.
gender affirming care, Bob.
You can call it whatever you want.
Well, we are calling it what it is.
We say the same thing about ABs, right? That we say that that's women's health
Oh,
care.
nope. That's a nice pivot. Let's stay on to the stuff. What about, again, you are against giving kids
There's no reason
for
to converse with
precocious
you.
puberty.
You think that
So you want 6-year-olds to get their periods
listen,
and start
there's no
sexually
logical
developing by the
conclusion.
time they're in second grade, Bob.
There's no logical conclusion that you and I can come to if you think that chopping off a genitalia is the same as a nose job. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm
Bob,
sorry.
Bob, do you even believe that trans people is a legitimate medical condition?
Well, I think that trans people exist, but I think it's a mental disorder.
Not that we exist. I'm asking you if it's an actual medical condition that needs to have some sort of a path forward
Sure, I would
to
concede that.
alleviate it.
Sure.
Okay, great. Then what's the point of you arguing against the medical community that actually is prescribing these plants to people, and it actually helps? It works. I was born in 1950. I transitioned to female in 1995. That's 31 years. I know my life is much better, and it was saved by that medical outcome.
Okay, were you a child when you had that medical procedure?
Does it make a difference if I was a child?
Okay, do you think that children can consent to something like that? They
I
believe in
don't
Santa
think
Claus.
children do consent either with that.
Do you think a
It's
child
the
that believes in Santa
medicals.
Claus can consent to
No,
getting their
it's the
genitalia
doctors
removed?
and it's the parents.
No.
And the child tells the parent, and a parent being a good parent says, my child has a problem. I need to do something about it. That's what you are arguing against. A
Okay,
parent's
so hold on.
right to
Stop
choose.
there, Lauren. Lauren, stop there. So have there been people that are transgender and have gotten these surgeries and later on regretted that surgery and said, I shouldn't have done it?
Of course.
Okay, so is it possible that a child could say, hey, I want my genitalia removed, and then later on in life say, oh, you know what, I shouldn't have done that. I was just a
First
kid.
of all,
I didn't
children are
understand what was
not
going on.
having genitalia removed.
Yes, they are.
No, they aren't.
Yes, they are.
Where?
Again, I have a whole book, a whole binder of studies. You can
Okay,
go look at
your
Billboard
binder of
Chris.
books like a binder of women.
No,
I
you can go
don't
look
care
at
about your
you can go watch
binder.
Billboard Chris on YouTube. He's a Canadian, and
Nope.
he actually
We
will
don't go to
cite all of
YouTube
these places that
University,
have been
Bob.
doing this.
Cite
And they're
somebody
still
from
doing
a
it.
real accredited university or medical school.
That's where his studies
Other
are. I
than
think he
that,
even
we
has a
don't go to
website. You can
YouTube
go to Billboard
University.
Chris's
I'm going to
website.
talk over you until you stop. No for YouTube University. I'm sorry. A quack online, unless accredited to a medical school, not going to listen to.
He's citing
I
medical
regret
studies.
my breasts not going smaller. So yes, I'm one of those who had gender affirming care who after a few years was like, they're not small enough, Bob.
How does
I'd love to
breast
redo the
reduction
surgery
affirm your
again. I
gender?
would be in those numbers, Bob.
How does breast reduction affirm your gender?
Are you kidding?
Yeah, how does that affirm your gender?
How does muscles affirm
No,
your
no.
gender?
Have her answer the question. How does breast reduction affirm your gender?
How do muscles
Stop,
affirm
Lauren.
your
Have
gender?
her, let her answer
Because
the
I was
question.
being over sexualized by grown men at an extremely young age.
That has nothing to do
And
with
so
affirming your
that
gender.
helped me feel like I'm sorry, you want to now correct my own feelings about myself, Bob?
Sexualization has nothing to do with affirming.
You honestly have no idea what it is to be a woman, do you?
Yes, I don't, because I'm not a woman.
I am. So I'm telling you, it made me feel
Are
better
you a
about
biological
myself.
female?
Am I a biological female? What does that have to do with it?
Well, you asked me if I have any idea what it's like to be a woman. Do you? If you're a biological male, you don't either.
Wow.
So here's what I would say. I think that what you're doing is you are saying mutilating genitals when we're talking about the vast majority of these people who do get any sort of care in this sense is a breast reduction. It is top surgery.
Yep.
You're probably thinking about a men's member or a boy or a male's member.
A child. Yep, a child.
And this is the most rarest instance of things happening. I don't even think there's a number online that you can find that says how many males get it, but it's mostly.
One is too many.
Okay,
One is too many.
all right, that's fine. That's
According
fine.
to you.
We have 1.7 million Jehovah's Witnesses in the United States that will literally just let their children die because they don't believe in science in general, and you're not running interference for that. 55% of the men in the United States have circumcised penises. That is genital mutilation and without the consent of the child entirely, and you're not running interference for that. You are up here
hold on, stop
saying
there.
Isn't
icky trans
also
people.
talking. He isn't
Hold on.
talking about
Let's
trans
stop
men
at.
either. He's only obsessed about trans women. Bob, it's okay. They're not going to be sexually interested in you.
Well,
Nobody
good.
will be
I'm glad.
sexually interested in you, Bob. You're never
That's
going
a
to have to
definite.
be worried
That's
about
fine.
what's in someone's pants. Trust me.
We've reached that part of the argument. Anyway, so
No, that part of the
circumcision, right?
argument is what you're worried about.
Okay.
I'm
Well, I'm talking
sorry.
to the
I'm
host.
going to be crueler than Pickles will ever be. Your
Okay. Well, let me
thought
talk to the
process
host.
is causing more than one kid who you are so concerned about, that one kid, to unalive themselves.
Yes, I'm concerned about
So,
children. That's true.
I'm sorry. How many do you have, Bob?
I've got 4.
You got 4 children. Why don't you worry about those 4 children and leave every single parent to worry about their own children? I don't
Because it affects
understand.
me. I live in this society and
What
it
is your
affects me.
problem?
Well, you need to calm down. It's not that big of a deal. So anyway, back to circumcision.
Wait a minute.
It is
You
a
know
big
what's
deal.
not that
It's
big
my
of a
life.
deal? An accelerationist. Sorry, I have to mute because my dogs are barking.
That's okay. W Pixie for the kick.
Thank you, Pixie.
W Pixies all day.
I am so sorry, Pickles. It just drives me crazy.
Me too.
What gender affirming care is, it doesn't matter what you were born. It matters what helps you as you continue to grow. And sometimes it may be switching genders. Sometimes we're talking about parents who make decisions that are impossible if they have an intersex kid. I'm grateful for people in Germany who have recognized this and are allowing kids to grow up and make their own decisions where that's possible. It makes me suffer for Lauren, especially since we're talking about such a small minority of our fellow man and women and children who need to go through life worried about whether or not they're going to die that day for who they are. I just, and in Pride Month, that fucker. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'll stop.
And I would also argue, like the debate, or just the way that they generally see and think about these people as a whole, has caused more damage than the 1 or 2 kids who might receive this type of surgery at a young age. I think there are far more children who would rather kill themselves than come out as trans or gay because of these people's rhetoric. That is far more harmful.
But they don't worry about the kids that have had botched nose jobs and boob jobs and birth control pills that kids have had to take, or precocious puberty like we were talking about before. They're not worried about them. And we have to go where science goes because that's how we learn. 200 years ago, science was very, very different, right? We worried about humors, not appendicitis. They just killed everyone. Should we go back to those days too, Bob? God. Sorry. Lauren, I'm going to mute up.
Letting me yell.
Thank you. And here's a few groups, Bob, that you can go run an intervention for instead of attacking trans kids. The Christian Science group, Church of Christ, they are objectively against modern medicine. They will let their children die out. They will probably just pray for healing. The Followers of Christ group, independent strict faith healing group, primarily located in Oregon and Oklahoma. They also believe the same thing. They believe in praying things away. Not to mention all of the people who believe in conversion therapy. That's literally just torture for gay people. You guys are torturing them worse than the CIA torture program. The Faith Tabernacle Congregation, based primarily in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, they also believe the same thing. The use of medicine is an act of spiritual unfaithfulness to God. The Church of Firstborn General Assembly, the Faith Assembly, all of these people are criminally neglectful to their children. And I think that the people who are doing everything they can to save their child from unaliving themselves are far more moral and ethical than anybody on the right. And Lauren, thank you, Fee, so much for coming up. I love you.
Thank you. Love you back. Happy to see you around. Maybe too much. Maybe get some sleep, okay?
All right.
Okay.
I kind of like it.
You want to drop me? I don't know if it's better for you to drop or...
I got
We can
you.
drop ourselves.
Yeah,
Thank you.
drop me.
I got you. Much love, Lauren.
Thanks.
Guys, there was a certain figure in the 1930s that convinced a whole country that this idea was bad. They burned down all of the science. They burned down the medical centers for these people. And they'll all ironically clutch their pearls when you compare them to Nazis. If they had their way, they would do it. Val Kilmer passed. He's a Christian Scientist and didn't get treatment early on. Ooh, well, I did not know that. Val Kilmer, though? Oh. God damn, dude. Bob was a literal cartoon villain. I agree, dude. Look, it's like, I think it's an even worse position to justify Trump walking in on changing rooms like News just did. That's gross. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hey there.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Hey, how you doing today, host?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
I mean, not exactly, but I don't agree with, the way that you treated that last guest. I thought that that was really cruel, and the things you said were very cruel, and that was very weird, and it was quite demonic, man.
Demonic.
I'm a liberal. I'm a liberal myself, and
Liberals don't
I'm
say
not
demonic.
a Bible. Well, that's kind of crazy because I am a Christian as well. And yeah, I'm only liberal because that's the sense of being progressive. That's the sense of, I don't fit into your perfect little area into being liberal. I'm a libertarian. Um, I'm somebody who, takes from both sides and comes up with my own conclusions. But I genuinely know that I just think that, you said it multiple times that he was being selfish and that he wanted to hurt kids and that he was being crazy. He wanted to hurt people, make sure people were hurt or make sure people were sick or make sure,
Mhm.
when all he wants is for people not to be touched, like to children, right? If my child, you said earlier that, if your child was 6 years old having periods, if my child was 6 years old having a period, I would think that that is God's will. That is the way it is. And we are going to normalize it, make it okay in the
Oh my
household. This is a
god.
normal thing.
That's called
This is
medical
just a normal
neglect.
thing.
That's not a normal
It's not
thing.
really medical neglect,
It
bro. It's a
very
normal,
much is.
natural
That could
process.
literally cause irreparable damage to a child. I think that I would advocate for you to be sent to
And
jail.
I would speak to a doctor, obviously, but if he says it's normal, I'm going to think it's pretty normal, bro.
If
But
who
like
says
at the
it's
end of the
normal?
day, if the doctor says it's normal,
A
I'm going to
doctor
think
will
it's
not say it's normal.
okay. Well, that affects less than 1% of children. So
Okay, well,
hopefully it's not me.
so
So
an
I
even
hope to
bigger
God that's not
percentage
me.
of children than trans people getting surgeries, because I'm still looking at it.
Oh,
4,500.
I don't think they're getting surgeries. I think that to do anything, I don't really think that that's a very common thing, but I do think that they're giving them medication that chemically changes the way their brain and body works forever. And I'm more concerned about the brain, man. Like, people are getting so disconnected from what is pure and what is human, what is infinite in our bodies, and we're turning into this hateful race of people that just want to divide everything when I mean, you look at that last guy, and how are you going to tell me that when somebody doesn't want somebody's body parts or, anything even thought about when it comes to a child, not even, I don't want my child really thinking about that kind of stuff up until they're like maybe 16. Then when they start saying they're gay, I'm going to start listening to them. When they're 15, when they start saying they're gay, I'm going to listen to them, like, but like any other
Okay.
time, I'm going to be all like, what have you been watching, bro? And it's the world we live in, man. You look around you, you see you see what's it called? I saw a Cartoon Network TV show where it's this little boy, and he's he's like a little wolf boy, and he's in a dress, and it's a real Cartoon Network TV show, and like he's all the
Not
time
a
like flirting
dress.
with the other boy. He's flirting with the other boys, and like he says, "I'm actually a girl." He says that at one point in the show. I'm all like, well, I mean, I know because my little my niece, she watches this, and
So,
I'm just like, that
given your
blew
school
my
of
mind.
thought, what you can do is you can just quickly show them a cartoon of a straight kid, and he'll be switched back to normal. There you go. Problem
No,
solved.
no, no. I don't believe that that is how it works at all. But also believe that it is normalization, and normalization beyond the correct represented number, right? Whereas a good 10%, 5 to 10% of people are actually gay.
Yeah. So, do you think
More than
5 or
5 to
10% of our
10%
cartoons should have gay
showing
kids?
that. Yeah, I wish it should be shown. Yes, I believe that shown
Then stop
realistically. I
fetishizing
believe
it.
it should be shown realistically to us.
Yeah, then stop
And
fetishizing it.
it's being kind of fetishized right now.
I think that y'all have
No, no, I'm
fetishized
not
like
fetishizing.
heteronormative behaviors in cartoons so much so that even you have a knee-jerk
I
reaction
think
to
so
seeing
as
somebody
well.
who's not
And be careful
straight.
when you say, be careful. Yeah, be careful when you say y'all, because I am not part of that. I think that lust
Listen,
happens on
you
either
you
side.
can't escape the conservative label even as a libertarian. I'm sorry this is
Can't
happening
either.
to you.
No, I'm saying you can label me however you want to label me, man. I'm just saying that the way that we've done it too. If you want to give us the conservative, if you want to give me the conservative thing, I'll take it. But like what I'm saying is, what that has been done by people that oppose you. What has been done by people that oppose you is also terrible. I mean, have you seen those Burger King ads where they're just showing damn near naked women for a long time? I mean, just the lust and the depravity and
Listen,
the lack of
what I
decorum.
hear coming out of your mouth is
Yeah.
very religious speak, and I think that you need to be able to
I'm sorry
consider.
that.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I think you need
yeah.
to be willing to consider the fact that you are in fact indoctrinated with a religious belief, and in my opinion, it is superstition, it's magic, it's silly, and I think that you need to keep away from our
Yeah.
kids. You need to stay away
Well,
from
I
my
agree.
kids.
Listen, that's fine, bro. I got a kid of my own. He's a beautiful, beautiful child. And he gives to everybody he's around. He's such a loving person. And I really, he could be anything he wants, and I'm here to support that. You get what I'm saying? And later in life, it's just, I just felt like that was kind of cruel the way you treated that last guy. And my
Absolutely not.
religion is not very important to this conversation. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
It is. Your
I've
beliefs
developed my
probably
own
come from your
religion,
religion.
sort of. I've developed my own sort of belief in God. It's very aligned to Orthodox Christianity, and as well as that,
That's scary.
Gnosticism. It's Gnosticism and Orthodoxy at the same time. It's because of the fact that I just have developed this by meditating and meditating for hours on end. Once you start doing that, once you start closing your eyes and thinking about what is good and what is real, you will realize that your entire life has just been evil, and that everything around you is evil, and that you have to
I don't believe in evil. I think
pursue the
labeling
idea
things
of
as
loving
evil,
others.
is basically saying that it's out of your control, that it is innately bad. When I think
All
that
right.
people who have problematic views and practices for their life are conditioned to be that way and can be conditioned to not be that way. But when you use words like evil, you're prescribing the supernatural, and I don't believe in that. I think that's silly.
You can say that, but I mean, you can live a life where you don't believe anything at all. But I just, it helped me understand the difference between something that takes energy and something that gives energy. And all the difference between me and you is that all I believe is that when something does nothing but take energy from you, that energy is going somewhere and it can't be good. That's what I
I don't know
believe.
what that means. I think that MAGA.
You don't get drained. You don't get like MAGA. What MAGA? What are you talking about?
I think
No,
you
I'm
are
saying that
MAGA
when
adjacent. You can't escape it. I'm sorry, but you are.
okay,
You're probably a
all
victim
right.
of a
So
lot of
so so prove
propaganda.
that to me. So ask me a few questions that would prove that statement.
Yeah, do you believe in mass deportation?
No.
Okay, do you believe in tax breaks for the rich?
No.
Do you believe
I'm
in...
very against it.
Okay, do you believe in, I don't know, putting school Bibles in the school?
If they want them. If the kid
All
wants
right,
a
there you
Bible,
go.
I believe what's it called? They should have access to Bible study in school. I believe that if they want to do that, just as the same as they want to have gender affirming care, they should have.
That's not a part
If
of
they
school.
want to have that, right? Get what I'm saying? Then they should be able
It's not
to
a part of
want to
school.
have that.
I think that
Well,
needs to be
like
kept at
I
home.
mean, I feel like school is a bit more important than and it's not a medical thing. I don't believe gender affirming anything is going to save anybody's life, bro.
There's
I mean,
science that says
I don't believe
otherwise.
that. Well, like suicide rates, but don't trans people have a 50% suicide/attempt suicide rate?
Yeah, and
Even after
gender affirming care reduces that. And then the reason most of that happens is because of religious weirdos and far right weirdos who simply just think it's kind of icky, and they believe in like the cookie cutter idea of gender, and they're not really exposed to the worldly ideas of how gender is just a social construct, that there's infinite amount of genders, that this is all something that we live in. It's a huge like just veil of fake reality that you're so ingrained in that you can't imagine breaking those norms.
I understand that point, but first of all, I ain't going to kill myself because anybody says anything that I do is icky, first of all. And second of all, I do believe that people can have this gender affirming surgery. I'm not against it at all. I'm not, not even gender affirming surgery, but gender affirming care. It doesn't bother me, not one bit after 18. And as well as that, it's like, I mean, maybe 16, maybe with like the signed on with an adult, but anything younger than that is just weird to me. Because I believe that
It's
people can
not
be
a good
male
idea
or
to even
female.
do it
You
before you're 18
choose.
because you're not developed. That is extremely bad practice in general, unless it's top surgery.
You need to choose between male and female. That's just the way I've always seen it. Just pick one and
I
stick
think
with
that's
it. When
silly
you
too.
flip flop, that's just crazy to me. It's just
All right.
that shows you have a mental.
Again, like the way you just so brazenly talk about that is harmful to a certain group of people who, like I said earlier, would rather fucking die than hear this chatter coming out of your mouth and the last guest's mouth. They think there's such a social stigma surrounding it that it causes them to have that suicidal ideation. That is half of the problem.
It makes me sad that they can look at what I'm saying and see something like that and feel that way.
Do you believe that bullying ends, just not even trans people, but just bullying in general, could cause a child to kill themselves?
I believe that the way that the school system is inherently designed in such a way to where you can't fight back against your bully without either being looked at like a psycho or not being
even remove the school system out of it. Cyberbullying.
No, the school system is inherently the issue. I mean, like you look at everything. I mean, like just literally everything from the ground up. When it comes to the school systems, well, the way I went to a school where they what's it called, they had cameras everywhere.
It's not just a school. It's being injected into a group of people that aren't like you, so that you can learn from each other and adapt with each other. I think that is a huge, super important thing to have in developmental stages. But I'm assuming I don't know. You sound like you do like homeschooling.
I do.
Yeah, I think that's super harmful.
I believe that for elementary school, for the first few years, you give them public school so they have, the choice on the matter. It is, very important for a developing.
Do you have a
child
master's degree?
Right. I have 2 associates and a bachelor's.
So not a master's. I don't think is it in education?
No, it's in. I have an IT degree. I have a military science degree, and I have a culinary arts degree.
All right, so you're absolutely not equipped to like teach a child things, especially things outside of your wheelhouse. There's actually a country that just made it illegal for parents to homeschool their children. I
Well, I'm not
1000% agree with
exactly.
this.
You know that they go through lectures. They have their own teachers. It's a school within the computer, right? I got it on the computer set up. It's Ben Foster.
That's not good.
You know, yeah, but as well as that, I mean, I help them with everything. I mean, I
So
was always pretty
there's a study that just
talented.
came out recently that shows that screen time like that at a level to a degree that you're probably using, especially at a young age, shows a lack of cognitive development for children. So I think that people are doing pretty much the equivalent of surgery on these children's minds when they do homeschool, and it's not good.
And you don't believe it's just because I don't like the ideologies being pushed in the school system, and you know it's only because of that. It's not because of the way that they teach, or you know, I don't have any problems with teachers. I just have problems with you know the people that run that shit, the school board. You
Yeah,
know, the
I
school
think you've been
board.
probably convinced of some weird propaganda that they're teaching children
It's a
pronouns.
lot of stuff. Like you know, it is propaganda because I've seen pictures of you know in the exact school that they used to go to. You know, they used to have what's it called? Propaganda on the walls of cameras saying that you know you're on camera. No, don't do the right thing because you're on camera, but do the right thing because it's the good thing to do or some crap like that. Just all over the school. Just you
Well,
know because
I
they would
mean,
tell them that
what's
they're
the
on
difference
camera everywhere
between
they go.
that and threatening a child with eternity in a burning lake of fire by somebody who's pretty
No,
much
no.
surveilling their life all
If you
day?
read if you read the banned parts of the Bible, you read the book of Mary Magdalene. You know who Mary Magdalene was? The wife of Jesus Christ. The wife of Jesus Christ. When because at the time it was weird not to have a wife, so he had a wife, and people like to not talk about that because the Bible that they put in front of us is
What's the
incredibly
alternative to going to
crazy.
heaven?
You don't go to hell or heaven necessarily. You confront your past. You confront everything that you've ever done, and it's the way that your spirit, you know, if you don't learn from it, I guess that can become hell because you're going to keep redoing it, you know, in your mind up until you get to a point where your soul is healed. It will cleanse your
All right,
soul, and then you will go.
that's literal magic, and I think that's also harmful for a kid. So I don't
Well, I
think
mean,
that.
it wouldn't be magic if you meditated, bro. If you just gotta meditate, you'll see it.
I used
You'll
to
see it with
meditate
your own
twice
eyes.
a day for like 10 years. I didn't come to any of those
How
conclusions.
many hours would you meditate?
No, not hours. I'd probably do 30 minutes at a time.
See, you're not going to see anything if you're not meditating for more
All
than
right.
an hour.
There's no medical science that shows meditation leads you to believe that there's some sort of like weird paranormal thing that happens outside of life.
No,
I think that what
so you have a
you're
mind's
doing,
eye.
if you're teaching your children that their decisions in life might end up causing them to have some sort of consequence in the afterlife, that is the same exact thing as your silly little camera theory, and that is also harming children. And I think that that is also very uncommon. The most common thing that Christians prescribe children,
Yeah.
hold on, the most common
Yeah.
thing, like putting fucking 10 commandments in the classrooms, that is absolutely propaganda. That is harmful to a child because
I never
the
had
base
10
belief.
commandments in my classroom.
Well, it is here in Texas. It's state law, and that is
I
absolutely
went to
happening.
school in Alabama.
Cool. I'm in
And you think
Texas,
we
and it
were-
is actually true. It's actually happening with conservatives here. So they
Okay.
absolutely threaten kids with burning in a lake of fire for all of eternity if they don't love thy neighbor or some shit. And I think that is so harmful.
Yet another issue with the school system. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that left
Yeah.
without conservatives, I think it's totally great. In fact, we're like one of the last, and we rank almost, I think, 45th. We were dead last for a long time. Conservatives have had a hold on this state for a long time. There's not a single conservative state that you can point to that you should be proud of the way they're doing education. They don't do it very good.
No, yeah, but I don't think you should be proud of California or New York or you know those are the ones where the cameras are most prevalent and where nobody has any privacy and that you know that they're teaching them to live in this world where it's normal to be on camera and that you should just all the time act like you're on camera.
Well, that's
And
the
like,
truth
you
of
know,
the world, right? There's cameras everywhere outside.
it's kind of dystopian and I feel like everybody should just destroy cameras as soon as they see them. That's what I believe.
All right. Well, I think that's a harmful belief.
I mean, yeah, that's okay, but I'm a punk, bro. So You know, I
You
believe
can't
people
be
like you are
conservative
good,
and
are
punk.
bad people who pretend to be good, and you know, we're just good people who pretend to be bad. And that's what it is.
I don't. There's no such thing as conservative punk. I think that's an oxymoron. But
What's an oxymoron?
conservative punks.
I'm not a conservative.
You're
I'll let you
libertarian.
say
You are
that.
inherently conservative.
Libertarian is punk. What do you think Hunter S.
No, it's
Thompson
not.
was? What do you think Hunter S. Thompson was? Do you think he was on your side at all? The doctor of journalism? He was definitely a libertarian, and he was the first punk.
Cool.
Our founding
I think
founding
that there's a few punks that have come
Yeah.
out to be like conservative or libertarian. They're immediately ousted by the punk community.
Okay. The punk community is a bunch of pussies that I could probably like fucking actually pick up by their necks. They're little tiny guys who can never make a change in this country, even if they wanted to. They're not punks. They're posers.
I don't know what you're talking. You gatekeeping punk? That's punk of you too, dude.
Yeah, well,
Like, come on,
I mean,
man.
they're gatekeeping it. You just told me they're gatekeeping it, bro. If you want to do that, if you want to be punk, bro, and live a life to where you know you can not gatekeep others and say, what's it called? Yeah, you can't be in here 'cause you're
Conservatism
libertarian.
is
You're getting
immediately not
You're
inclusive.
getting
So that's why I say that. Punk is absolutely all inclusive and they're intolerant of intolerance.
What then? The term poser just doesn't exist then. Like,
Yeah, I think
come on, man.
people who are immature use the word poser, but anybody who's matured in life, who's like emotionally developed, they don't say poser when they look at somebody who's trying to adopt their culture.
Let me ask you something. Are you punk?
No.
Yeah, have you should listen to a band called Dystopia. I think you really should. You should enjoy that. I think you would because it's part of what you believe. But like, I believe a lot of the only difference between what you believe and what I believe is that I believe that these politicians that you hate are inherently evil and that they're demonic fucking actual baby eaters and worshipers. They worship the devil, and I believe that they're trying
No,
to kill
I
us.
think they're literally
hate them.
protecting the Epstein
people that
file
you
and the
hate-
Epstein class.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
are
yeah.
literally,
Epstein
yes,
files,
doing
what is
that.
that? So like, you look at it like this: you argue against my religion, all right? You look at the Epstein files, and there's so much concrete proof of satanic rituals happening, where they wrap that guy up, they put that guy in a freaking what's it called, turkey. You know what I'm saying? You seen that picture where that guy's a turkey, bro?
No, I
That
haven't
shit
seen
is
it.
insane. That shit is insane, bro. They had actually put that there's children in that photo and everything. Where this guy, he's like, an actual corpse of a person is like dead on the freaking table, and like he is decapitated and dressed up like a freaking. It's awful. It is
Cool.
the worst thing ever. And so if this proves,
Have you heard of the
this proves that
Crusades?
they were doing this for the devil, and many people say that they were doing this for the devil. These are rituals. These are blood parties.
There were
and things like
Christians
that.
in the United States that did cannibalism. Did you know that?
Yeah, they're not Christian though.
Yes,
They're
they
actual
are.
devil worshippers.
No, they're
You know,
Christians.
you go back to Revelations 2:9. Revelations 3:9, and both of these both speak on the same thing. For they do not know it, but they worship the synagogue of Satan. It is Satan.
Nobody who
It is
worships. Listen, the most mainstream satanic temple,
And if
satanic
Satan
thing,
is real,
are
if Satan is real,
they are
then you're
non-theistic religion.
okay. I think that it's real because this is real. Because the world we live in proves that it's real. The world we
No,
live in.
I think there's just rich people that
yeah.
they can't find anything else exciting in life to do, so they do this shit. And I bet you a lot of them are even Christian.
I have no will to hurt another human being. I hope I go my whole life.
You just espoused some bullshit about hurting some guy, picking him up
I could
by the
probably
neck.
pick him up by the neck, bro. Like, but I'm not going to. I can say whatever I want to, but I hope I go my entire life without hurting anybody. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't have the will to hurt anybody. I probably could, but I'm not going to. You get what I'm saying? It's like the will is where it draws the line. And like, if you have that will, I believe that you are corrupted. I believe that something has hurt you. I think that something's deep down that's affecting you. and that needs to be checked on immediately. And the fact that they're not checking in on this, they got all this council team, they got all these doctors, and that they're not checking in on this, I think it's straight up they're getting something from doing this other than just simple retarded pleasure. And I'm sorry for using that word.
I gotta
That
kick
simple,
you. I'm gonna get banned. Guys, I've been live for almost 7 hours. Don't forget to follow my stream, y'all. If you're still using the R word, you're at least MAGA adjacent. Sorry. Seven more to go. No, dude. Dude, you can't run defense for someone like my guest before him. Hunter S. Thompson was a radical leftist. I actually was embarrassed that I didn't know who that was, but I think I do now. Have I seen the leaked Iran peace deal yet? No, I haven't. Guys, we're 4 followers away from 100 follows today. If you haven't followed, be sure to follow. I also have a Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal in the bio. If you guys are trying to support me, it's the best way to do it. It'll keep me here longer. Slapping MAGA dick. Trump's Iran deal, what we know, what's contested. Trump says Iran's leaked deal terms are untrue. He's still making concessions. None of their money is released until they perform. Strait of Hormuz will be open. No Iran funding of terrorist groups. This is a performance-based deal. If you do the exact same thing you were doing before we invaded, we'll give you money. 100% that's what's going to happen. If you go back to doing exactly what you were doing before we invaded, we'll give you 300 Bs. We'll give you $300 billion, all right? But it's performance-based. You better not fuck this up. Thank you so much for that big hand heart, Witchy. Pickles, can we see mini pickles for some comfort? Show me the baby. I want the baby. Let's look at the camera. Say hi. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Georgia, for the hand hearts. I'm so sorry. I suck at it. Your mustache. Here. Come here. Here's that mustache. Can you go potty? Go potty outside? Go teeters and tooters? She is. Give her a smooch, I will. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Tiki Taki. She is a Yorkie and miniature Schnauzer mix. And we grew her hair out on her ears. Her ears, I haven't cut her ear hair in so long. She demands it. She demands her pigtails. She hates me. She's 13. I have 3 Yorkies mixed fur babies. Oh my god. She is. She's the sweetest baby girl. She's the sweetest chicken bear. She's a baby chicken bear hybrid. Nobody outside? No kisses. No kisses. This is basically her apartment. She just lets me live here. Thank you, Fluffy Fox, for the sourdough. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Come on, look at the full. Ugh. Are you trying to go back to bed? We're gonna go get you teeters and tooters. We're gonna go pee on some bushes. We'll go check your Facebook. We'll go check your Facebook outside. And then we're gonna get you a green treat. You're too clingy. I know. I'm such an Elmira, dude. I just have to squeeze the shit out of her. Because I love her. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Cindy Lou Who. Six-year-old 5-pound Yorkie mix. Oh my god. You see yourself? Who is that? Is that you? Who is that? Either type into you or you read my messages? What's over there? Nothing? Look at the pickles. Don't be selfish. Thank you so much, Fluffy. Alright, y'all. I think I'm gonna hop off. It's been a long night. Morning. Whatever. I think I'm hopping on off, chat. Thank you so much for all of the support. Thank you for all the love, chat. I think it's time I will see you guys tomorrow. I love y'all, chat. Have a good day. Point and laugh at a MAGA today for me. That's your homework. Point and laugh at them. Tell them they're silly. Tell them to read a fucking book. If they're wearing a hat, fucking flip the hat off their head. I will see y'all tomorrow, chat. Sweet dreams. Have a good day. Bye, chat. Hold on.